Hello and welcome to another episode of Lane by Lane, a show where I'm a golden god and my guests fight for my affection like the peasants they are. And today, my peasants are Aiden Zyrene Moon, Mr. David Freak Turley, and this smiley little fellow over here. No, he's got a grimace on his face. It's Remington Bislin III. Where did he come from, ladies and gentlemen? Well, he slotted in as our third guest this week. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Fantastic. I mean,
right.
with you as host, we can't go wrong.
Exactly. See, Riv out the gate. He learned from episode 1. We're going to give 100 points there as he compliments the host. Ladies and gentlemen.
I thought you awarded gold, not points.
You're right. Correcting
Should
me,
you
keeping me
correct
honest.
the host,
Keeping me
though?
honest, I appreciate it. But gentlemen, we got to get straight into this. I'm going to break down the rules for you. In my hands, I've got 3 questions. Each of these 3 guys will have the opportunity to answer each of my questions. I'll award gold, as Freak pointed out, to whoever gives me the best responses. Important to note, none of them can have the same answer. So if it's already been said, it cannot be said again. And it's not about being right. It's about convincing me that they're right. Gentlemen, now that we've had the refresher, are we ready to go?
Yep.
Yes. All right. Well, we're going to dive right into it. Question number 1. Which team that has never made an NALCS finals before is most likely to make it there this split, and why? Today, we're going to go ahead and start with Zyrene. Ready? Go.
I'm going to go with Team Dignitas. Team
All right.
Dignitas with Someday in the top lane playing out of his mind. They've been rotating Shrimp and Chaser around, but Shrimp has been looking really good. They were able to take down TSM last week with Shrimp. They lost to TL, but they would have won that if they put Shrimp in, and they would have been a 4-0 team. Dignitas across the map as well are looking really good with Big in the bottom lane, way more proactive, and I feel like Someday is just the best top laner in the league right now, that he would be able to even carry them all the way from quarter semis into the finals, no problem.
Losing to Team Liquid is tough, though. Riv, we're going to pop over to you. Which team's making it to the finals that hasn't made it there before?
Are you ready for this? It's
I'm
going, I think we're going to see Team Envy making it to the final.
Woo, that's a big call.
Everybody's envying Team Envy. I'm going to tell you why here. We recently went into the waning gibbous phase of the moon. This happens after the full phase, the full moon phase. That means crazy shit happens during the full moon phase. Waning gibbous actually lasts for 7 days of illumination, slightly getting smaller every day.
Definitely not
Within this 7 days of illumination, Envy will get the wins and the cooperation they need to be able to get success.
I like it. Moon energy coming the way of Envy. Zyrene, what do you have to say
If you want
about
moon
that?
energy, you got Aiden Zyrene Moon right here.
That's
But
right.
I gotta say though, Riv, if I didn't think you were crazy before for picking Envy, the fact that you just riddled off all of that reinforced that. I can't even believe
Moon is 1
it.
and 3 in the
All right,
LCS
the question
right
is
now.
which moon is stronger, the full moon
Both
or the
of them
Aiden
are-
Zyrene moon? We'll get to that. Freak, I'm going to let you jump in and give me your answer.
This is some horrendous reasoning. Immortals is actually going to do it because they've already beaten defending champions TSM so far this split. Their only loss, to be fair to you, Riv, was they lost to Team Envy, a very good team to your own. I think they make top 4, but Immortals, I think, actually
an extra 100
have
points
the
to Riv there.
expertise, have the people, have the skill to make finals. Again, their track record shows this. The fact that Smithy's already won a couple of finals, the fact that Welter's already won a final, the fact they've got some amazing players on the roster. This is definitely going to happen.
What do you want to say, Riv? Get in there. What do you have to say? Riv, talk to me.
Let me choose people that have already been to the finals and teams that haven't been. Come on.
Oh, okay, all right. He's calling you out for going easy path, but that does not break
They're
the rules
3
of
and
the
1.
question. So I'm gonna leave it there. Moving on to question number 2. You demand a trial by combat. Which pro would you choose to represent you in that trial? I'm not going to elaborate on the question any further. Freak, you aren't going to get to go first simply for trying to go first. Riv, take it away. I suggest you choose Acadian.
I am going to choose Acadian.
Look at that! What a great answer!
Acadian's going to be chosen because this man actually puts his life out on Twitter.
Wow,
for us
so
to see.
much
He is
originality.
gigantic, likes to be strategic in what he does, and he is smart like me. And if he finds the answer left in front of him, he'll go ahead and use it, take it, and be the stronger, better person.
I absolutely love it. All right, now, Freak, unfortunately, you kind of
I got the hard counter. It's okay. It's
All right,
okay.
bring it to me.
I pick Moon. The reason being, he and Acadian are Brodies. There's no way Acadian kills off Moon.
Brodies.
Moon is safe to represent me in combat. He's got this no problem, dude. You bring your representative, and he's gonna give Moon the win because it's friends.
once you guys have already died to everybody else, you'd be crawling on the ground saying, "Oh,
No, dog,
we
gonna
don't
be a
have to
tag
fight
team.
you two
No,
now."
I mean, you've seen Hunger Games, right? They hang out together. Acadian can do all the combat. At the end of the day, you know, they're like, you know what, Brody?
I've seen
I'll
Hunger
give it
Games.
to you,
We
Moon.
get
Pulling
to
some
get it.
evidence from some
If
actual
we're
battle
Hunger
royale
Games, Moon's
situations.
gonna win this.
I like it. Zyrene, we've got 2 players off the table. Who you going with?
I mean, they're picking a lot of those guys that are pretty tall, pretty big, but I'm going with the short stack here. I'm going with Balls.
Called it.
I think Balls is super strong. The
Doesn't
guy is
have
really
any.
compact, and he's really fucking strong. Like, he's crazy, dude. That guy, I mean, low center of gravity as well means you can't knock him off of it. It's much easier for him to get in there and inside these guys' reach.
Yep.
So I feel like he'd be able to mess them up pretty hard.
Now,
Right now,
Reach,
we'll be looking
Reach
for you
is going to
guys.
be a problem, though, because he's going to be
He's fast,
suffering
though.
just
He's
from
able to
lack
cover
of
that
His
distance.
head and he just cartwheels like a cartoon
the
character.
classic, yeah, the classic there. I love it, Freak. I love it. All right. Moving on to question number 3, with all 3 of you pretty locked in here, close in gold. Once again, before I say points. All right, question 3. Which player is going to be the most influential on their team, for better or worse? Freak, you get to kick us off.
Yeah, Lyra. We already know he's been able
Okay.
to do a ton of work. He was first all-team jungler, and honestly, this team was so close to actually being very good. And as Riv was mentioning, he thinks that Envy are a team good enough to make finals. I agree, Envy are a very good team, and the reason they're going to do so well is Lyra will continue to be the dominant jungler. I think we have a very diverse jungle metagame going on right now. I think there's certainly a lot of power in the jungle role, and for better, Lyra can carry the team all the way to at least a top 4 here, coming from 10th up to even farther. You get some more time with the team, and Lyra will continue to skyrocket Team Envy to the top.
All right, using Riv's answer against him, Zyrene, I see you kind of itching to get in here. What do you have for me?
Yeah, I feel like
don't
Lyra
think
isn't
that's
even
the
the most
answer.
influential player on his team in the first place. Pyrian came in and started changing their early and mid games
Well, to
around.
be fair, that's Ninja being the most influential player.
Point
Point
for
him and his
both of you,
throwing
because you're
games away.
both right there. Keep going,
But
Zyrene.
I'm not actually picking Pyrian. I'm just countering his argument right there. I
Sure.
think the most influential player is going to be Froggen. The guy already does almost half his team's entire damage. They
hard
play
to
around
argue
him,
with
give him
that.
a lot of resources, and they're already converting those into wins right now. And I feel like Froggen, even in their bad performances, is still a really great player.
And they remain
He's
in
gonna
8th
start
place,
bringing
so what's that even
leadership.
do?
Oh, that's a good
I
point.
mean,
They're still in 8th
He played
place.
them last, but if he's so good, maybe they'll make playoffs
It's
one
a
day.
thing called Grig, dude. They subbed him in last week, 0-2. I definitely don't
So
think
he's
that
the
was
most
Froggen at all.
influential. You
All
counteracted
right,
your own
shots
point.
fired elsewhere. I gotta have to kill you both so that we can get Riv in here. Riv, hit me with your
Thank you for
answer.
the silence. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. The impact had by the player, and no pun here, is big. It's going to be
Okay.
big. This voice has a megaphone on it from the get-go. You will have your Lucian protected. You will have that end-game high five for the entire team. And he's going to carry you before the game, after the game, and his voice will carry you throughout the game. Even the fans hear it at home. We can hear big, being big. Big is dig is big, and that's my answer.
I don't even know if I'm supposed to give points for the last like 10 seconds of your argument there. But anyway, that's gonna bring us to the conclusion here as I pause it and declare the winner.
Wait, Jess, I love you!
How did this happen? How did we let Freak win?
Yeah,
First
you
of all,
let
Freak
Freak
win.
win.
no, that is.
Oh,
Don't put
baby,
this
let's
on me,
go.
Riv. Can I take points away? Yes, I can. Ha!
Second place.
Boom. Don't
First
blame this
loser.
on me. Don't blame this on me. All right, Freak, as the winner, you get 10 seconds to say what you want to say. Lay it on me or them.
I'm the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. The second episode of Lane by Lane. Freak taking the cake with that one. If you enjoyed the episode, please hit us up on Twitter using that hashtag LaneXLane with any topics of conversation or questions that you'd like to be asked of these guys in future episodes. For now, though, I'm going to have to go and reassess whether or not these guys put up a performance worthy of being invited back. Either way, I'm going to go ahead and thank you guys for your time on the episode, so thank you very much. Riv, you are not the best. You actually finished in last. We're going to have a talk about the differences between first and last after this show is done shooting. For now, though, goodbye, gentlemen. Goodbye to you at home. We'll see you next week.
New Envy looks pretty good. Korean looks solid. And they're playing pretty well, clean.
We're really focusing on team play and macro. So when we go into the games, we're just so much more confident in our late game rather than just only relying on our early game.
Forward on the golden will evaporate him as well. There's the next kill. He's actually grabbed the double. That's going to be the triple kill, I believe. Apollo might end it with a real big finish. The Penta may be denied, but the win will be there for Envy. 2-1, taking down Team Liquid.
Envy has got to be feeling good. They look like such a better team, so coherent.
We haven't really scrimmed EchoFox this split, so we don't really know too much about them.
Froggen does get the kill into Dashan, and it's another absolute mess. 4 kills for 2. Froggen going to try and steal the last member of CLG. There's the double.
It's kind of the same it's always been. I think Froggen has been really consistent, but when he doesn't play well, it's really hard for them to win.
We know what we have to work on. If we can do that, we can definitely beat Envy.
Welcome to Week 3 of the North American League Championship Series with no clear favorite in the standings. Teams return to earn a spot at the top of the table. We saw Golden Glue giving a smile and a wave to the camera as he makes his way into the studio. Of course, Flaming Smithy working through the game plan and our current leaderboards. Froggen topping the tables in 2 categories, while Stixay is the KDA leader. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Joining me as an analyst is the overseer of all things league, Joshua Jat Leisman. How does it feel to have all that knowledge, all that power?
That's a huge introduction right there. I get to oversee all things.
I don't know what that means, but hey, you better live up to it.
Thank
All right,
you.
before we jump into Week 3, let's take a look at how the teams are stacked up. Immortals and Team Envy are among the squads contesting first place at 3-1, while teams like EchoFox, Cloud9, and TSM try to surpass them with our games this week. We'll see who can shake things up with our matches today. First up, Immortals take to the stage versus Team Liquid, who return hot off a win against Team Dignitas. After that, Lyra and Team Envy square off against Acadian and EchoFox. Now, another week goes by, and those standings, they still feel wonky, right? It's hard to kind of metabolize where things are currently, but the top teams from last split, I mean, they're fighting just to get into the top 5 currently.
Yeah, and we end up having this discussion almost every split because we say, man, it's so topsy-turvy. The top teams from last split aren't the top teams this split.
Right.
Because it's usually all about strength of schedule. The top teams play the top teams, they beat each other. But it's kind of different this year. I mean, even looking at a team like Team Solo Mid has won the games you may have expected them to lose against C9 and COG, and their 2 losses have come against Immortals and Team Dignitas, so it really is more than just strength of schedule and speaking to a deeper level of parity.
Exactly. I think it gets crazier the further down the columns you go, right? To think that our top teams here are all sitting at 7-4 game wins, right? Yeah. I mean, that's, again, speaks to the parity, makes for an exciting split. We'll see if it continues to follow those trends. Let's talk about some of these teams, though, individually. Yeah. Team Envy is one that I want to talk about because, I mean, here they are shooting up the table from last split as compared to a lot of these other teams.
Exactly. The only roster change they made was Pyrian in the mid lane for Ninja, but the entire team is playing with a much calmer style, but they haven't lost their early game edge. And Envy has had good starts to splits before and fallen off, and hopefully they can correct that this time with a little bit more of a reliable infrastructure. Wins came against P1, Immortals, and TL, so not the hardest of competition with the loss against Dignitas, so they still haven't hit what we'd expect to be the powerhouses in the North American LCS,
right.
But they're positioning themselves well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, only 2 weeks in, they're not proven to us just yet, but they are on the right track. Let's talk about Cloud9, one of the teams that, while at 2-2, this is actually a lot of where we would think they should be based on who they've played and what that strength of schedule is.
Yeah, this is your standard early season variance because the teams they've lost to in TSM and COG, you would expect to be close games. You would expect the Newsbeat to expect them to be close. Then their wins have come against EchoFox and Phoenix 1, teams they finished above last year. And a lot of this, I think, can be contributed to the fact that they've started Ray every game, who is barely at a 50% win rate all time on Cloud9, versus Impact, who has a much better record, and I expect to see more of as Cloud9 makes their way back up into the top 3.
Yeah, of course, we can't ignore, again, Phoenix 1, our 3rd place team from Spring Split, sitting here at 0-4, still searching for their first match win. Another thing I want to talk about is the evolution of substitutions and how they've played into the NALCS, both in spring and now here in the summer. Specifically, the jungle position has seen a lot of changes, and more recently, Dignitas benefiting from it.
Exactly. People subbing in junglers for starting junglers who aren't slumping is a new thing, and it paid off huge for Team Dignitas last week. We got to see Shrimp come in against TSM, make a bunch of strong, aggressive plays early, playing with absolutely no fear, and jungle is a position where there's a lot of reading the game and almost guesswork plus early jungle strategies you have to take into the game, so it's easy to get tilted. It's hard to actually have 5 or 6 really creative, effective strategies, so having 2 people in that role, I think, is actually one of the best roles to sub, assuming you have the players to do it, which I think Team Dignitas
That's the thing, right? Taking a page out of SKT's playbook with the swapping junglers.
Yeah.
Echo Fox attempting the same thing with Grig last week, not to the same effect.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at just the results, Grig was 0-2, Acadian was 2-0, but that's a little bit unfair to Grig because the strength of schedule increased so much for Echo Fox. I thought Grig's early games were actually pretty solid, and I expect Echo Fox to continue to do that, but that was more of an experience versus inexperience that ended up costing them. So when you have a guy like Grig who still very much feels like a rookie, I think it's still going to be a bit of a drop-off from Acadian for a little while.
Now, outside of the jungle position, we just had the announcement this week that Dignitas has picked up Adrian and Altec for the bot lane. I mean, these 2 guys, no strangers to the NALCS, and have spent most of their time as starters in the North American LCS. Here they are on a sub-roster. This could be a full 8-man.
I mean, we hear about the myth of the 10-man roster, and people actually wanted to do it, and all the time this comes in with inexperienced players and clear second-string players. But if you compare the bottom lane that you just talked about versus the starters there with Laud and Big, I mean, you can interchange that, and they both started seasons worth of games in the NALCS, so there's a very real chance Team Dignitas does play with 8 people if they don't find clear starters. I'm really excited about that signing.
Yeah, I love it. I want to see more of it. Hopefully they do really put it into use and find some success with it. We'll see if other teams decide to pick it up. It's time now, though, for us to send you over to the casters to get us into the games.
Thanks, Dash. Hello, I'm Julian Patriot Timecar, and binding his Nightfall to me for the next series is Aiden Zyrene Moon.
Keep yourself safe, Pastry.
I will. We're about to embark on our first series of the day, and we'll have to be safe as Immortals take on Team Liquid. Now, Team Liquid come to this match after showing vast improvements in their victory against Team Dignitas.
Yeah, the team has looked better and better every game that they've played this split, and the hope for fans is that that keeps up for TL. And a lot of, honestly, what came out of that was Golden Glue and Rainover. They both looked more comfortable on their picks, but also playing with one another and having that jungle mid synergy. So the next step for TL is to show that that jungle mid duo has versatility in their capability to open up the map, and it's not just a single style or a few picks.
And today they face against Pobelter and Xmithy, a duo that also want to find consistency, how they can snowball the games for their team.
Yeah, Immortals came into the season winning off of their jungler and mid laner teaming up to create this killer combo, but Immortals couldn't get the ball rolling in their match against Team Envy, and both these teams actually struggled in the same way. They both lost to Team Envy largely in part due to Pyrian and Lyra just being a better jungle mid combo, which makes this really interesting here because both Rainover and Xmithy try to take control of the game by forcing the other jungler out of the jungle early or controlling them, and that'll happen through the mid lane in this matchup.
Well, let's take a look at who's taking the stage for our first series. On the blue side, to start it all off, it is Immortals. In the top lane, Flame. Jungle, Xmithy. Mid laner, Pobelter. The bot laner, Cody Sun. Support, Ole, and Coach Song.
And on the red side, it's going to be Team Liquid. In the top lane, it'll be Lorlo. Jungler Rainover, mid lane Golden Glue, Piglet at bot, support Matt and Coach Kane finally on stage with the team.
Yeah, that is probably important to talk about here for TL. Kane, of course, has been working with the team, but this is the first time he'll be physically behind his players on stage.
Yeah, and so for a lot of fans, they're saying, like, why isn't Kane there? Why isn't he there? But he's been backstage with the team, helping them with picks and bans. So what this is going to be an indicator of is, are there pivots that happen in the champion select when you have those 30 seconds to lock in a champion that Kane is a little bit more adept at than the people who were running pick ban for them before? Because we saw Golden Glue have an incredible Galio game, and then game 2, they put Lorlo on Galio and they put him on Lucian, and maybe Kane would have made a call to put the Galio back mid, etc. So those are the small things that you can look for here in the champion select as opposed to overall what the team is trying to go for.
Well, the draft has started off, so we'll see what happens in game 1. Immortals banning Olaf as their first one, taking away that jungle pick, whereas Liquid respond in kind, banning Zac.
I think there's going to be a decent amount of control picks here that are going to be banned away from people to just kind of push them off of comfort. I feel like Immortals may ban the Elise here as well from Rainover, just to take that away, or they will be picking it for themselves, because I feel like that's the tier list right now for Rainover is go Olaf, go Elise, whatever you can get, and those are the two that really make him shine.
Well, there's Rakan actually banned by Immortals, so Zai going to be on the table as Fiora is the next one to join. Kennen is the ban for Team Liquid, but Immortals kind of already signaling that we are going to take Galio with that Fiora ban.
Yeah, the Galio coming through would be big. It's a flex pick as well. We'll see. Banned away.
Liquid respect it, ban it away, but that opens up exactly the other thing you talked about, which is Elise. So that could be the obvious first pick for Immortals. Like Smithy and Raineva, both with plenty of playtime on that champion.
Yeah, it depends on how high their priority is on that champion, but I do feel like Xmithy is quite the versatile jungler in terms of he loves playing things like Gragas as well. I feel like both these junglers can play it, so TL may be able to go for the Elise here since the Caitlyn seems to be, what's up for Cody Sun here. Don't want Piglet to have that champion.
It's definitely one of those champions that feels like it's just rising and rising up the ranks. It was already, I think, one of the most picked, if not the most picked bot laner, and then after the Hurricane, people are like, okay, maybe there are some changes, and then turns out it's still very good. But Cogmore actually selected for Liquid. He's going to join the Elise, so already a mix-up here for Piglet.
Yeah, talking about the Caitlyn for just one more second here, Piglet has actually been a very good performer for TL despite their losses. Piglet currently has the lowest deaths per game out of any AD carry, second highest kill participation as well for AD carries, so Piglet is actually doing quite well on this team, even though TL has not been performing well overall. So Immortals, it's smart from them to take the Caitlyn away, take the Energizer build away, where you take the Rapid Fire Cannon and Static Shiv, so you get this incredibly long range magic and physical damage crit that does about 1,000 damage late game to carries. So they want to be able to put pressure onto Piglet in the lane phase and have something that prevents him from going off in the late game. But he does have the Cockpaw.
Yeah, so kind of interesting for Liquid saying that we can still find a hyper carry here. Curious to see how that one works out. Gragas and Renekton, though, are the picks for Immortals. So no flex there unless something super wacky is going to happen, maybe towards the bottom lane. Ole does like to spice it up from time to time, but I assume that's jungle there for Xmithy. Happy to take that into the Elise and go back to certainly a signature tank jungle style.
Yeah, I like the Gragas pickup because we talk about protect the Kog'Maw compositions. Best pick against them is Gragas. Teams talk about it all the time where the Gragas can separate the Kog'Maw from his supports or even just disengage or push the supports away into even your team. So picking the Gragas for Xmithy, we saw him actually perform against Arrow week 1 and knock his Kog'Maw right into the team. And it was pretty much all he did there, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here for Immortals.
Yeah, early Shen pick also, early Renekton pick for Flame did prompt the Shen pick up there for Liquid as well. Now banning supports actually in the second phase of the draft, Thresh and Bard. Both banned by Team Liquid, as Lulu was already taken away by Immortals, so maybe even one more support ban to come.
And this has become an interesting split for Flame already, because when he came into the North American LCS, there was still kind of that tank meta in the top lane. His most played champion so far this split is Renekton with 3 games. This will be his 4th. So he's really banking on that win lane, old school Flame style of the Shyvana shove top, etc. So he has this champion that can allow him to dominate lane, and he's up against a Shen from Lorlo that's pretty much going to be on protect the Kog'Maw duty here. So Flame has the opportunity to push an advantage, and he's been performing very well on this team. You think about Immortals overall, where it's like, oh, Xmithy's popped off, Pobelter's popped off. Highest KDA is actually Flame on the team with 4.5.
Yeah, in general, Immortals have actually been relatively consistent across the board, so looking to improve that there early in the season. Nami, though, is the pickup for Liquid, pivoting back to the draft. I mean, Karma was also banned by Immortals, so Matt just kind of taking the best support available. Did want something defensive for the lane, but also to make sure Piglet's happy moving into the late game. And there is a throwback for Ole. Morgana now selected for Immortals.
Yeah, every time I see the Morgana from him, I think back to his time back in the LMS, where he was on a top 2 team, Hong Kong Esports at the time, and he did fantastic. It was one of the first times that Morgana support was really seeing a whole bunch of play, so it's a classic for him. And I like the Orianna takeaway because you don't want TL to have that. You even think back to Golden Glue's debut in the NALCS for Team Dignitas, replacing Skara. First champion he played was Orianna. It really just feels at home on that champion.
It's just one of the better blind pick mids you can take, and it fits in almost every comp. So Immortals to finish things off there with their final picks. Now we'll see what Golden Glue wants to pick up here. I think Talia jumps out as the obvious pick, but we've seen these Ari, actually quite a number of champs from Golden Glue.
Yeah, I actually really like how both teams approached this champion select, where they were really targeting the other team's style and trying to disrupt it. Immortals take the Caitlyn, make sure Piglet doesn't have it, then they pick the Elise for themselves for comfort on TL, and then the Gragas comes through to disrupt the Kog'Maw, and then it just becomes this back and forth. We're not going to let you have Orianna. We're going to ban out a whole bunch of supports so you don't have as dominant a bottom lane. You think about TL's bans, it's to make sure that Immortals don't have like a Bard ultimate to engage onto the Kog'Maw from far away, that they don't have this Thresh hook to try and push you under turret and fish for hooks on a Kog'Maw the entire game. So they're trying to keep Piglet a little bit safe there. and then the Syndra comes up as that last pick, which was left open, which that doesn't always happen, but we want to see how Golden Glue performs on this champion. He does have a victory on it so far.
Yeah, played it once against Dignitas in their Game 3 win. Although I was a little more impressed with Talia and Elise as the combination from Rainover and Golden Glue. I'll take Elise Syndra, which is a very good and very aggressive Golden Glue. Kind of opting for the more proactive side of the matchup instead of just wanting to farm it out. So we'll see. I mean, certainly a champion that you can take over the game with, but I think you look on, especially the top lane there from Immortals, and Flame is going to try and abuse that advantage. And as always, the question is going to be, can we kind of relive some of the early magic we saw from Xmithie and Pobelta, or is it going to be Rainover and Golden Glue that continue their strong run of form into Week 3?
We'll see what happens here, because TL, they need something to pick them up further. They've been improving every single game that they've played. Took NV to 3, then they won their set against Dignitas. So last week was a bit of a rebuilding for them where they were able to get a little bit of that mojo back. But this is the week where you start getting into 1/3 of the split is already passed. Week 3, this is where you really want to see them turn it on.
Yeah, Immortals are a team as well that, you know, kind of one hiccup and that's been about it from them. So you have to think this team's going to want to bounce back, really continue strong, and break the 4-way type of first that they're currently sitting in. There's a lot of clumping going on in the scoreboard right now. Immortals going to try and break that up. TL going to carry some of the momentum, but is it enough for this whole series? We'll find out now in game number 1.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens, like you said. But I'm really watching that jungle here, because these guys famously have that control style where we started having an NALCS that's dominated by people like Acadian, Dardoch came in, all these guys who were incredibly aggressive, and then the aggressive junglers like Graves became the meta, whereas Xmithie and Rainover were kind of left to playing things that weren't completely comfortable for them. But right now they both have champions that they are incredibly comfortable on. So I want to see how these junglers work against each other.
Well, looks like Xmithie and Reno have already had a meeting. Flame actually going to roam behind his jungler, trying to get some information on the Raptors. Spiderling gonna miss Flame.
And they're just looking for that ward there on the Raptors to disrupt.
Yeah, level 1's kind of got to a point where I think all the teams know what's up. Everyone just spreading out, wanting to get whatever information they can, but nothing too crazy going to happen here. In fact, Cody's still playing very far back into that brush, likely trying to spot for TL peeking in for a ward or two. Ooh, actually a red ward there for Flame. So Lolo is going to spot him. Rainover again going to try and slow him down, but Flame will get out safely. Golden Glue comes into cover just in case, and looks like there's a ward on the Raptor camp already. I think TL might have defensively placed one. Nope, I'm done. Can't see
They
it.
haven't put one out. All good, though. Don't worry about it, Pacer. You're not dumb.
Hey, man, it's hard to see the minimap sometimes.
Yeah. It's called mini for a reason. Sometimes it's hard to see. I gotcha.
Well, it looks like Raptor over for TL.
That's interesting. He smites the big one and then goes after the big one to take it out. So he doesn't get the level 2 off just the little ones and then kills the big one. Instead goes for the smite to burst it out. But look at this. Already Matt taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, great binding there from Ole. Almost point blank. Does nail the Nami, and Ole's going to get the better end of that early trade. Looks like Cody's son trying to get things pushed out as soon as possible. But Piglet, as always, I mean, he's always been an aggressive player, but Matt and Piglet have almost, to a fault, played their lanes very aggressive. Yes. But it feels like things are picking up a little more for them this split.
Yeah, it really comes down to if they can actually get that advantage in the bottom lane, because they've actually been the best performing members of Team Liquid so far this split. If you just look at the raw numbers, they're number 1 and 2, or number 2, sorry, across the board in their position for kill participation. So nothing really happens for Team Liquid unless Piglet and Matt are involved in it. And Piglet, like I said, has not been dying to make these plays either. Piglet has been doing a great job there.
Well, a nice ward actually from Immortals is going to spot Rainover, but Rainover moving all the way down, going to force Xmithie off that attempted blue steal. There's actually only the Krug camp left in his side of the jungle as he moves back down towards the bottom. So TL's good warding on their own is going to make sure to spot that out, and Rainover not going to lose anything here.
Yeah, so Rainover looking good in his jungle, whereas Xmithie actually a little bit behind here. He's going to his other side of the jungle there. And he's actually far behind. Rainover will be able to hit level 4 here, and Xmithie's still just on that level 3.
Yeah, that blue steal going wrong actually really costs Xmithie a lot in the early XP department, so should be fine as he hits his walls, but Rainover, a player that is so adept at power farming on almost any jungler, should be happy with the lead he's built up for himself already. So pathing looks decent there, but Rainover is actually going to move in, and now it's his turn to try his hand at
No cone.
but no blast cone to repel, so he makes that a little tricky.
Yeah. So he can't get completely behind for the gank. That's actually smart to look for that. I also want to talk about this bottom lane here. So when Doran's shield got changed to being every time you take damage from an enemy, you start regaining 20 HP over 10 seconds, it becomes pretty bad for Morgana, who spends a lot of mana to put down a pool. You take 1 tick of it, and then you get 20 health back. So you actually start healing the Kog'Maw pretty effectively by just throwing down the W and trying to get your Spell Thief stacks off. And we changed it so that the Spell Thief stacks can't go off except about once every 1.25 seconds. So they have to stand on the Tormented Soil for a long time for that to happen. So you usually spend a lot of mana for 1 tick, and it really doesn't help you too much in the lane either. So using it for harassment is pretty null, and you're actually helping the Kog'Maw more than you are actually hurting him.
Yeah, thankfully, Caitlyn able to farm pretty safely through the lane, so I think Ole more doing it for that, as Matt barely misses getting hit by the next binding. Again, trading back and forth, Matt using those empowered autos to get aggressive, and Piglet actually moves forward, backing onto Ole, just firing.
Oh.
The bubble not quite going to hit. It's a heal pop there for Immortals. Now Root there onto
down the headshot.
for the next kill. The headshot though, he's going to get the kill. Now Piglet still chasing his Rainover.
They could dive. They could dive here. Cody-san very low. That might even kill him right off the W.
Oh my god, Ole! That was a disgustingly good flash. Now Rainover still chasing Cody. He's I think Cody, he's able to get the kill. Immortals outplay TL at every turn.
Wow, that was Cody-san just coming up huge there. He was chasing him down, and then he actually could have changed forms and didn't go for that last auto. Didn't think he had the range there either. But that puts Piglet in a lane where he's going to deny a decent amount of CS here if he can push it to the turret. Beautifully played. Ole here walks forward from the bubble, a very aggressive move that you don't expect to happen here as they're losing the trade. Matt puts him in a catch-22 situation where he has to walk up. Good exhaust, but then the binding to the face, the trap afterwards. Cody-san then shoots it off as the exhaust comes down, and Piglet is just trading very heavily. They don't have a minion wave here, and this from Rainover, the W doesn't kill him, and Cody-san gets out, but I gotta say, Ole, that was good. Flash the cocoon, throws the binding, but Rainover and him both did the same thing. That was sick.
Well, really nice stuff there, but Immortals do come out ahead in the trade as TL still roaming aggressively towards the bottom side of the map. 3 members stacked on top of a pink wall, but Ole gonna find them there. Nice little Tormented Soul to check.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like just some vision placed down instead.
And this is the jungle control that I was talking about for Team Liquid, where Rainover very early, especially Smithy too, on getting themselves a Tracker's Knife. Not going for any of those Skirmisher Saber, not the Meteor style Elise at all. Making sure that they have the vision control and placing it in the enemy jungle. I feel like a lot of action now. Talk about it that it might happen in that mid lane, but you got to pivot here because this is the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to be very aggressive here. Both Piglet and Matt have been struggling this split so far in terms of actually making the plays they want. Granted, they've been very good players, but like you said, aggressive to a fault sometimes.
And it does feel like, yes, even though Piglet and Matt are kind of getting it back together and building more synergy, I mean, as far as start of the splits go for players, I mean, Cody-san and Ole have actually had an incredible start to the summer. I mean, this is a 2v2 that Doublelift himself was giving a lot of respect to early on in the season. And we've kind of seen that bear fruit in their win versus TSM because they've looked almost better than everyone else.
Yeah, Ole was up there in terms of votes for all NALCS support. And then you look at Cody-san, and he was second or first in a lot of people's minds for Rookie of the Split. So now in his sophomore split here, Cody-san, see what he's able to do here? He does land on a Rainover. Cody-san has to go over.
Actually reset the red as well, so Cody-san with the Morgana shield just blows up Rainover.
3-0 for Cody-san, 7 minutes into the game.
I mean, he's down a little bit of CS, but he's not too ashamed at all. Should be ahead in gold by a pretty comfortable amount as Rainover caught once more in the wrong place.
Yeah, he's going to start pushing this, and he's got some CS to pick up as well. Cody-san's in a great position, though. This is a position where even if you're the Kog'Maw and you have the Nami, it's hard to contest it. Look at this, off the top lane, able to force Lorlo back, apparently. No teleport available, so Flame, we talked about how he's been dominating the lane, already up 21 CS over the Shen, and they're just playing winning side lanes. Immortals are trying to play to those side lanes.
Oh, Goku actually getting aggressive on the Pobalster, does get the ulti down, Shockwave's going to hit, but Stand United could keep him alive. Pobalster does bust the wall, but Lorlo does not dare go over.
I was like, don't flash after that, but he actually loses so much top lane. They're going to lose their Krugs, and now they're also going to take a lot of damage on this top turret because Xmithie has that red buff, and it'll help deal damage to that turret.
Yeah, going to need one more wave, but it's not too far behind them as Xmithie, I think, going to leave and start some jungling. Lorlo moving back up towards that top lane, but will be spotted by Immortals' nice deep vision. In fact, Xmithie might even stay, but Lorlo instead takes the safe way around. Does see him complete the recall, and Rainover this time on round 2 will get himself the red buff. Oh, maybe it's not safe, though. Another binding lands.
Yep, Cody-san not in range to actually put down any traps or follow up or do a combo there. We'll see what He's got 1,500 gold in his pockets right now. Cody Sun's burning a hole in his pockets. He wants to back. So that's why I think Xmithy's going to start playing to the bottom side of the map here, even though he knows it's littered with wards and his blue buff is literally up right now that he can hand off. Play to the bottom side, get your bot lane a good back timer here, and play around that Infernal Drake too. It's so important.
Yeah, actually a ward down there by Ole, I believe, getting one in the back of the pit. Sky's Bloom will see that. Xmithy finds the first of many wards in his jungle. Gonna take down that pink ward first. Right over now, handing over the blue buff to Golden Blue, so his aggression might bear a little bit more next time he goes back in onto Pobelt, who does not have a flash, but other than that, it's just been a lot of farming in the top side of the map, and all the action's been concentrated in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Cody Sun may push out this next wave. They're actually sitting around in that bottom bush. Piglet actually not backing just yet either. So the support's back, whereas the people who have so much gold sitting around still. Nah, nobody helping him out for those backs just yet.
I mean, it's one of those things I think Piglet as a player does get a little greedy sometimes, wants to stay for as many waves as farm as possible. Cody Sun's like, well, I'm winning the lane, so I don't really need to do too much help. Might as well stay and get my farm too.
Yeah. It's also a cannon minion wave, so it's good from Piglet to back on this wave, and he actually will probably get a better back timer here. We'll see how much he actually misses out on, but purchase himself parts of the Bilgewater Cutlass. Can't complete it just yet. But that's really what he's stuck with here, whereas Cody Sun will be able to get himself a decent amount here, sitting on 2,200 gold as he's pushing this wave out.
Yeah, kind of curious to see exactly how he puts this build together. We tend to see
full
the
IE
same
first
build order from a lot of them, but IE first has tended to trend to back now that Hurricane's not picked up
Yeah.
as much. And there you go, full IE first. So talk about power for Caitlyn. Usually does go through a bit of a trough in that mid game, but not going to be the case here for Immortals.
Oh, yeah. And the reason that people go Infinity Edge first, like from a numbers standpoint, before it was like, oh, combining it doesn't give you anything. But we actually buffed it, so now it's 70 AD instead of 65. So the combine gives you 5 AD, memes aside. But also, Caitlyn's headshot damage scales with her critical strike increase as well. So this is a headshot-focused build that if you get yourself a trap early, you're bursting somebody incredibly hard.
Well, might see that come to pass here around this next Drake fight as Piglet does clear out the pink ward and get some vision down in that tri-bush. Ole was busy trying to clear the other side of it as Cody Sun puts down his own ward. Now going to get that bush back in their control. Renova again, wrong side, but he repels back to the Drake. Should be okay there, but collapse is kind of coming here. Pobelta not able to find the angle on the fight, and Xmithy behind him. He's going to make sure he stays safe though.
And if you're Rainover right now, you're in an awful position in terms of the game. And this could be a game where Rainover looks like he's completely shut out.
Pobelta going to force here. Xmithy, yep, going to force the flash out. Just threatening once more with after the body slam. And now ulti actually burned back down. A huge amount of burst onto it.
Here comes Shen.
Shen in there. There's flash on for Lolo. Shield not enough as Golden Blue does get credit for the kill. But now Flame coming down. He's renekton. There's a slash, gets a flash down. Rainover burning low after that Q from Flame. Flame still chasing, but doesn't have flash anymore as the Cocoon is going to stun him up.
Oh,
and now the slow there from the Spirit Sword as Pobelta still chasing for the next bit of kills. Rainover though, far too fast in Spider Form and everyone's getting out. Maybe not.
Wait, no, they're chasing Flamus here.
They've got no turret, so this could be a little more problematic. Rappel down, Rainover gets stunned and Flame finally gets a kill.
Yeah, now they also have Morgana top, so it's 3 people strong on the top side. Piglet though looking for Cody Sun.
Great wave there from Matt's going to knock him up. No, the flash all the way through a very wide shot as Ole does get the ulti down onto Lolo. Binding follows in, Flame looks for the stun, does land on the other side, and he gets a second kill.
And they're just getting ripped apart across the map here. They didn't get the play that they wanted on the bottom side for TL, and Immortals take the top tier 2 after having a really good play that went all the way through the map.
4,000 gold ahead for Immortals at under 13 minutes, and now another play is being set up here. 2v2 going to start. Nick Xmithy, he's got his eyes on Piglet.
It's the lightning round right now, just trying to get in there. Piglet, they know he doesn't have flash, so he just tried to use it, but they don't have ultimate from Xmithy either.
No overcommit, just again going to zone them off and let Cody finish off the creeps here. Matt and Piglet, smart to hold their ground, knowing there wasn't too much threat, but Xmithy at least saves the turret.
Yep, Rainover sees Xmithy going in and wants to follow it up afterwards. So Golden Blue knows that this is going to happen, and Pobelta was able to reach him with the shockwave without really having to go for a flash or anything like that. Lorlo with the instantaneous taunt flash, or flash taunt there actually to get to the other side of him. Lock him up as the cast comes out. And then this was just an interesting chase here too, because Flame just goes and tries to head him off at the pass, whereas you can even see Morgana Ole on the other side of the map, mid, just roaming straight up. He's going to go and weave all the way through the jungle. And a nice blast cone take as well from Flame.
Yeah, really well played as Ole. Gonna barely miss that binding onto Piglet.
And I was saying before that broke out that this is a game that's now going to start looking more and more like Reignover has no agency in it. And he's going to have to get desperate for plays like that because he's losing top side of the map because of the fact that the Renekton won the matchup, got the turret, pushed very heavily, and is just stacked full of gold. Bottom lane, winning matchup with 3 kills for themselves. And now you're just spread all throughout the map as somebody who got dominated and is 1-3-1. So you've died a lot, you're behind in your jungle, your side lanes are losing, so you're going to have to take 2-on-2s that you are down in gold no matter where you go.
Yeah, this has been a cascade of advantages here for Immortals. They took the Infernal Drake, they got a second turret on the top side of the map after that great rotation from Ole, getting him a few more kills. And now it just feels like TL have to play so far back behind their turrets, or Immortals will just kind of keep that snowball rolling. Again, already up 4K and looking to make that even further. Golden Glue, pretty juicy target with no flash currently.
Yeah, hitting some breakpoints though with the Morello and the Sork shoes, but Pobelter doing the same himself. And TL, do they just wait to scale? Because they're losing side lanes. Golden Glue.
There's the ultimate, he does dodge it, not enough. Pobelter able to get the kill.
Yeah, Golden Glue off on the side. They knew they wanted that blue buff to be handed off. Reignover's going to have to take it now so it doesn't get taken away. But it means his mid lane in the worst position. And now he's zoned away. That'll probably be mid lane turret here as 2 to 3 people could collapse pending what Orianna wants to do.
They were supposed to be basing, I think, no, does stay as Flame almost proxying except there's no turret for him to get behind.
Yeah.
And there's Pobelter and Smithy trying to take down the turret.
Yep, third person showing up here.
Flame going in, moving forward as Pobelter zones one up with the ball. Doesn't have his ultimate back up just yet, but will have enough to burn down the turret. That's the third turret very quickly for Immortals, and you can kind of see that again with how well bottom lane is going. There's a pretty obvious next point of attack for Immortals. So how the snowballs really started to shake out. It's just been a series of really good plays on the bottom, to start the bottom lane there, making sure they got ahead, and now moving up towards the top lane and taking over that side of the map.
Yeah, the bottom lane was able to create a play on their own there with the dive and turn it around, even though it was one that Cody-san had to outplay mechanically, so it wasn't really a macro win there. But the macro win was the fact that they got the top turret and they got Flame very far ahead. Guys, 30 CS up. He has multiple waves to catch on top side, 2 of them. I think Smithy will be able to pick up the Rift Herald here. Be able to drop it off in whatever lane he wants.
Yep, powered recall back home. Gonna pick up, gonna go spend that gold as a 3-man squad of TL is gonna try and trade a turret, and looks like they should be able to get this one.
And to get something back here for themselves, the first turret of the game. TL, like I said, Reignover's gonna have to go for trade plays like that. Top lane, he knows Xmithy and Flame are doing the Rift Herald after the call out. Go bottom, pick up that turret, and do whatever you can. Now they need to keep their Kog'Maw safe so he can scale. They kind of have a half-scaling composition here with Team Liquid, with the Kog'Maw. Not too much to keep him safe, but they do have a Kog'Maw. So at the end of the day, you can wait to scale. You can wait for the Renekton to fall off a little bit, and then the Shen will be able to turn online. So Immortals do have to keep the pace up a little bit here, but they have the Rift Herald to help them do that.
Yeah, and it feels like, again, definitely TL not out of the woods just yet. Have quite a lot more storm to weather for the time being, but Gold Lead staying about where it was, so things aren't looking too bad. But I mean, Cody just went to go back with Berserker Greaves and Azeel now in his pocket. Ole barely going to miss that binding onto Matters. Looks like the next play on this bottom outer turret's being set up by Immortals.
Yeah, Immortals want that bottom outer turret, so they'll get wards in that bot side jungle from Team Liquid. I'm looking at Flame's build. Bilgewater Cutlass. We see the Blade of the Ruined King a lot now from Renektons. But then the double Ruby Crystal could be Spirit Visage, could be the new Randuin's.
Oh, great play again through the cocoon by Xmithy. Renever now going to try and book it out. Flashes in towards Matt, who kills him. But Xmithy happy to trade summoners there as both junglers now have flashes down.
Yep, but they get that bottom turret, and now they'll be able to push up. Flame will have that middle wave, and then he has to go top to catch that wave. He does have teleport, though. Interesting that they're going to leave the Shen on the other side of the map. They have to get a lot done here. And that's why they're doing this. They're using the Rift Herald on this bottom turret. It'll do about half its HP, and then this will kill it right here.
Yep, Xmithy able to channel that, take it down. Instantly dies, actually. Xmithy getting credit. Renever does repel down to barely miss getting body slammed by Xmithy. Wave will also disengage as Matt burns his ultimate to make sure his team stays safe. But 5 turrets to 1 right now. Lolo trying to get another trade going.
Yeah, Lolo's going to try to get that top turret. Also, this gigantic minion wave is not going to be picked up by Flame here for a bit. So he's going to miss a decent amount of it. But I don't think he gets the turret. Yeah, he's too afraid to stick around. Doesn't have the damage to kill it either. So really, Immortals big macro play there that paid off.
Yeah, and they're actually still going mid, so, I mean, Lola being scared away despite having 2 globals. The Immortals stick on the map. They're going to try and see it down this tier 2 mid. That also looks to be going pretty low. Although TL able to wait through the last few cards
They have to make a play now.
Good stun by Rainover onto Xmithy. Ulti there burnt by Golden Glue. Xmithy is staying in as Flame going to TP and a turn it back around. Pobelta doesn't quite have his ultimate just yet, but Flame is going to start it all off. Tries to stun down Lola, does get some damage down, but he has to dice out of the way as Piglet's playing very far forward.
Yeah, he saw the binding down, and he saw that Gragas off on the side, so he can play that far up, but now I just think it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate unless the binding lands.
No binding lands onto Piglet, but no follow-up available. Cody-san gets some poke down with the Peacemaker. Pobelta threatening with the ultimate flame. Guys, back in Pobelta! Takes out Rainover. Lola gets moved back by the shockwave as Pobelta barely escapes the clutch of the Piglet. Now Ole flashing forward does land the binding, but tanks a couple turret shots.
Yep, Rainover gets picked up off on the side, but look at that, Immortals so low. So many members are incredibly low right now. Look at that.
Oh, another great binding.
Cody.
Not going to land it up. No, the bubble
trap.
Trap lands in, and that's going to be a kill. Cody gets another one. Turret goes down, and Immortals just looking so good this game.
And I love this from them. They have those side lanes that they were able to win, and then it's just the systematic push of it. Right now, Infernal Drake coming up in 5 seconds. We'll see what they do after those backs, but Flame coming in from the top. Flash stuns Rainover, and then it looks like everybody's waiting to react, but Pobelter's already there, ready, flashes forward with the shockwave, and just barely makes it out, too. And then Cody-san doesn't really have too much mana to get in and escape just yet. So they wait, and then binding from Olay on Matt. Oh, the trap came down right in time, and he picks him up after.
Yeah, Bubble just a touch late there as Infernal Drake #2 goes over to Immortals, so continuing to just hold almost everything on this map.
And I really like this from Flame, where he went for the Bilgewater Cutlass and didn't complete it. Instead, looked at the team, said, I need magic resistance against everybody on this team, including the Kog'Maw, not really armor or anything. So he's prioritized that. And now he's kind of pivoted his build from being a pusher to there's no more outer turrets for me to push. We have to have some team fights against this team. So he's going to start going for a team fighting build where he can survive. And I really like that he's pivoted at this point. Cody
in a
out of position.
Oh, there's a way. No, can't flush it this time. Piglet grabs the shutdown.
And then it's like, how did Lorlo get in that bush so far?
Whoa, what happened there? Was that? I wonder who ordered that blast cone. Well, Golden Glue might get away as a result. Binding gonna miss as Golden Glue actually just dodges out of the way. And very slick escape there by Syndra.
Yep.
And that one a little pear-shaped there.
Well, gets out with the blast cone. Oh. Wait, is he out? Yeah. Orion is there too. I don't think he's out. I think he's done.
Maybe not. Golden Glue, yeah, going to be on the ulti. Xmithy says, there's the body slam I was looking for. And now Rainover actually caught in trouble. Pobelta with a bandage, able to face check it all. Does so much damage and takes down Rainover.
Yep.
Piglet now going to try and turn it back around, but cannot walk through that ball. Shockwave's still available.
Yeah, jungle mid synergy. You can see right there, 1, 5, and 2 for Rainover. He looks really bad this game, but a lot of that is off of the lanes, and you can't really play to anybody. And every time you show up for a 2-on-2, you're just going to get killed. Whereas Pobelter, really the beneficiary of a lot of what's been happening in this game. But I will say his shockwaves have been quite good.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals again is playing so well as a unit. It's been map-wide excellence for this team for the first 22 minutes. And now a quick Baron. Lolo, he can maybe get in here, but there's just not enough with Rainover dead. Smite should be available for Xmithy, able to cleanly take that one away. And Immortals just insanely far ahead. 9,000 quickly approaching 10K.
And this is controlled aggression from Immortals. Lorlo has to taunt to get in that bush too, or else he wouldn't have been there in time, I believe, and the minions would have seen him. So Cody-san wasn't accounting for that, and that's why Lorlo doesn't have taunt here. But it doesn't matter. They just pour so much damage into him. We'll see. Ah, okay.
It was Golden Glue. Zole does get caught by Piglet. Xmithy going to get the revenge kill, takes down Matt as a result. So support's down. But Piglet, he's the one getting kills on TL.
Yeah, he's got red buff as a Kog'Maw right now, so I think he's in a pretty good spot. Just needs to back up, get some more items. That's really what they're fighting for here is, can we get Piglet more items? I mean, it's a desperation attempt, but they do have that Kog'Maw, but it's so far behind. We almost have the Energizer build, Cody-san online.
And this is the thing for me with this Caitlyn build is Caitlyn always hits the point where it feels like she's just taking over a game, but this build more than any that I can remember in a while just feels like at some point there's not a whole lot you can do. I like to refer to it as the doomsday scenario, just because at some point the clock ticks down and you're like, well, I think we're dead. And that's when the game's even. This game is definitely not even, Zyrene.
Not at all. I was just kind of looking at the item builds here again, where it wasn't the Spirit Visage, it's Adaptive Helm. So he's making sure that the way that Adaptive Helm works is you get hit by a spell, the subsequent effect or spell is actually reduced by 15%. So it works on the Andres, right? It'll reduce the damage coming in from it. But it'll also work on Kog'Maw Bioarcane Barrage from his W, so you're taking less percent HP damage by a bit. And then also the Shen Q with the pass-through percent HP damage again. So this may be a case where you're actually looking at a really good Adaptive Helm purchase here. Especially like even Syndra, right? It works against that champion too.
Certainly does. As IMT now sieging up this mid lane. Fancy Bell up for Pobelta. Does get knocked off there by a stray bit of ooze from Piglet, but Cody's son pretty confident here with the Baron buff behind him, able to lean up on the turret and just take shots here. Xmithy in behind just in case somebody were to step too far forward, and Flame is still working things out in the bottom side of the map, pushing Lolo in towards that turret. So first in hit's going to go down under 25 minutes. Immortals at a breakneck pace this game.
Yeah, this is like an Immortals of old where you're looking at, oh, top lane just crushed by itself. Pobelter was controlling. The jungler went to the top side for his carry. Like, you're thinking about 2016 Immortals with Mooney and Reignover.
Yeah, the only difference is like the plays aren't quite as like hectic.
Exactly.
They're not just diving people, they're just playing the map.
I think that's such a great point because we were talking about how this is controlled aggression from them, where they're not flailing about, where they have somebody like even Dardoch. Hold on though. Flame.
Flash dash there by Flame. He wants a solo kill. Grab. He's going to proc. Flame takes down Lolo. And now the turret's going down. Golden Glue evaporates as Pobelter now on a rampage. And it's just falling to pieces there for TL. They die on two different sides of the map.
This might be game right here. You can see Flame pushing up. Doesn't even care about the turret. Wants those inhib turrets.
Yep, gonna go for it here. One inhib does. Second inhib, sorry, does fall down. So Nexus turret number 1 is going to go. Might need another wave or two, so we'll have to wait. Death time is still pretty short on the TL side.
Yeah, it depends. Do they want to stick around? Maybe bottom turret, bottom inhib, triple inhib.
Might
That's a safe call, but
wave.
no safety here.
Don't have too much else to do. Pobelter again, still feeling strong. Ultimate still ready to go. It's Reignover. Oh, it's a binding. No! Bad news bears as Flame gets his next kill, his 4th of the game. Now Ole flash holding forward. Piglet goes down before the shockwave can complete. And Immortals will knock down the last few turrets as TL desperately trying to defend their base. Flame, he's going to turn out Golden Glue and stun him down as Cody did fall. Immortals may not be able to end the game yet. They're going to try and slap the Nexus down as Xmithy putting that passive into overtime. Flame is ripping people apart as Paul Lolo goes down again. Golden Glue dash to Xmithy in kind of a weird 1v1. The Nexus exposed. Immortals too far ahead, and that'll be game 1.
A great look for this team as well. The controlled aggression and the winning of the side lanes to have a collapse afterwards. That looked like a great game from Immortals.
It really did. It's kind of one of those things where, all right, bottom lane, some fancy feet. Nice little outplay here and there. Manages to find themselves a lead. Okay, let's see what they can do with it. And then, all right, Flame is 10 CS ahead. All right, now Flame is 15 CS ahead. And then suddenly someone goes top and he's 20, 30 CS ahead. And it just feels like at that point, they make the play in bottom lane, they make the outplay in bottom lane, they make the play in top lane, and then the map just goes all over to Immortals and TL starts to fall apart.
Yeah, TL really did fall apart, like you said. But I do have to talk a little bit about what happened for them, because Piglet, even at the end of the game, highest kill participation, lowest deaths on his team with just a single one, and he's highest damage in the game as well. So Piglet is still playing well on Team Liquid, and they're trying to find ways to play around him, but the Caitlyn takeaway really disabled that and put him on something that scales, and then they took away Orianna, and they took away all these things. So I really like the draft as well from Immortals because it played out the way it did with the side lanes winning.
Well, it's not enough for the team playing that well, but for a deeper dive into that game 1, let's send it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Immortals, high out of the gates here. They're not messing around today with the first victory in the series against Team Liquid, but I want to tee off of what Zyrene was talking about right there. Team Liquid's game plan and how they've developed throughout the split. Again, we know that Kane has been working with the team, but this was his first time on the stage behind them for Champions League, and it is very clear that they're still choosing to build around Piglet and trying to make him their win condition.
Both through the draft and in game, because I even listened to a Golden Glue interview last week where he said Piglet is now trying to be the team's main shot caller. So that is also why, as Irene said, the Caitlyn Morgana was so effective. They double banned the shielding supports to go with the Kog'Maw. They never really allowed Piglet to be a factor. And then no one else on Team Liquid really did anything. Like, while the dives in bottom lane were failing, the rest of Immortals was still succeeding. Flame, Pobelter, Xmithy pulling ahead of their opposition.
Well, and I think that's a big thing when you see the elites, the jungler come down, have a failed gank, which means he's not pressuring perhaps another winning lane like the Syndra where they might be able to get the ball rolling. Here, the attempted gank, the attempted snowball goes all wrong, and Immortals again. out to the races as Xmithy goes top
Yeah.
and swings that matchup. And that's where I want to call into question the Shen pick just a little bit. As we've heard throughout Lorlo's career, and even seen at times, this guy has carry potential. He plays carries. We were likened to the Fiora games that we've seen where he is 1v9'd, right, to a victory. And here you pick him into a losing matchup, don't give him any resources, and we see the Renekton kind of run straight through him.
Yeah, it fell apart a little bit. I can see what they're going for as well with the Shen. They're not going to have lane pressure up there. They think they're going to have lane pressure in mid, and Reignover's going to camp bot. So that's how they're planning on getting the 2 out of 3 winning lanes. But that's very narrow. Like, it's not that common to actually have a bottom lane shot caller with everything going through him.
And when your win conditions are narrow, if you make a mistake, they get even narrower. And that's what we saw happen very early on into the game. 4:45 starts as the 2v2 with Reignover coming in at the end for the attempted turret dive. Ends up in a 2-for-1 for Immortals.
Yeah, very aggressive 2v2. Piglin and Matt have a lot of confidence in their ability to win any 2v2. They lose that 2v2 straight up because they were trying to start a fight for this gank from Reignover. But then watch what Ole does right here. He flashes over the cocoon, which delays the kill kind of just long enough. Cody's son then waits for the repel to come down before flashing. Piglet could not take any more turret shots, therefore Reignover ends up tanking one and losing essentially the 2v3 there when they already needed the jungle pressure to have any impact in that lane to win the game, put them in a really bad position against Immortals.
Right, you've got a 2-kill Caitlyn now, will become 3 not so long after that with another kill in the jungle. And so all of a sudden, again, this ability to push turrets with the long range and start to abuse the Kog'Maw and the Nami with all of the pick potential that Ole has. And again, that's what's screaming at me here is 2 things. 1, it's the Shen, counter, pick into a bad lane matchup. And then 2, it's all of these support bans knowing that Ole's the one guy in the league who will always jump to this pocket pick in Morgana, and I feel like you have to account for that, and maybe that is where Kane hasn't maybe done the research there and recognized the fact that that's always an option. And that duo, man, if the binding lands, you are in trouble.
Binding, trap, Team Liquid needs to prepare for this Immortals team, and we need to give credit where it's due for Immortals as well, because this is a team that starts the split hot. A lot of people thought losing Dardoch, who was their best player last split, would really hurt them. But the team is really coming together. That game was, what, 25 minutes long?
They look clean.
They took an advantage. Everyone was doing work. Even if someone stepped out of bounds, like Cody's son getting picked later in the game, the team recovered. So they're playing quite well.
Yeah, 1 misstep there in the top lane that netted a kill for Team Liquid, but with that, he receives player of the game. I mean, this guy, remember, again, in spring split, his kind of rise and, being in the discussion for even rookie of the split. Again, first half of the split, he was forgotten, kind of unknown, and these 2 guys really made a name for themselves as a bot lane duo up against the likes of, the Stixays and the Afromoves and the Doublelifts and the Biofrost.
Yeah, they're picking themselves into winning situations. Cody's son was my vote for rookie of the split. Contracts ended up winning it. He was on my ballot as well, but he's taking that success and moving it forward into the summer split.
All right, so a good first win here for Immortals. When we return, we'll see if Team Liquid can bounce back and tie up the series against Immortals. Stay with us. Game 2 is coming up after the break.
Cody's son very low. That might even kill him right off the W.
Oh my God, Ole! That was a disgustingly good flash. Now Reignover still chasing Cody's son. I think Cody is able to get the kill. Immortals outplay TL at every turn. Ole does get the ulti down onto Lolo. Binding follows in. Flame looks for the stun. Does land on the other side, and he gets a second kill.
Just space.
Got me?
Oh, nice. We got him. Nice.
Oh.
Nice. I'm picking.
Okay, let's space.
Dash there by Flame. He wants a solo kill grab. He's going to proc. Flame takes down Lolo. And now the turret's going down. Golden Blue evaporates as Pobelter now on a rampage. And it's just falling to pieces there for TL. They die on 2 different sides of the map.
I think week 1 we kind of had some, I don't want to say like lucky games, but kind of everything fell into place for a lot of those games. Like we would succeed every early gank, like every play that we tried went really well for us, but against Envy, they weren't so easy to overcome. And then, so I think we can kind of have a look at what our weaknesses are after having played them and being exposed a lot, and just try and improve as much as we can.
Always great to hear from top 10 mid laner there, Eugene Fobalter Park. Welcome back to Game 2 of Team Liquid versus Immortals.
You never let him live that down.
Absolutely not. That's my interview too. How dare he troll me. Let's talk about exactly what happened in the last game here. And let's actually start by looking at Team Liquid, because you did highlight this at the end of Game 1. Immortals, I mean, incredible looking game. For me, the map play was the thing that really stood out. But on the Liquid side, of all the things that were going wrong, the bot lane was actually going quite well, even after all the disastrous things that happened with that dive.
Yeah, they tried to go for a dive. It didn't really work out for them. And then it ended up going over to Cody-san, who played it incredibly well. Cody-san and Ole, like before we talk about the TL bottom lane, they played that so well.
They did.
Like, you lost your mind over those flashes with Rainover and Ole. That was really awesome to watch. But I definitely think them picking up the kills was one of those things that Pobelter's talking about, where there's mistakes and things are going right. That's going right. Like, that play was one that went right for Immortals, where it was a dive that could have been a 2-0 in favor of TL, and then they would have had a bottom side lead. But Cody-san stopped that, picking up player of the game for himself on it. Whereas Piglet, one of the guys who ended up not having that great of a game. But when we say that from a stats perspective, it's kind of like results oriented, right? Piglet actually did have a very good game, but there wasn't really much he could do. His front line's too squishy, the game is too fast-paced for the Kog'Maw, and you saw there that he still did 38% of his team's damage, did the most in the game, highest KDA on his team, and only a single death, the lowest on his team as well. So Piglet was playing quite well, and we had talked about this during the break, that Kane was actually the bottom lane coach for Cloud9 previously, also a famous support who played with Prey back in the day in Korea. So that might be helping out this bottom lane. It's been looking so good from TL.
Quite possibly, but if you have a look at the top side, Flame and his Renekton in particular have looked good, and it is nice to see Flame return to form and more on carries. As the reason he almost never gets Cannon, and his Renekton's looked like a pretty good replacement.
Yeah, he might be having to draw 2 bans now. I was looking at the stats for him. He's 4-0 now this split on Renekton, his most played champion, and it's a 17.5 KDA throughout those 4 games. So Flame is almost back to that form that we were talking about before. But I do think that this is kind of another level for him, where he was sacrificing, I want to say, like 20-plus farm in that top lane to go for a turret mid and bottom to help his team. So it's definitely a big team play here, and it definitely a step up for the team play that we've seen from this top laner.
And it's interesting to hear from Pobelter saying that things just kind of feel like they're going Immortals' way. And in that game, that was kind of the impression I got. Like, they did well in bottom lane to outplay. They kind of built a lead that Smithy roamed up, and then everything else kind of went well from there. I mean, that was an exceptional map play in every single lane to build that advantage. But, I mean, maybe against a different team, you can't set things up as easily. Maybe they're more aggressive for you in spots where you don't expect, and things don't go as smoothly. Because from what I can tell from the outside looking into that game, Immortals just kind of got a lead and then did whatever they want with it and took over the entire map, snowballed the game, and kind of played a very standard game of League, but one that was very clean and very smooth.
Yeah, incredibly smooth as well. And I feel like they were able to just take over from pick and ban as well. As we get into this one for Game 2, let's see if it's a comeback here from TL or for Immortals advance to 4-1.
Well, interesting start here for Liquid, actually banning Thresh. Their Phase 2 bans were Thresh and Bard, I believe, so going to get one in Phase 1 already. Zach, the red side ban for Immortals, that's a mainstay of that exact ban slot.
Yeah, Thresh also jumping up there as the most pick ban support right now on patch 7.11 globally. Now Zach there too.
And now LeBlanc going to get the treatment as Olaf joining the ranks for Immortals, taking that one away from Rainover. Was interesting to see them give him a lease though, so Smithy clearly feeling pretty confident in that matchup. So maybe just identifying for himself that, hey, Olaf's the thing the only real thing we need to worry about. So we can kind of leave that for now as Liquid lining up their final ban. Kane gives a nod, and the ban is Jace. He's going to take more of a top lane champion and certainly one that Flame will be happy to play.
Yeah, this leaves Fiora up, this leaves Kennen up, this leaves Galio up, so a lot of things that can be picked here.
Yep, Galio banned, so it could be some carries. Lola, though, going to take the Kennen, so curious to see what Flame has in mind. So as they likely expected this pick to go over, looks like Caitlyn is going to stay priority for Immortals.
Yeah,
I'm going to lock that one in.
I feel like it was such a disgusting performance on the bottom side, and like having Piglet on that champion, I just don't think it's something you really want because he has such safety and range and is effective at all points in the game. Caitlyn really has that smooth power curve now where she doesn't really fall off at any point in the game now.
And then at one point, you hit the late game, and it's even worse than it's ever been. There's the first pick for Immortals. They will take Caitlyn once more. Kind of curious to see what else they do. Lots of options here if they want to take a jungler away. Maybe they feel like counterpicking. Xmithy says no. I will take the Gragas now, which they can flex to top as well if they really have to. But anything that's good at picking on Kennen is a good jungle pick in my mind.
Yeah, something that can knock him away, keep him out, etc. But also this stops another Kog'Maw pick. If you pick something like an Elise here, then they're free to pick a Kog'Maw and have a Gragas behind it as well.
Rainover might even be moving away from Elise, actually, but it actually does look in Kha'Zix on the Liquid side, so going to take more of a carry and a champion that he certainly played quite a lot of, but I felt like in Kha'Zix's prime in spring, he never really took over too many games with, but I mean, definitely getting scared off the Elise matchup in some ways, despite how popular that jungler has been, and Matt is going to make sure he gets a good support this time around. Does take Karma as the last pick in TL's first phase.
Just making sure that they have a shoving bottom lane here. But Immortals, they could pick Zyra, they could go for even a Morgana here, but I feel like that would be interesting. So when you look at the top lane pool right now, the #1 pick ban is Renekton/Kennen, and then Jarvan is actually right up there in the top 3 in terms of the most picked top laners globally at the moment.
Like I was saying, I think any way to try and pick on Kennen in the top lane early before he really takes over the side lanes is kind of important. So I think Gragas Jarvan, a fitting combo for that task. Immortals, though, going to ban away Cassiopeia, so starting to target mid laners there. We'll see what they're setting up for Hobelta potentially.
Yeah, and this is interesting because the Orianna is a pick that jumps to mind very quickly of, hey, you want to synergize that with the Jarvan. I would even be able to blind pick that on red side as your first round pick here in the second phase.
Well, there's a Bard ban for Liquid, so still targeting all those champions. Kind of would be funny to me if a Morgana also hits the bin next, but that may be the next ban lined up for Liquid. And there's Syndra ban by Immortals, so respecting Golden Glue's play on the champion, they're going to ban 2 mid laners here.
And now you come to a situation where, all right, are you banning Taliyah? Are you banning Orianna? Because if you ban one, they take the other. You probably just leave both up if you're TL, and you ban something else, maybe another support.
Well, Liquid, only 7 seconds left. They do ban Taliyah, but feels like Orianna is really open right now.
I feel like it's slightly more desired as well.
Yeah, well, there's the pick. Hobelta going to play yet another Orianna game. We'll see what Golden Glue has lined up this time. Both Syndra and Taliyah are picks he's played into the champion. Gonna have to find something else. My guess is Ahri. It's one of the other champions he's played, but maybe he feels like revisiting solo lane Lucian. We'll have to find out. No, instead, he'll keep it safe by the looks of things.
Yeah, the Ahri would be the conventional pick here to play into the Orianna. Be able to outplay a little bit, make sure that you can't go for a shockwave whenever he has both the flash and ultimate up, or either of them.
Sad days, personally, but he'll take the standard pick.
You're sad that he's playing Ahri?
Man, Lucian mid's so great. How do you not want to see more Lucian mid?
Well, his Lucian mid was 0 and 6.
Not ideal.
Yeah.
All right, that's maybe fair. We'll see what Liquid last picks here. Looks like they're trying to find a bot laner, actually. Piglet requires a champion, can't take Caitlyn. That's a Fiora, so it's actually a Kennen!
I was thinking about this the whole time where I'm like, maybe it's for Piglet, but Fiora's still on the table, and I was surprised that Flame didn't go for it. But I like that pickup for Lorlo. He was a Fiora kind of one trick with Riven as well in his back pocket. We'll see if he's able to deliver on it, and now they have not so much of a crazy bottom lane, but there is some kill pressure here if you are going to pick something that's melee once you hit level 6 on Kennen, and it might just be that Blitzcrank for Ole.
Yep.
Ole!
Gonna do it again. Beep boop. It's time for the robot. Ole. This is not the first time he has played it this summer, which is miraculous for me to say those words. But a lot of fun actually in this next champ select. And Piglet, a player that has dominated on so many different ADs. You think about Piglet, you think of, you know, the Vayne, a really classic pick for him. But even stuff like the Caitlyn, like the Kog'Maw we saw in last game. Even Xayah, a champion that he can get aggressive on an outplay, was also available. So Kennen is not a pick I would instantly associate with Piglet.
It's interesting because they were talking about it on the desk where Piglet's kind of becoming the shot caller, the voice. Listen to this guy. If he's on Kennen and he ulties and gets a speed in from the Karma and maybe just puts on the Turtle Shell, uses the E Lightning Rush for extra resistances, then everybody kind of has to follow up at that point. So Piglet might be looking for some playmaking here.
Maybe. It's very different to Sivir, which was the pick you used to let your teammates know what was happening. Instead, it'll flash ult in, and then hope the team follows him. Well, curious to see what TL have lined up here, but have to ask before we get into the game, we've seen so many playmaking supports rise up in the ranks. We've seen Bard banned, we've seen Thresh banned, we've seen Rakan also received a ban in game number 1. What is Blitzcrank doing back in the metagames, Irene?
I originally thought that Doran's Shield was an abomination of balance, but then when I realized that these playmaking supports could come back, I was okay with it, because this is really cool. I think like being able to pick a support like that and be able to shine as that role that's been kind of like relegated to being a shield bot for a while, or somebody who picks people out with like a root. These are the cool plays. These are what support players live for, man.
Blitzcrank really what comes to mind when you think of playmaking?
Yes!
Irene. All right, well, we'll see what Ollie can do with the pick then. He's going to have his round 2 one. I believe the Xayah Blitzcrank lane did not go as well.
Nah.
The first time around, so we'll see if Caitlyn Blitzcrank's any better.
Get a trap on top of where he pulls to. I think it's great. You can even pull people over traps. Why not?
You can also invade. We'll see if IMT up for that here. Ole, no skills learned just yet, but gonna zoom out in the Piltover custom skin and look for a innocent bystander. Could be Golden Glue. Does have to keep the mouse nice and warm because if he sees a Blitzcrank, he's gonna want to leave very, very soon.
30 seconds until
Ole's just dancing though. Certainly a fun-loving person. Always. I'm actually curious to see what he thinks about Blitzcrank, because he had some great words about Misfortune last split when that was getting played more often. But certainly, he's someone that has a lot of fun playing, clearly integrated well into this team, and has built incredible synergy with Cody.
Yeah, Ole has actually been a player that, he's multilingual, he speaks 3 languages plus, and I feel like Ole is just kind of like, when they picked him up as a support player, they were like, this guy is an investment for us. Came over, was a little jet lagged back in spring, took him a while to just kind of get his champion pool up to date. And now the meta's shifted a little bit towards that style that he likes. He's not somebody who just sits around. He looks for the Morgana bindings. He looks for the picks with the Blitzcrank hook. So now really in his avenue, right in his wheelhouse in terms of what you want to be playing.
Well, I like that ward by Immortals onto the Raptors, but...
Oh, wait, I don't think they got spotted here. I think you see Ole walking around. Is he going to go for the red buff pull? I don't know.
No, just actually sneaking down towards the bottom side. Gets a ward on the red. That was what he was waiting there for.
Oh.
So a bit of extra vision there. But no disruption of the jungle path. Ole going to eat a shuriken. As Piglet and Matt have already got the lane pushing. First hook lands! Oh my goodness, just went for it.
And Ole's going to have to walk all the way around, so I don't even know if that's worth it at the end of the day. He's getting zoned from experience.
Message received, though. I think Ole will be happy with that trade. Does have Thunderlords also, so we'll see if that we can have any fun with that. Ole with Ignite, looking to get aggressive perhaps, but Cody, again, waiting for his support to return. Matt and Piglet already with the early push, but we'll look to top lane now. Certainly a much more aggressive lane here, Jarvan versus Fiora.
Yeah, gets to be a bit of a big bruiser early, and you can see Flame taking Q and then W for the slow. Didn't go for the E to try and go straight through. Just wants to shove and wants to be able to sustain against that damage from the Fiora. But once again, Doran's Shield has really put her in a beastly position as the top laner.
Another great hook by Ole onto Matt. Level 2 was there for Cody, but the trap didn't quite connect as Reynov has actually moved towards the top side of the map. Flame could be in trouble. Vital procs, there's a flash out as Reynov flash in for the next slow. Vital number 2 is up. There's 3. Lolo looking for the first blood, and he is going to grab it.
Lolo Reignover. The cannon minion had him in the sights.
Betrayal, and now Matt's going to flash out of the way. Ole, yet another hook. Matt's going to go down. Cody-san almost messed that up, but does manage to secure the kill as Piglet trying to make it happen. Ole flashing back in, looks for the power fist, but a little too eager on that one.
Oh, backs up immediately. Piglet able to dodge that one, but Matt not as lucky. Ole, I think he's 3 for 3 for hooks right now.
I have not seen him miss one, at least on camera, so we'll have to track those.
Those are the ones that
continues. Certainly are, as Piglet.
Yeah, don't even throw it. Don't even throw it.
Just spinning around, zoning Piglet off the wave. Piglet knows he can't really safely step up here. All right, so here's Reynov. It does start things off well trying to get first blood, but I think he got betrayed by the minion wave.
Yeah, he did. Basically, they're taking full aggro because it hasn't crashed yet. And then, interesting from Lorlo to actually go for the W there for the final kill. Maybe he could have killed just from going for the Vital, but decided to have no return. And another great one. Heal even comes out too. They get a lot there. 3 summoner spells for 2, or 3 technically counting Smithies.
Yep, Piglet also jumped there. Looks like he stepped on a trap. Sent off to a little CS lead. We'll see if that grows as the lane continues. Smithy on his red buff though, going to clear that one out, and already had one successful gank. Might be looking top.
Exactly, and I feel like in the bottom side of the map now, this is going to become a big pain point for TL because Now Olay just has to watch Matt. Every time he wants to go for a hook, you know he doesn't have flash. They're pretty much guaranteed to land for the most part. He's got his aim on point.
You see Piglet definitely kind of in for the long haul now with a Colt as his next item picked up. Should help him get through the lane a little easier with the Doran shield next to it, but not going to be getting aggressive anytime soon. Cody's son already back, has his pickaxe and a dagger, so should be building nice and aggressively, already 10 CS ahead. Smithy just going to let all the Raptors die. Pops them all down after drinking his brew, and now off to farm.
And that means this bottom lane is in a pretty disgusting position for Immortals, where you can keep throwing hooks, go after Matt every time with Olay. Cody's son now gets to push faster, gets to trade heavier, and so even I feel like Cody's son could be left in a 2v1 situation until level 6. So Olay does get a chance to roam here, but I feel like the top lane is kind of where you want to be as Team Liquid right now. Sure, you might want to tilt the bottom lane back in your favor, but like you said, they're in it for the long haul with the Cull. You're down in combat stats. It could be a bad position to go. But top lane, you just got your Fiora a little bit online, has the Tiamat to shove, and I feel like that's really where you want to put your pressures, that top lane, and unlock Lorlo, who's on a split pusher.
Well, Olay and Xmithy were actually doing a lot of adventuring together, but the wave is finally moving back towards the bot turret, so looks like Olay will return. Xmithy does get some wards over the back. Good shockwave there from Pobelta as the Thunderlords procs. Just a bit of harassment there down onto Golden Glue.
Pushing him back. Gonna get some damage. Interesting they would go for that. Foresees that he doesn't need it in the short future.
Nothing else happening just yet. Already has that lost chapter. So with a CS lead, Pobelta's feeling very comfy in that lane. As Olay looks for the hook, misses one finally. Piglet able to lightning rush out of the way.
Went for Piglet there too. Matt was able to speed himself away. I want to watch what Olay's doing in terms of he's standing near traps and trying to pull over them, trying to be a little cheeky. Like I said, top lane, that might be where it is. They know Orianna doesn't have ultimate, so even if she joined,
excellent timing here
advantage
from Xmithy though, as Golden Glue does blast plant up to the top lane. Flame able to go back in. Lola with a vital proc speeds his way out though, and now Flame is going to last hit. His creep should get almost all of them. Fantastic going to help him out. This is a couple there, but barely any problems as again. Xmithy, right place, right time, just making sure no dive happens, and Pobelta gets the wave pushing back towards mid.
Yep, like how he disappears into the bottom fog of war because Ari went to the top side. So even if he doesn't accomplish anything or like picks up honey fruit, he's still providing pressure on bot. Look at that.
Oh, root land in the trap, not quite there, Matt. Burning low with the ignite as Cody-san east towards him. Headshot there, but needs a little more. Shield is good. Cody-san still needs a bit more going. But here's Pobelta going to finish it up. The Peacemaker snipes Matt though.
And Cody's son, another kill. I mean, I feel like this is repeating last game a little bit. 2-0 for Cody's son. Had another kill at this point in the game, but 7 minutes and 30 seconds to be that far ahead as a Caitlyn, that's a rough lane.
And look,
PL.
things kind of broke their way in game one in some ways, despite the good play from to give Cody that earlier. This time, Immortals just forging this lead all on their own. And I mean, Karma's a super good lane presence champion, and Cannon's fine in 2v2, but Caitlyn is such an impressive laner and good when she gets going. It just feels like things just working out better, and ABT a little too far forward here.
Yeah, and it looks like he just ran straight through. They were thinking the minions kept them safe as they were pushing up, but yeah, Pobelta was already roaming, and then it would have been frozen on them if they didn't go for it. Ugh. Picked up there at the end.
Yep, Matt goes down. Pobelta gets blue, and everything's still going the way of Immortals in the early game. 1,000 gold ahead with the kill lead up 2 over TL. So this doesn't feel like there's too much else they can get going. Lolo doing okay. 5 CS ahead of Flame, and with that early kill, Fiora can get things going. Rain over there, level 6. We'll see if he can maybe influence the side lane also. As other than that, I mean, Pobelta's had pressure. Bot lane is certainly winning here for Immortals as well. And maybe the first Drake is actually going to get started up. Xmithy going to waddle into the pit, get some wards back down, but no need to start the Cloud Drake just yet. Certainly ones that teams take a little longer to try and get.
Yeah, they don't really have to prioritize it. Which is why something like Pobelta using the Shockwave just to try and chunk out Golden Glue and then go top isn't really rewarded for the other side.
Olay back on the roam though. Not level 6 just yet, but doesn't need much more than his Q. Zooming through, going to get some vision down. And again, I do like that Olay and Xmithy are doing a really good job sticking together, going for these roams and just getting vision down. I mean, Cody's already winning, but all this vision down the bottom side is going to make it even safer for him to just farm up to that point where he's unstoppable.
Yeah, and I like that point a lot because they are just making sure that he's safe here. Flame, you fake the DC.
Chilling out.
The battle against the wall.
Yeah, not bad positioning, but Lolo trying to abuse some of the early edges here, but Flame played it nicely. Just letting the way push back towards him, and now Piglet actually is going to leave his lane.
I think he's checking for wards. He's going to check this bush here because you usually see a ward get placed down. Yep.
Does get one, but still great wards for Immortals. Piglet tracked the entire time, moving through his own jungle. In fact, Pobelter is down here on top of a ward.
Spotted though, yeah.
Sadly for them. But might just try and clear out the ward that they know Piglet just put down. And yeah, that pink ward does not last very long.
No, not at all. And then they have damage on that bottom turret. Could be a 4, possibly 5-man collapse if they want it to be, but that turret has taken so much damage. And like we said earlier, like being able to play these playmaking supports ends up in these kills. And like because Doran's shield has so much regen on it, the way to actually kill people bottom lane isn't to whittle them down, it's to all in. So things like Blitzcrank, also another reason that they're meta now.
Ooh. Nice attempt there from LA. Charm onto Pobelter, the golden glue. Oh, no, that's the kill. Rainover finally teaming up with his mid laner.
Yeah, we talked about at the start that jungle mid synergy is something that actually got them a lot of advantages previously in the sets that they won. Then they struggled against Envy, but both these teams did. Flame, though, trading heavily with Lorlo.
Actually kind of wins the early part of that trade. Lorlo not able to grab a second vital. But Flame knows he has to play back. Rainover even up to this top side as well.
And golden glue. This is a race to get that first turret. Rainover is going to start coming towards the top side.
Yep. Good to get a face check. Charmland's in there. Golden Glue, no ultimate. Maybe not able to chase too far forward.
That top turret, this will be great for TL if they can get this onto Lorlo and Rainover. 2 big carries for them. And now they're back and up in gold. And if they can pick that bottom turret and not have something go back over to Immortals, then they're in really good shape.
Again, just feels like TL saying, you know what, bot lane's not gone too well, so let's play to our strong side of the map.
Exactly. Because Lorlo was able to get that early kill and not completely snowball just yet. Ooh, nice. They can play to their assassins and start freeing up their golden glue and their Lorlo to just go all across the map.
Well, certainly like pairing up there. Pobelter, despite having a cleanse, finally falls to a nicely placed charm by Ari. Piglet going to sweep away a ward. Matt reveals that one. And continue landing down here. Piglet's going to try and get whatever CS he can. Early Zerkagri is up again, but makes a lot of sense on a pick like Cannon.
Yep. They're going to collapse bottom, but they know this is coming because they saw that the Scryer's Bloom was used.
Oh, LA flash hook forces the flash on Piglet.
Yeah, he was in kind of a bad position where he's up against the wall and he has no way to juke. But they're trying to force this turret down. I don't think they'll get it here.
No, Matt able to clean the way out pretty quickly as Piglet grabs as many CS as he can. LA finds a wall. Going to sweep that one out and get soul brush control right now.
Well, it's important that you sweep that out because if you go for this turret, TP could come behind you and you have this Ravenous Hydra top laner that's ahead immediately on top of your team. So making sure that they're able to pick that one up. Cody-san needs one more hit.
Yep, and that's enough. There's the turret down. Gold over to Immortals. And even the gold right back up here in this game. Fiora still hard shoving into the top side, so Lolo actually got a pretty decent lead after getting that gold.
And that's kind of the gambit that they took in TL's champion select was the Kennen. They're going to think it's top lane. They pick the Jarvan, we'll pick the Fiora because they aren't going to ban it in the second phase and didn't want to, kind of cover that option. And they're able to pick it in. So a lot of this champion select is focused around Lorlo having a good game, and the game has started to go that way as well. So it's really Lorlo's chance to take over a game.
We'll see if Flame can contribute in any sort of fight here, because Jarvan still does well in combination with the rest of Immortals' ultimates, and Cody's son going to be the big beneficiary of any well-constructed team fight, because his Infinity Edge is now finished, as Ole looking for another hook target, but Rainover able to spot him out. Ole instead just going to use his support item charges and give some gold over to Pobelter.
Oh, they spot Cody's son roaming through the jungle, looking for a rotation there, so they're trying to put the Caitlyn in the top side of the map up against the top laner. You can see Piglet is now going to start roaming towards the top side with Matt to try and answer that.
Yeah, Lolo 1v3 right now, but Ole's going to zoom in and try and get a kill.
He's Matt's about to have reinforcements, but I don't know if it's going to be fast
enough.
enough.
Bay Flame already leaves him, but Lola gets out. The ulti immediately burners. That's a kill for Piglet. Ole goes down in a flash.
Yeah, the ultimate from Flame, it's easy to just Q out of that as Fiora, and Lolo saves it for that moment. And then they just turn right onto Ole.
Well, not working out there. Cody-san will just say, okay, time to pick up farm, but doesn't exactly have an outer turret that's safe to farm at. So TL going to move pressure back here and at least get wards down deep into this jungle. It feels like Pobelter right now is just fighting the minion waves. Golden Glue able to push them out. Now TL take control of this top side and start the Rift Herald.
Yep, really like that from them because they had so many people on top side. Lorlo just cues out, goes right in, and Matt hid in the brush, and they also had Piglet there. And so this was a play that the Scrying Orb helped them so much there. We'll see if Smithy does anything. No, it doesn't go for it. But, yeah, the Scryer's Bloom, that golden glue hit that was right there in the right-hand corner of where the screen was a second ago, that was huge because they saw Cody-san rotating top. That should have been called where this is not as easy of a play as they might think because it had been sniffed out.
Yeah, and it feels like Immortals again, without things kind of snowballing their way, we'll see if they can kind of claw their way out of a much closer game as the goal is still dead even here 15 minutes in. Ole clearing out some vision.
Blast cone onto him. I like how he hasn't typed the words. Okay.
Matt just chills out. Does have a pink ward there, so Ole is going to play it a little safer. Going to move back with the blitz in towards Piglet. Space finally opened up for Immortals to seed yet another turret. I mean, they do want to play around this Caitlyn where possible.
Yeah, exactly. But bottom side, you want that Fiora to have as much space as possible. Cody-san, checking his traps real quickly. 4 points in Piltover Peacemaker, 3 in trap. So instead of going for the 5th point at level 9, decided 4 points in Q is fine. Time to get the trap because it's mid-game, turret's already taken. You want that rank 5 trap as soon as possible, so he'll have that at level 12.
Well, Cody again going to keep sieging. Did have protection from McSmithy. And good wards here covering from Immortals, although it can't extend too far forward. No extra pot shots being dealt onto the turret. Rainover and Matt now roaming back together, going to start clearing out all the vision that Immortals were setting up. And Lolo's actually mid lane right now, covering for Golden Glue.
Give him all the farm. Make sure that he's good to go. Where are they going to put this Rift Herald, though? Rift it right there.
Yep, you can see Rainover channeling just behind the lane.
People have learned about how much it does. It'll actually kill this turret from that point. You don't have to auto it anymore, and it'll just go down here.
Yep, Golden Glue up, takes turret shot, but no need to. And there's that turret taken very clean there from Team Liquid.
Yeah, they don't get too much off of that, though. They get that turret, but not much more.
Yeah.
I actually don't think they get any local gold from it either.
That's interesting.
I think they missed local gold, yeah.
Well, maybe a little too far out of it. Sheldon at least taking the structure off the map, so some gold over the TL. They'll happily take the turret lead for now.
Everybody just got 100 there, so I don't think there was local gold on top of that.
It's sad days. Should be Rainover's gold to get, surely.
Yeah, you would hope so because he put it down.
Well, not the case. Instead, there's all sadness here. It's Charm misses from Golden Glue, burns the ulti charge. Still trying to dance around. Pobos is like, yeah, don't do that again. Chunks him down.
Calm down.
Saves the ultimate. Golden Glue is going to hold on to his flash as a result.
Might need it here in a second.
Ole speeding back in. Going to aim. Oh, flashes in for it. Forcing it out. Ace in the hole, also burnt by Cody.
Definitely needed it in a second. The Ole being incredibly aggressive there because they knew that the Spirit Rush was down. But now they're going to try to siege and get this turret back.
Pobos actually has ultimate here. Ole still joining with a hook just now, so should be a pretty nice siege setup here. Pobos can put the ball down if he feels like it, but TL answer well, respond with 3 in mid, and clear those mini waves out nice and quickly.
Yeah, and we got confirmation on it. There was no local gold obtained by Team Liquid. They weren't close enough. Nobody stood close enough. You just need a single person to do it, and then you actually pick up a lot from those outer turrets. So that's why the gold lead, despite it being 1 turret to 2, Immortals are only about 300 down.
No, not really much of a lead at this point. Again, the theme of the early game continuing much more even than game number 1, which is good news for Liquid, especially given that Lolo is kind of the person they're putting all their power into.
Yeah, for TL, it's Lorlo. On the opposite side, for Cody-san, though, it's him on the Immortals team. So they're trying to knock down this turret. May get it here.
Yeah, Lolo's power starting to get a little out of control for Flame, at least purely in the 1v1. Lolo does stop, though.
That's a lot of respect to make sure that he can back off in time. Piglet was even running interference for him to make sure nobody was walking down here.
And now they might even turn it back around for something. Pobos is slowed by Matt as the Empower Q lands. Rainover stalking prey, looking to wrap around this left-hand side of the mid lane, but Ole there again.
Yeah, just get back to pushing down the bottom side of the map and getting this turret. That's the next thing for Team Liquid here is just push Lorlo up, get this turret. Rainover has inside track. They see them coming. He might be able to get a combo on it.
Rainover actually spotting Smithy, so defending their split pusher as best they can. 1 more auto left there for Lolo.
Yeah,
they can get it as the next wave comes.
And they have Golden Glue on the top side, keeping Cody-san busy. So they're just trading farm here.
Golden Glue decides to step on a trap.
decides to.
Pretty something to pay, but
Flame just making sure the minions don't get towards the turret so he can't actually hold it. And that's one of the beauties of having a bruiser that can build a little bit more HP early on, is that you get to tank those minions and freeze the wave. So at the highest levels, a lot of people will stand in front of it and say, well, you really have to try and contest me here. And if he had contested, Xmithie was right there to try and back up Flame.
yeah, and there certainly is a world where Lolo's taking over a game, but gonna need a few more items to go, and actually going for Trinity Force as the next one there for Fiora. I don't think I've seen that one before. Unless he's going purely off the deep end with an Iceborne Gauntlet. I'm pretty sure that's Crash Force. Thoughts, Irene?
I'm formulating them.
All right, that's fine. We'll watch IMT siege up the mid lane.
It's good CDR, it's good damage, and if he doesn't really want to rely on a Black Cleaver, because nobody's really going to build too much armor, but I still feel like it could be worth it, but after Black Cleaver nerfs, it might be good.
Well, turret goes down. Lola going to grab a trade, though. Immortals to get the mid outer, but TL stay up in turret, still by 1.
And this is just a big dueling build as well for Lorlo if he does go for it. But it's going to be pretty disgusting when he gets those, when he gets his third item, which I assume would be Death's Dance if he's looking for just the 1v1 split push.
Does feel like at some point, again, Fiora will just take over any side lane, given enough time and items. And Flame, it's already been struggling a decent amount, down about 30 CS in the matchup, just 1v1. Sure, Pobelta does have a CS lead in his own lane, so that's good news for him. And I think Immortals just kind of realized that we can't let this Fiora keep getting ahead. Yes, we need Cody to get farm, but we kind of need to push the pressure a little more.
And it becomes such a delicate dance as well, because if you can get pressure on him, on Lorlo, and push him off, you're losing pressure elsewhere on the map. And now that Baron's up and Lorlo's on the bottom side of the map, it becomes this push and pull between. No Drakes have been taking this game because everybody's respecting that push and pull, that seesaw, that back and forth. And what I really think is interesting here about that bottom lane is the Jarvan is almost never going to be able to duel the Fiora. He's almost purely a teamfight bruiser / engage. So as long as Lorlo keeps the Jarvan away and doesn't allow teamfights to happen, they don't have the Jarvan-Orianna combo. You're kind of keeping that one piece out of it. So it's really good. It's one of the beauties, one of the great things about picking a Fiora, right? You pick it into somebody who wants to be a team fighter, like Rumble, etc. Stop him from joining the team fight. And if he does, you lose his turret. Yep. Which is what this build is going to be better at too. Trinity Force is better at taking turrets. So if that's what he's going for, definitely better than the Black Cleaver.
I mean, he'll certainly be committing hard to a side lane. He still sticks down bottom. Drake over to Immortals, though. They'll finally get our first Drake at just under 22 minutes. Certainly much slower going. No double Infernal that they had to snowball the last game here.
This is interesting. TL kind of have the wraparound.
Needs to commit, though, and Lolo is pulling off.
Yeah, this is a 4-man collapse.
Oh, flash hook. This is Golden Glue. He dashes out of the way.
Lorlo's here, though.
Yeah, Olay burnt the flash, and Golden Glue looks for a charm. Pobelta going to dodge it, but needs to dodge the rest of it. Matt does get the slowdown. Here comes Flame, finally TPing into some action, but no one there to pick off Flame over, looking for someone. Matt eats a trap, but no commitment there for Immortals. Just going to go back and see just mid-outer turret, actually.
But you got to be careful here. Xmithie flanking around, could be looking for something.
Oh, but misses.
I love that position, though. Getting the barrel from the side, but look at that!
Pobelta, another good ulti, but no one's dead just yet. Riposte from Lolo saved most of the damage, and Immortals use all their ultimates. They're just trying to get a turret at this point.
They're chunking them out, possibly getting a turret there, but Lorlo does have teleport. I feel like he doesn't go for a TP play, though. But I like that from Xmithie. That angle on the cast to knock the team in instead of the one from the front, the unexpected angle. Really good.
Yeah, instead, the front lane stepped a little too far forward for the play-in. No one was knocked back into the team. Still, the attempt looks nice there for Immortals, but done a lot of cooldowns here with Baron available. Rainbow pops a control ward into the pit.
Now, I don't think you actually do the Baron as TL just yet, because Lorlo has teleport advantage over Flame, and he completed the Trinity Force, so he's going to push turrets faster.
Oh, Xmithie could be caught here. If they get him, maybe they think about it differently, but Xmithie pretty tanky, able to get out from under the assault. Oh, Matt wanted one more hit on the wall, but now threatened by Ole and the Blitzcrank.
Oh, went
back
for
out
him!
Great hook on a random, but finally lands one with Piglet. Flicking off to the side as that's Ole going to go down. Piglet dabs that killer's Lola, TP's into the action. And now Cody's son, he's the next target. No flash effort to Caitlyn. Flash time for Golden Blue's going to secure it. Rain over. Able to grab the next kill, and Tia will pick up 2 clean ones.
Yeah, and they'll have the inside track on mid. Lorlo will be able to clear this out. And then they might get some turret damage here. And it doesn't look like they're thinking about the Baron just yet.
No, able to take some structure still pretty early into the game. Lolo takes the turret hit, but Piglet working on that turret. Trinity Force will make short work of it if they can get there, but Flame looking to initiate, threatens the ultimate onto Piglet.
They both have flash though, so it would be a flash now to get an engage later on. So doesn't feel like it was worth it. Doesn't feel like he may have had the follow-up there. That fight was actually really well played from TL, where the hook came out from Olay onto Rainover, but then Piglet flanked onto Cody Sun, and Cody Sun really couldn't do much there. But yeah, Piglet got a flash get out, and trading the flash for the Cataclysm cooldown. Definitely worth it for IMT.
Yeah, good sticking it out there from Flame, just making sure he does burn that cooldown. That would have threatened Cannon a lot better next time around.
Yeah, make sure that he doesn't have that to get out, and you could possibly Orianna guarantee the shockwave on him.
I think they're going to clear out the control. What Immortals now with control of the Baron area, but watch this play again. Ole with a great hook, but
he's charmed, but then he just stands still afterwards, and then yeah, the exhaust onto Cody Sun and Piglet charging in from the side really put a lot of pressure on him. And Cody Sun had to use the flash and the heal earlier to kind of get out of Piglet's stun. So then he eats the charm there, but Immortals are going to fire back with his top turret and pick that one up for themselves. The gold's still super close between these two teams.
Yeah, Immortals able to keep up on the map despite all the side lane pressure from TL. Rapid fire cannon done for Cody, with only that static shift to come to really start taking over this mid to late game. Going to help their siege also. So Immortals doing well to get a turret there and keep that gold nice and even. Ole looking again. No flash just yet, so doesn't commit it. Even has a tier ticking away. Actually, I just noticed that from Ole. Wanted to get that passive working into overdrive.
Yeah, he's had it for a bit. He had a...
I believe. You know what, Zareen? I bet he has. Because there's no other reason to get it otherwise.
Yeah, he had a Sapphire Crystal for pretty much like his second back or something like that. So he's been sitting on it for a while, but it charges so slowly as Blitzcrank.
All right, we have different problems. Ole's Crystal going to take a while to charge, but Lolo is sort of officially taken over the 1v1. Just ignores Flame there for the most part. Takes down that turret.
It's interesting as well because he's gone for a Warden's Mail. Could be going for the Frozen Heart or the Randuin's, but it's a less damage-oriented build after the Trinity Force. So this is one that's like, I'm going to split push and deal a lot of damage to turrets. But I want to be able to turret dive a little bit better. But I feel like Death's Dance is still a really, really good item for her.
Well, might see it soon-ish. We'll see exactly what Lolo wants to do with his build. But now all this pressure for TL means that they can just play around Baron. And Immortals kind of think, all right, maybe we have to force something here. In fact, Golden Glue is going to be the target. He's got a Banshees, but Ole almost comes up with the goods. Getting the ultimate to proc the Banshees off, and Immortals just have to stop Baron.
Yeah, they're also going to have their teleport sooner, but Lorlo going to work on the bottom side. They don't give a damn about it just yet. They want that turret.
Flame is actually mid lane trying to clear the wave, so they might be trading here. As Lolo does get the bottom inhibitor turret. He's going to take the inhib down as well, but the Baron looking to go over to Immortals.
Not close enough.
Yep. Good snipe from Xmitty, secures it, but now Rainover going to lead back onto the Blitzcrank. Piglet here, looking to get the chain stuns happening. Does land one, but Ole flashes over the wall. Pobelter trying to get out of the way as the shockwave hits only Matt. Ace and Hole's going to blow this. Pobelter does get the deletion, but Lolo's still going.
Yeah. Lorlo, don't know if he'll get this turret though. The Baron empowered recalls come through, making that Trinity Force do some work, but there goes the Baron buff.
And here comes Ole, looking to line it up. Lolo flashes, Ole still speeding forward. Lolo through the turret, riposte is good, does get the stun onto Flame. Ace in the hole, not enough, and now Xmitty gonna make it happen. Pobelter shuts it all down. Lolo can't quite get out.
And that's the worst case scenario for TL2. The Baron buff goes over to Immortals, the bottom inhibitor goes down, but now there's a Baron buffed up minion wave with 5 members of IMT ready to push down mid. They'll be able to get this turret. They may be able to answer with their own inhibitor, which wouldn't have happened if there hadn't have been that greed for that Nexus turret that Lolo didn't even get.
Yeah, and Golden Glue, he's top lane, so he's very late to respond to this push by IMT. This inhibitor turret's gonna fall down. Ole threatening with the hook. Pobelter puts the ball on top of him, and that's going to be a trade. In fact, maybe
they know he doesn't have
back another Piglet. Shockwave lands in. He's dead. Immortals might keep going.
They know he doesn't have it from the last time the Flame did that. They're going to try to go for these. They have the Baron-powered minion.
All right, they're going to try and end the game before it gets too out of hand. But Golden Glue here, finally back to defend. Piglet 30 seconds, Lolo 2 away. And IMT will play it safe and back away from the base.
Yeah, but they pick up another kill for their troubles there. And that Baron call was really good from IMT, but they were handed a lot from Lorlo there, who we talked about he has the opportunity to carry a game now and got a little too over-aggressive on that top side.
Drake over to IMT, they'll collect quite a lot. as far as total Avengers go, but we'll watch this Baron exchange once again.
Yeah, Rainover not allowed to really get in the pit. Then Olay gets the flash away. And Pobelter's kind of baiting them in. He has flash, so he can get out at any time, but he just wants another kill. Channels the recall in their faces and gets out. Doesn't have to blow the flash either to do so.
Nope, successful bait certainly for Pobelter, who now has a death cap as that third item, so a very powerful Orianna. And there's 3-item Caitlyn now online, so Duracell build ready to go, energized everywhere.
Yeah, I like that. Gives him a lot of range, and the fact that the static shiv can crit as well. You get the long range from the rapid fire, and you get the extra damage of static shiv. So you end up with kind of the best parts of both. And also the rapid fire cannon energizes your Warlord's Bloodlust and your static shiv 25% faster. So it's a really good build. And it's funny because people just changed to it even when like Runaan's Hurricane hadn't been nerfed a little. They're like, oh, okay, I guess it's still good. And they changed it to like other champions are now doing this build, even though they never had a Runaan's Hurricane headshot interaction.
Hey, it's like, hey, maybe this is good. It's like, yeah, this seems pretty good.
It's always interesting how if something gets nerfed, people find out what a better build was, and it was even better than what the previous one was.
Yeah, well, IMT actually still just demolishing turrets. This is really the place you don't want to be versus Caitlyn Orianna. 3 items on both the carries. TL don't really have a pure tank at all.
Yep. Cody-san has that level 5 trap, able to just siege up, and they have that Baron buffed up cannon minion. He's going to try to do some work here. See if he gets those last shots, and they just power up Cody-san, who walks up, pops him into the turret, and Lorlo, top lane all by his lonesome.
I mean, back to his mission, right? They said, hey, be on a side with us. Ronovic gets hooked by Olay. He's going to get out of there. Popping the ultimate. Matt now trapped in the pit. Smithy doesn't manage to land the next kill. Flame is taking it all.
Golden
Blue does
flank.
charm, but TL do come down.
Lorlo going for broke. He's trying to get something.
They do it for Cody-san, but the Rockwave does land back in onto Lorlo. Cody still alive, takes down Lorlo as Golden Glue gets away with a sliver of health. TL threw everything at Immortals there.
And Flame has TP. They're going to let this minion wave come in. He'll TP to it and keep it alive so that they can get damage on the turret.
All right, this is actually going to be the game-ending push for Immortals. They're going to try it and just silence it all now. Lorlo dead for 40. Golden Glue dead instantly as he tries to get a pick on somebody. Piglet just can't do much on the cannon. Next to turret's not going to fall. Immortals going to look for a few more kills, but TL had such a big lead, and Immortals forced the issue, get to the Baron, and now they'll take the sweep. Looking so good all series long, and they're just playing with their food right now.
Yeah, Immortals just toying around. KDA players looking for more.
All right, one more left. There's the kill. Piglet goes down. The Nexus explodes. Trying to get those deaths up a little higher. Piglet has been so good at not dying. Immortals
having none of that.
Gonna make it one more.
Exactly. Immortals move to 3-1 as well, and 4-1, and keep themselves at the top of the standings.
Like I said,
that's big.
Trying to break that big four-way tie. They'll be the first to break it as TL's momentum halts after winning their last series in week 2. A tough opponent for sure, playing up here against Immortals, and Immortals certainly seem revitalized after that one series loss.
And there was some healthy skepticism about, all right, Immortals started 3-1. How good are they? Because they beat FlyQuest, they beat Phoenix 1, and they took 3 games to do that. But they beat TSM 2-0, and then they lost to Envy. That was something that Pobelter said they learned a lot of lessons from, that they're able to push forward from. And now Immortals fans can start getting excited again about this team, where Smithy came in and was like, okay, is this really a good trade? Looks like a great trade for the synergy of this team. Flame is being more of a team player, and they're making the right macro calls. They're making better macro calls as well.
I mean, I think that is actually the last point you mentioned is something that is worth bringing up this series, just because game 1, just looking so good. I mean, they played the map when they were ahead, and that is a lot easier to do, but the manner in which they won that game was very impressive. Game 2 was significantly closer in gold, and I actually think TL was set up to take over that game with their split pusher, but maybe some mistakes from them were well capitalized on by Immortals, and they just find a way to end a game that I think they otherwise would have lost.
Yeah, that game ends at 32 minutes when it was pretty much even until that point. They went for the Baron play after they had a few members of TL back, and that was kind of the go for broke, because they knew that Flame was going to have TP sooner than Lorlo based off the TP timings, but then Lorlo overstayed, and the punish was really, really what made that play. And I think that Immortals deserve full credit for the fact that they punished it as hard as they did.
Certainly do. And to break down how Immortals took the series 2-0, let's send it back to Dash and Jat.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A heck of a lot more fight out of Team Liquid here in Game 2, although it does not net them the victory, and therefore Immortals in the 2-0 sweep here on Friday evening. Let's dive into Champion Select, though, because Team Liquid did make a number of adjustments from Game 1 to Game 2, most notably Fiora for Lorlo, giving him carry v carry as opposed to tank v carry.
Yeah, and not only do they give the Fiora to Lorlo, they also bait Immortals into a non-ideal matchup. So the first pick Kennen makes you think it's going to Lorlo, obviously, because we don't expect Piglet to play Kennen.
He's not reckless.
Exactly. So. And Jarvan is actually good into Kennen, which is why we saw the Jarvan. And then Fiora, we saw Lorlo had plenty of opportunities to do that. The problem there is it's actually a complete 180 for Team Liquid, because first game, they picked the Kog'Maw first. They're going to do everything around Piglet.
Right.
Here, they're actually putting him at a deficit because they're going into Caitlyn with the Kennen, which is a non-ideal pick in that matchup, and they need to get a big win out of Lorlo. That being said, it was a lot closer, so I like this strategy more.
Yeah.
They just didn't execute in the end.
Absolutely. We saw we saw Rainover putting attention to the top lane, getting first turret even for Lorlo, and building that CS advantage. But while they have an advantage in that lane, we saw Pobelter and Cody Sun building like advantages in both of their lanes. But as you mentioned, this game was a lot closer, and I want to look at two key plays throughout this game. First one, Team Liquid focused off of a one fight for them. No decisions made.
Yeah, and this is also a point in the game where Lorlo has tremendous 1v1 pressure. So he was even setting up a split push, teleports in to try and finish this play. They didn't even need him to teleport in the first place because the rest of this pick, Lorlo doesn't participate whatsoever. But you now kill 2 people and you have 5 people on the map. A team like SKT, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They'll either actually get the Baron or get a couple kills as you funnel into Baron and never let you recover in pressure. 2 people on Team Liquid recall. They even
Google even then stops his recall.
And stick around to throw a Q for move speed and then recall again. And they don't even get a turret. You give Team Liquid an inch, they take the inch. They don't do anything else. And that was a huge misplay for Team Liquid in the game because that's actually when they have to transition their pressure.
Exactly. So again, if we're looking at constructive criticism, things that we want them to work on, specifically that, when you do win a fight, when you do have that advantage, push it further. Find ways. What are your tools? What are you going to be able to do to build that gold lead?
They're 25 minutes into the game. They have plans to actually do a lot of damage to Baron. They have complete vision denial over that area. There's just so much that they could have done. And whoever's calling the shots for that team, whether it's Piglet or whether it's Rainover, they have to step up. I hope it's not Rainover. He's the one recalled. They have to step up and get people to commit to something because they had such a huge edge.
And now let's contrast that with a beautiful call out of Immortals to go for this Baron here. So 27 minutes into the game, 2 for 0 plus the Baron. Lorlo is going to get the inhib on this split, but I love this call with the vision play to even start and secure this Baron.
Yeah, and they still had Xmithy's ultimate if Rainover were to come in to try and zone him out. And they get the Baron, and then it's this big game of cat and mouse because Lorlo's going back into their base. They need to send someone while still threatening. Pobelter plays this beautifully, baiting Matt to try and disrupt his recall and then one-shotting him, and then doesn't even have to burn his flash. Meanwhile, Team Liquid isn't communicating properly to Lorlo when recalls are coming out, so he can't even get away in time. And now we're in this situation. This play goes on for a while where there's a Baron on Immortals. They just got a minor advantage. They eventually chase down Lorlo. They now have 2 kills, and they make the aggressive call to run this all the way up mid lane, get an inhibitor, extend that Baron power play to 6,000 gold, and eventually actually end the game off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Look at this gold graph, and you can see that as soon as Immortals finds one advantage, they run that advantage from that point to the finish. Whereas Team Liquid, where their spike in the gold graph is, you see it stops immediately there at their highest point, and then only trends downward from that because they gave Immortals the opportunity to find their way back into the game.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of growth with Immortals. I mean, they were actually trending upwards towards the end of last split and didn't make the playoffs with Dardoch. But Xmithy, even though everyone always credits Afremu with the shot calling on COG, what a pretty strong voice for that team. And I actually hear they disagreed on a lot of core issues. So if he's in a place now where he doesn't have that contentious relationship with his support and people are following him, at least early on against the lower tier of the competition in the North American LCS, it's working out really well.
Right. I mean, he stepped up to be a leader, and it seems to be working for him so far. Player of the game is going to go to Pobelter, though. I mean, as we talk about that Baron play specifically, we don't know who called it, but then within the play itself, him to have the presence of mind and kind of that calm air about him to be in the pit and zero out another member in the face of 5 is, I mean, that's pretty sweet to look at.
Exactly. Decisiveness from him in the face of indecisiveness for Team Liquid. And you saw how powerful that can be with Pobelter there. And there weren't too many key moments in this game for Immortals because Team Liquid actually had the control of the driver's seat something like that. Control the car the whole
There
game.
you go, yeah.
Unality's
We're in a
working
car,
there
we're
somewhere.
going in the right direction.
And Immortals swung it back in a few very key moments, and that was Pobelter.
Yeah, so now let's talk about looking forward for both of these teams just a little bit. I mean, we saw, again, improvements from Game 1 to Game 2 for Team Liquid, but tomorrow's opponent, TSM, is no easier an opponent than Immortals. So this is a big weekend for them. What are we looking for then tomorrow out of this squad? Even if it's not the victory, outside of maybe just a little bit more clear decision-making, what are we looking for?
Exactly. So I like the way they did the switch up in the second game of picks and bans. Anytime you can surprise the opponent with something, I really like that, to get at least one very favorable matchup that you can play around, rather than bullying your way into a Kog'Maw pick like they did in Game 1. So I like the second draft from Kane a lot more. From there, just realize that you don't actually have that much to lose. You're losing the games anyway. Make the aggressive call. When you have a close game, go for the advantage, because I think they have capable players to do so.
Yeah, there is something to be said for, in that instance, when you do have the advantage, go to the extreme, right? Test the limits of the team and what we're capable of, because we kind of hate to say it. I got a bad taste in my mouth saying it, but if you're expecting the loss, then you might as well play into the loss with full force, right? All right, now on the side of Immortals, they're playing Cloud9 tomorrow, so a more formidable opponent by a lot of standards. What do you want to see out of them in terms of cleaning up their play and continuing that upward trend and making a case for top 2 in NA?
Yeah, super interesting. More of the same, actually. Cody Sun, if he can keep getting Caitlyn, that's a big if, right? Just keep doing that, right? Make them stop you from doing that strategy, because that has been working for Immortals. If they deny that, play directly around the top lane. Luckily, they have some pretty big performers in the side lane. Don't expect Pobelter to carry. Keep him on the consistent things that he's been performing with, like the Orianna. And then they're actually set up pretty well, because they seem to have the mid and late game set. They either pick a winning top or bot lane, and they have a chance to win every game.
Right, and I gotta say, while it wasn't integral to the victory here, Olay is fast becoming one of my favorite support players to watch. With the Morgana that he's still very willing to pick up, it's kind of akin to Afromu, having always been willing to jump back onto that pick, but then pulling out the Blitzcrank here, looking for some playmakers and finding ways to accelerate the game for his team. I'm going to continue to be excited to watch his growth throughout the split.
Yeah, hook champions. It's been something that he's been starting with. Morgana, Thresh, Blitz are actually very important right now. Remember, we're still on patch 7.11. Your starting item, if you're not Caitlyn, can still be Doran Shield and 2 health potions. So if you want to get an advantage in a lane, you need kill pressure. And that comes very well with those skill shot reliant champions. So the meta is very much in his favor right now, even if the Blitz game was a little questionable at times.
Right, that series is tomorrow. We've got another series up tonight. With this one wrapped, we've got more league action coming your way. Up next, Team Envy hit the Rift against Echo Fox. Don't go anywhere.
Battle number 2 is up. There's 3. Lolo looking for the first blood, and he's gonna grab it.
Lolo rain over. The cannon minion had him in the sights.
Betrayal, and now Matt's gonna flash out of the way. Olay! Yet another hook. Matt's gonna go down. Cody-san. Back up, great hook on a random, but finally lands more than Piglet. Flicking off to the side as that's Olay gonna go down. Piglet dabs that kill as Lolo TP's into the action. Olay still speeding forward. Lolo through the turret. Riposte is good. Does get the stun onto Flame. Ace in the hole, not enough, and now it's Smithy gonna make it happen. Pobelter shuts it all down. Immortals gonna look for a few more kills, but TL had such a big lead, and Immortals force the issue, get to the Baron, and now they'll take the sweeps.
I think a lot of it has to do with the way we're playing as a team, and maybe there are some situations where like I played like more passive or safe in the past, but I really do think it has to do with how our team is playing. And if I know what our plan is, and I know what my team wants, my team is thinking, then yeah, it allows me to play more confident.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and earning the right to be my first mate in our second match of the day is Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley. What's up, buddy?
Pirates, or what was going on
we're
here?
sailing the 7 seas straight towards our second game of NALCS for the night. Players prepare on stage for Team Envy versus Echo Fox. For both of these teams, the start to their summer far exceeds how they began their start in the spring.
It really does, especially for Team Envy. And we're praising them a lot for finally being able to close out some of the early leads that they're known for being able to get. All through Spring Split, they had a fantastic early game, but they always seem to throw it away. And a lot of the improvement, I think, on this team has come from the bot lane, and we just had Apollo talking about it. He can play more confidently. He can play more aggressively when he knows what the team wants to do, when they're communicating better, working better together. And he really has been shining this split in comparison to what we've kind of come to expect from Apollo. If he can keep that up, I think Envy is going to be a real contender.
Yeah, Envy's had a phenomenal start, especially compared to what we saw last time around. The 10th place team constantly fighting just to keep their spot. But despite coming off an 0-2 week, Echo Fox looked competitive in their series against C9 and CLG as well.
Yeah, they really did. And even using their sub jungler, they were able to gain early advantages, but they have trouble converting that to wins. And that has been kind of their problem. Anytime you look at Echo Fox struggling, it's not about the early game. It's about the fact that they get to the late game. And even sometimes when they're very far ahead, it doesn't feel like they really know what to do with it. These are the two best early game teams in the league, though, with #1 and #2 spot at goal difference at 15. The game can definitely come down to who can get an early lead, especially with how explosive these junglers are. This is, the #1 guy who got most first bloods in Lyra, and then second, I believe, for Acadian from Spring Split.
Yeah, these two together always like to try to make something happen in the early game, get their teams going, so when they go versus each other, that contest will be a lot of fun to see. But now, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, you've got Team Envy with Seraph in the top lane, Lyra in the jungle, Pyrian, the new man at mid, Apollo bottom, Hakuo supporting, and Coach Violet.
And on the red side today, it's their opponents, Echo Fox in the top lane, Looper. Jungle is going to be Acadian, that first Blood King, who did have his crown stolen. Mid lane, Froggen. Bot lane, Keith with support Gate and Coach and Arrow.
And Azael, we're really only very, very short amount into this split so far. We're in week number 3 now. We've seen each team play against a grand total of 4 of the other 9 teams that they will play against. So we're not even at that halfway point of playing against everyone once yet. There's still a lot to find out about who really sits where. And for both these teams, this match could be a good proving point in saying we belong more towards the top.
Exactly. I mean, Echo Fox in particular, they were getting a lot of hype after week 1 because they went 4-0 in games, 2-0 in series, right? They're at top of the standings. Good for them, but they were playing against some easier competition. And then week 2, they fight C9 and CLG, kind of 2 of the top 3 projected teams for this split. So they lose to them, but they also use a sub. And then you're kind of left with the question, did they lose because they had Grig? Did they lose because they're not as strong of a team as these guys? How strong really is Echo Fox? And Envy has been looking really good, so we may be able to really get a better judgment on that today.
It should be a good answer for either one of these teams to see if they can find their victory against their opponents here today. See how the picks and bans fold in game number 1 as LeBlanc and Lucian are banned away by Team Envy. Echo Fox going to respond with Zac and Shen both being taken off the table. The Zac ban, not surprising at all in 7.11. Zac is just incredibly strong. Pretty much everyone universally agrees this champion has so much ganking potential, so much CC potential. They talk about how you don't even have to hit the elastic slingshot anymore. You just stretching strike to a minion and smack them into the champion.
And he has a surprising amount of damage as well, which is why he's kind of not really getting through pick and bans at all. At least had been getting through in the earlier stages of the LCS split, but it seems like when she kept getting first pick, people are willing to take her off the table. Kennen has really risen as one of those champions that is now kind of that first pick worthy top laner. It's kind of interesting though, because we haven't necessarily seen a lot of success with this champion in North America. I think it's very similar to the problems that North American teams were having playing around top lane Jace. When you have this kind of early to mid game focused champion who must be lane dominant, you have to play aggressive. If your team is not supporting you in that, defending you from ganks, helping you to push that advantage, it doesn't always work out, and we're not seeing some of the North American teams have a real cohesive plan around that. So we'll see how well Lyra and Seraph can work together to really enable that kind of pick.
Lyra is definitely the kind of guy that can get things done in the jungle, enable his laners to be as strong as you want them to be, especially on a pick like Lee Sin that we have seen this guy perform on time and time again. Exactly the sort of champion that you want to see your first team NALCS jungler from Spring Split be on. So putting him on that, going to be fantastic for them. Talia pick up for Pyrion, while Echo Fox's first rounds of the draft will result in Caitlyn, Karma, and Gragas being picked up for their side.
And Gragas certainly can go jungle. It also can be flexed top. You know, it can go either one of those positions. We have seen very occasionally it played support as well, but you certainly shouldn't expect that. It would be interesting to see if Looper has the confidence to play some of the carry matchups into Kennen. And I was going to talk about Jace, but that has been taken off the table as one of those matchups that can work pretty well here into Kennen. And the longer that Kennen stays as this like kind of top priority pick, the more I am wondering when people are going to break out some of the more kind of solo queue type counters, things like Pantheon and Swain that are considered quite good matchups, even things like Kayle. You know, there are champions that match up very well against Kennen in the 1v1. There's reasons that they're not necessarily played in competitive still, but when this champion is this dominant for that long, you are expecting people to kind of come up with a better answer rather than just playing a tank into it every time and going down 100 CS.
There's something you don't see every day. Kassadin going to be picked up with still a couple of picks left to go. They know the enemy mid laner, though, so they're confident picking it into the Talia.
Yeah, Talia is someone that really does struggle against assassins, and generally speaking, these more defensive Kassadin builds that have kind of risen to the top as far as starting Doran Shield, that really helps, and you go 18-0-12, so you can get Fearless and then Deathfire Touch. It allows you to be much more resilient in lane, and if you can stay even or relatively close to even with this Talia in the early stages, when you start hitting level 6, when you start scaling up, Talia cannot match up very well against you at all.
Well,
oh, there it is.
Cut out for him, and there you go. Nailed the prophet, man. He says, when are we going to start to see the Kennen counters? And sure enough, Pantheon locked in for Echo Fox in the top lane for Looper. I have to see how the little lightning Yordle can deal with those lock-on spears coming at his face every couple of seconds. It's such a difficult lane to deal with early on for almost any champion.
It really is. And Pantheon is extremely dominant in the 1v1, but it also excels with the 2v2 because you have this point-and-click stun. You have a lot of very easy damage to get out. And in combination with Gragas, you have a Kennen that's going to be pushing in, and you have to be very scared about getting ganked here. So certainly a champion that can win that 1v1, but how can he kind of make this work around the rest of the map?
Right.
Because Pantheon, when you get ahead, this is not a champion that you want to sit in the side lanes and farm on. You need to make plays. You need to use your ultimate, roam around the map, and really push the pace of the game. And that has been something that Echo Fox has not necessarily excelled at.
They've got to be able to rotate him down, especially towards bottom lane. That's usually what you see Pantheons like to do, right? You hit level 6, maybe you get a kill on the enemy laner, you go bottom with the ulti, you grab a quick double kill, get some turrets, get some drakes, do something. But that kind of very up-tempo play style is what Echo Fox is going to need to make this pick work out, especially with somebody like a Kassadin who will like to roam. If these guys can get going as a group, it'll be massive success.
They really will, and that Pantheon can also cover Froggen in the eventual split push that he'll like to get into. These are two very powerful comps. You do have a lot of split push pressure coming out from both, with the Kennen looking to split, the Kassadin eventually looking to split, but you also have some good sieging power here, especially on Echo Fox's side. With the Caitlyn Karma, they can be very aggressive and look to try to bully out Apollo and Hakuo, but you're going to always have to respect the fact that Lyra is on an extremely strong early game jungler and can swing these lanes.
Always keep eyes on Lyra when he's got the Lee Sin. Like we've said, this guy knows how to get involved in the game, knows how to get involved in those lanes very early on. A playmaker, if there ever was one. Finds Acadian here in the jungle, seeing if maybe they are getting into a little bit of a scrap. Sonic Wave hits him, but that's pretty much all you're going to get as he drops down the ward to keep an eye on those Raptor camps. You see so much of this these days. Everybody just wants that little bit of extra information to make sure, okay, these Raptors are going to be respawning around 4:30.
Especially when you're playing with a Talia mid who can very easily walk up there and maybe steal away one of those little chickens, because she can, even if you take 1 or 2 away, you deny the level 2 off of the little Raptors, which just kind of slows down the clear a little bit for Acadian.
Anything to just make it a little less efficient for your opponent.
It's also very interesting that Acadian actually is going Bond of Stone here. That's pretty atypical. Most people would go Courage of Colossus.
Yeah.
Bond of Stone can be very easily applied through any of your CC, as well as the slow from your Q, I do believe, actually applies that. And since you're doing it AoE, for Keith, that's going to be a fair bit of auto attack healing that he's going to get from that mastery. And you also have to remember that it does buff up your HP by that 5%, so it does have some flat stats on it there too.
Pretty close call between the fan vote at the start of game number 1. 45% for Envy, 55 for Echo Fox. So fans not really too certain one way or the other about how this one's going to swing. We'll have to see how it plays out as Lyra will start up here at his own red buff, dragging that further away.
And Pyrion was able to steal away a couple of those little raptors. So he gets 2 for himself. That means Acadian won't get level 2 until he's actually fully cleared out that camp. And actually doesn't get level 2 at all because the second steal. So only if you get 1 do you finish level 2 on the big raptors. That's a pretty big deal. He has to do a level 1 red buff clear, which is going to slow down his clear tremendously. And he's going to take a ton of damage doing this. So Lyra is going to be way ahead on the pacing of this clear.
Yeah, the difference between 1 and 2 raptors being stolen away is actually really big when it stops you from hitting that level 2 after a single camp.
I mean, Lyra is already on his 3rd camp. Acadian just finished his 2nd and is much lower health. So that does kind of give you some idea of how much this has been slowed down on the clear-wise. And Lyra, you know, we'll look to see if he can take advantage of that. Can he actually get out on the map and make an early gank happen while Acadian is still stuck clearing?
Unfortunately for Lyra, right now, the opposing solo laners are safely tucked away under their turrets, so it'll be a little bit difficult to get in there on them too aggressively. He will move into enemy territory here, see if maybe he can find anything, but Acadian's made his way to the other side of the jungle. Lyra might just be doing some Krug heaving.
One of the big things here is actually the timing of this. So Seraph is shoving in that top wave. If he can actually make the top wave bounce, get all the way into the turret, then the Pantheon will have to come out further away from his turret, and Lee Sin could look to wrap around for a gank. But this is kind of what we were talking about, you know, with this Deathfire Touch cast. And he actually didn't even go the Doran shield, but he's actually, you know, ahead on CS, winning in the poke war, and this is a champion that's going to be getting stronger and stronger.
This is a champion that you expect to lose lane, that you expect to become that late game scaling monster, and scaling's not really a tall order when you're winning the laning phase of your own volition like that, so a very nice start for Frog, and we know how much Echo Fox likes to play towards this guy too. They give him so many resources, so much attention, so much help, because they know he's the guy who can win with it.
And to be fair, Froggen has been a laning monster. He's very good. I think that is really the best aspect of his game. If you leave this guy in an isolated 1v1, you know, somewhere where all the farm and the advantages that he is getting are really going to be big for the team, then he's going to be very effective, right? And
absolutely,
he is a hyper-scaling champion here, so any edge he gets in lane is going to be very, very useful.
Lyra still not managing to find a chance to get himself involved in the game just yet, still farming up as quickly as he can. Of course, both these junglers going to have much more effective ganks once they do hit level 6, so power farming isn't the worst thing in the world. Although their ganking capabilities early on would be favorable if they could find those opportunities. Hawk shots fired off by Apollo. That's something I think a lot of the time people undervalue with the Ashe as well. It's so easy to keep tabs on the enemy jungler. Even if your Hawk shot doesn't find him, you can fire it off into the enemy jungle, see which camps are down, which ones are up, and get a good idea on where he's down.
Exactly. It's making those really strong, educated guesses based on the information that you can find, right? If a camp is up, he's likely heading to that side of the map. If camps are all down on one side of the map, you know he's probably looking to either gank or heading to the other side. Like you can make these guesses based on what they are doing and what you have or have not seen. There's a lot of actually interesting little things going on here, though. You know, even the Deathfire Touch on Looper, that is more of like a laning-focused choice there. They may be looking to set up a dive. We'll see if they're going to go for it. Yeah, they are going to look for this dive onto Seraph. We'll see if he can pull it off. They need to juggle as well.
There we go. It's going to be Looper taking the aggro at the start. Seraph trying to get himself away, does successfully do so. Looper takes a lot from that turret.
They do get the flash, though, and Seraph is very low. They want to try to push this in and perhaps even zone him off some of the CS, but Lyra is moving up, and the Echo Fox members are low here, too.
It's a massive amount of minions that he would be losing. Lyra making sure that doesn't happen.
So one of the strengths of the Pantheon is with the diving. You can actually block turret shots with your passive.
Yeah.
So the way you want to start off these dives is you actually have your passive active, you pull aggro on the turret, you get hit by the turret shot, then you use your W, which resets your passive. You can block double turret shots just like that, and that can enable you to pull off these kinds of dives. But generally speaking, in solo queue, you'll be playing with Ignite, because Ignite really lets you kind of dominate a matchup such as this, and if they had that Ignite, perhaps they actually do get the kill there. So you know, it's a very laning-focused setup for Looper, and he must get some sort of advantages, I kind of feel.
Plus, as Pantheon, you do have the semi-global ultimate. It softens the blow of not having the teleport in top lane as much.
Yeah.
course, it's not quite a TP. You can't go straight from your base to the enemy base with it, but...
And we're not playing solo queue, right? We're playing a more organized team-style game, so I certainly understand why he would take teleport over the Ignite. But you do kind of keep that in mind, that you're playing a super lane-focused champion and a super lane-focused matchup, and if you're not getting the advantage there, it's going to make it a little bit hard.
Froggen running a little low in the mana pool department, still trying to shove up this wave here in mid lane. A Blasting Wand, his first purchase on the Cassius after that initial buy of the Dark Steel and Corrupting Potion. Bottom side, nothing really has happened back and forth between these two. Both sides have been very content just to farm it back and forth. They're staying exactly even in the CS. So not really a whole lot to tell between these guys.
To me, though, like I would honestly say, if you're looking at an isolated lane, in a 2v2 lane, I feel that the Caitlyn Karma, if anyone should be getting the edge, it's probably them. So if you're Envy, with more of the kind of team fight focused, less laning focused support in Braum, you're probably pretty happy that you're coming out even, because I think that Braum's strengths are not in lane. It's later in the game. It's in the team fights, and it's in those engages. So they should be feeling pretty happy.
Especially against something like you said, the Caitlyn Karma. This is a bully lane. This is ranged, harassed, poke, just abuse in the laning phase. And these two are coming away from it blow for blow. They're actually ahead in terms of farm right now.
And part of the credit, obviously, it's not just the isolated 2v2. You know, perhaps Keith and Gate would be able to play more aggressive if their jungler was playing more on this side of the map, or if they had more vision to be able to track Lyra, because you know, you can go very aggressive and try to poke them out, but Braum has very strong gank assistance, and if Lyra comes in there, you can get killed off. So there's always these external factors that do affect the matchups, but you would hope in an isolated 2v2 situation, Echo Fox should have more of it.
Still 0-0 as Acadian heads himself towards top side. Gonna be the gank here on the Seraph, who's got no flash, and First Blood shows his face for Echo Fox. Meanwhile, Arrow in the bottom side on the Keith. Glacial Fissure not gonna find him in time. Flash away, keeps him safe. Lyra looking to make the moves, and he's got him. Envy ties this up.
Oh, Froggen was so low and wanted to stay around to soak up that wave.
Greed.
That was really greedy.
Deadly Sin, Azael.
Yeah, and Lyra makes him pay, and they're actually getting a ton of damage down on this turret now with that red buff Lee Sin. And we'll see if they want to try to continue to push. They could actually just look to try to knock down first turret here, but this is the play on the top side. And knowing that Seraph has no flash, you make the repeat gank. There's the flash, point, click, stun. Nothing that can really be done here by Seraph. That's flash body slam and a flash stun. And then this is just nice from Envy. You know, combining those Ashe ultimate and the Braum ultimate, you can almost guarantee that you'll at least get a summoner out. Action happening in all three lanes at the same time.
Flash kick from Lyra onto Froggen just to make sure there was no way he was getting away, flash or not, from that one to tie this game up 1-1. Still dead even in terms of gold, too. It's not like anyone's building up some sort of advantage in passive farming. Acadian moving towards this Infernal Drake. Very valuable Drake to have spawn first and foremost. Often does encourage earlier plays than others might. So a pre-10-minute Drake coming out from these guys before there's even first turret blood taken. Echo Fox, get that no contest.
And that is a big one. And I always think that it's good to look at the kind of team composition you're running when you're taking into consideration like how powerful this Drake is. And when you have someone who's going to build a lot of AD in the top lane like Pantheon, it just gives you a little bit of an extra edge there. You know, it's going to be that much stronger.
Got plenty of damage threats to make use of that as this game scales. Froggen continuing to farm up as much as he can. Pretty easy to clear away these waves now on the Cassidy. Does get hit by the seismic shove from Pyrian, but he'll walk it off, take a couple swigs of the potion, and be just fine as he heads over potentially to pick up his blue buff here.
We can see Pantheon's moving down. He could be looking for an alt mid, and there he goes.
Already going. Pyrian gonna be caught out by the slow, forced to flash out. Knows Looper has no flash to chase him.
Still, well done. You trade that ultimate for the flash any day, right? That is a good move from Looper, and this is what he had to do. You don't want to just stay in the isolated 1v1 as a Pantheon. You take your advantage, you move it elsewhere on the map, and mid lane is a great place to go because this is really where you're going to have your biggest late game threat on this Cassidy, and someone who can take over the game in the side lanes. So, smart little move from Looper, but well responded to by Pyrian.
A lot of respect coming out for the Pantheon pick from Seraph as well, who's done Ninja Tabbies first just to make sure that he avoids death as easily as possible. But mid lane, first turret blood does go down. Envy picking that one up thanks to Pyrian, and that is going to pad their pockets just a little bit. Froggen jumping in, but not going to be getting anything else out of it.
And that's kind of the untold story. You know, it's not showing on the CS. You know, Froggen, while he is CSing well and doing very well in lane in that regard, he's always going to be pushed in because Kassadin's major weakness is lack of wave clear and lack of safe wave clear, right? So it can be very concerning when you do start to lose turrets. especially if bot lane loses a turret and they start rotating around, because Kassadin cannot safely defend these turrets by himself. You want to be kind of at an even or ahead state so that you can move into the side lanes and really kind of keep farming and playing those isolated 1v1s. You don't want to be stuck under your turrets defending.
For now, Froggen will still be in a decent enough spot. But with that mid lane turret down, that means we will likely start to see some more rotations coming out from Envy. You've got a Talia, you've got the Weaver's Wall. There's the tools available in the kits to get these guys around the map and do what they need to do between arrows and walls and glacial fissures and Lyra setting up plays. So if they can get this going, this is one thing I want to keep my eye on, especially as we head towards that fateful early game into mid game transition that in the past for both of these teams was so problematic. Like we mentioned earlier, Echo Fox and Envy in Spring Split were both strongest in the early game. Mid game would come around and they'd look lost. It would seem like they didn't know what to do with advantages. They'd throw them away. And now coming into summer, if they want to be competitors, that has to change.
It really does. And I think these are good teams to kind of show, like, have you actually shored that up? Because if you're playing against another team that's supposed to have this weak late game and you cannot close out a game, then that is pretty concerning. And you know, Looper and Acadian looking to see if Seraph will actually step up here. His flash is back. Acadian still has his available too, though.
All right, there you go. Ulti comes out. Seraph trying to pop the ult defensively just to get himself away. He does do so. Lyra looking to jump in there, turn this one right back around, and Looper is going to be smacked down as Pyrian rides the wave right up top. And Acadian may just be number 2. Sonic Wave won't find the mark, but Envy turns that one around.
Very nice little moves by Acadian to try to get out, but I think he's going to get chased down. We'll see if he can actually avoid death.
Threaded volley won't quite find him. They pop the heal, just trying to get there in time, but miss it by the damage of a single rock.
It's just not enough damage to actually finish off Seraph, and that's a lot of why you kind of build a little bit more defensively there. He has those tabbies, he's able to stay alive and survive until Lyra can come up and turn that fight around.
And now Lyra, that Lee Sin playmaker that we were talking about, the guy that can be anywhere on the map and make anything happen, is 2-0. So expect that goal to be used for more playmaking as time goes on. Hakuo and Apollo forced off the bottom lane tier 1 as Froggen threatens the roam down. Means quite a large minion wave is going to be smashing into that turret. A little bit of farm lost as they work their way back here, trying to defend it, and more damage going into that objective.
Coming mid.
Pyrian wanting to try to get away from this. Remember, his heal is not available, and Froggen and Looper will cash in on some free money.
Yeah, that's really well done. Return as soon as his ultimate's back up. They know Pyrian won't have flash because they burned that last time, and he has a little bit of CDR now with that Ghost Blade done, and can trade pretty aggressively here with Seraph because you can constantly reset that passive. It makes it hard for auto attack champions to deal with, but here's the play once again. Seraph gets in range of Looper. He's able to jump right in on him. That was actually a very nice start to the play for Echo Fox, but they just did not have enough damage to actually finish him off, and the flash would come back up for Kennen. Pyrian was already on the roam. Lyra was already heading back up here too. But this was pretty clever from Acadian, though, flashing to the side that they would not be going for that seismic shove, then using the body slam to get back over. Does play that pretty well to survive.
Definitely playing the mind games right in order to escape with his life ever so barely on that.
3 points.
Yep. Right through the goalpost, baby. Arrow not quite finding what they wanted it to, but Apollo will have more chances as the game goes on. Looper and Froggen happy to see that one sailing between them as they get themselves away. Pyrian securing his own blue buff. Level 10 on both these mid laners and top laners, and even Lyra.
Coming bot, they're gonna look for this fight.
TP in, Keith exhausted, caught out here a little bit. CC coming down, Keith still gonna be chain stunned into chain stunned, but Seraph's the one in trouble as Looper makes his way into the mix, and Envy has had this turned against them. Keith still having a retreat here as Apollo finds the damage, gets himself back, but more will be coming through. Looper's able to grab the stun, tries to get more damage, and gets it. Gate wanting to chase this one down, and Hakuo is kill number 3 for Echo Fox.
That was such a close fight. Great Braum shields there from Hakuo. It looks like they were almost able to turn around that the 2v3 at the end there. Lyra now coming down. He's going to be hunting. Could look to clean up these kills. Has his ultimate actually on cooldown, so this would be pretty risky if he wants to go for it. Looper's actually pretty healthy, and so is Gate.
Hard to do, but it looks like he's still wanting to go. Sonic Wave missing.
Delay for Pyrian.
Yeah, it's time to head on back. Pyrian shows up, but neither one of them is able to do anything in time. The lack of Dragon's Rage there, like you said, it's going to shut that one down.
Yeah, if he had that available, maybe he can delay long enough for Pyrian, but Pyrian actually expended the ultimate, so they really did want to try to get something back there. Echo Fox doing pretty well here, and a lot of credit to Looper, who has moved around the map very, very well. So this was a fight happening over in mid lane. This is probably where Dragon's Rage was expended, but we're going to go right back down to that bot lane fight. And the TP comes in faster for Seraph, but Keith able to do a pretty good job here, backing up, surviving long enough that Looper can come in, they can turn around this fight. And then Apollo, I actually think he played this very well, moving forward, trading damage back onto the carries, taking out Keith, and they were really close to turning this around, but just can't actually tank up enough damage for Hakuo to be able to allow Apollo to finish that off.
The strength of that Pantheon passive, like you were talking about earlier as well, I think that's one reason why the champion seems so hard to deal with, especially early on a lot of the times.
Yep.
The value of blocking an auto attack can be huge.
Yeah, in early games, especially when you're going up against Kennen, if you can actually use your W as he's getting his charged auto attack passive, you can block that out, and that takes a while to actually stack that up and get that going. So it's one of the few reasons that it is considered quite a tough matchup for the Kennen, and Looper has been looking very good. Like, he's looking like he actually has practiced his pick. It's planned, he's doing very well. He's not just playing it for a lane, he's moving around the map and getting everything done that you would hope.
It's not just a random pick that you typed in Kennen counter and locked in the first thing that came up on Google. It's something that he's ready to,
Okay, beat
okay, this has a 60% win rate against Kennen. This is what we're locking in.
Here we go.
But the fight's breaking out. The Pantheon's coming down. Glacial Fissure out to block off 4, but the stuns come through. Root down onto Lyra, who is immediately shut down. Echo Fox is coming in, prowling around, and finding 2. Walking away now, 7-4, the lead.
Looper is just everywhere. He has 100% KP this game. He has been making these ultimates work, and he has been so proactive with it, pretty much throwing down that ultimate non-stop every time it comes off cooldown, which is what I love to see for champions like Shen and like Pantheon as well.
You want to see him all over the map, just like you said during Champion Select, Azale. He can't sit in the lane. If they want to win, he needs to be enabling everyone else. Take what Pantheon does early and allow that to enable the rest of the team's mid and late game power.
And one of the greatest parts about these sorts of Pantheon builds is with your Ghostblade and your Black Cleaver, you're already at 30% CDR. Many players will grab 10s just from their runes, and then they're going to be on 40%. You have a very low cooldown on your ultimate. You can constantly be using this out, and anytime you're able to force a summoner or get a kill, it's going to be a big win with a very low cooldown on that ult.
Not to mention, you've also got a really low cooldown on the spear spam as well, so you'll be throwing those out constantly during the fights. And let's not forget that Aegis Protection, the passive, doesn't only refresh instantly on the W, but 4 attacks or spellcasts from other abilities will also cause that to refresh. So lower cooldowns equals more blocks, equals greater survivability in the fights, equals that much harder to deal with this Pantheon with such huge kill participation.
Definitely a frustrating pick, and their comp makes a lot of sense because while you could say, okay, well, Pantheon's going to fall off somewhat, yeah, that's fine, but Kassadin is not, right? And you can use this to enable the Kassadin and take that strength. They are looking for Froggen here.
Seraph going for the dive if he can. Froggen jumping away from this one, but Weaver's Wall will put Pyrion right on top of him. And Lyra shows up to grab the 300 gold and walk away with the kill. 4, 1, and 0 on that Lee Sin.
Big commitment to that kill on Froggen. They do trade out a flash, a lot of ultimates. We'll see if Echo Fox can actually get anything back because they are pushing in bot side, so some of that farm may be missed. They want to try to siege up mid lane here too, but if Echo Fox can't get anything back with that, then it's a great play from Envy.
Looper trying to take down some damage on this tier 2, though. He's got Gate nearby coming to help him. The rest of the team rotating down now, too. You can see Acadian and Keith following suit. But Pyrion will definitely take that tier 1 on the top side, but not even as fast as Fox will find the tier 2 bottom.
Yeah, so not too bad. Echo Fox able to trade at least a turret back, so the kill goes in Envy's favor. But, Froggen will be able to get topside to actually collect the farm. It's not going to crash into the turret before he can get up there. The Pantheon ultimate will be available right now, so they can look to make plays again. And this is once again a time where Envy's going to have to be pretty scared to be out on the map.
And now we're into that point of the game that I was talking about earlier, Azale. That point of the game where I want to watch what these teams do with what they've built for themselves early. Can Looper, on this 2-1-5 Pantheon, who's had such a good performance so far, be able to keep this team going, keep the snowball rolling and building as they move through the mid game, or are they going to sputter out? Are we going to see some of those strange types of calls that lead teams to doing throw barons, that lead teams to moving into enemy territory without enough vision and tossing the game away? That's what we've got to keep an eye on here for Echo Fox, and even for Envy.
It really is, and it's a good question. And if I was in this game, I certainly favor the composition going late for Echo Fox, simply because I think that Kassadin is going to be so hard to deal with when you get to those super late game stages. And that Pantheon can kind of back him up and enable it. Plus, you have a really strong 3-man squad with the Caitlyn, the Karma, and the Gragas, who has a lot of wave clear and can be pretty safe. You know, so it's like you can set up a 1-3-1, control the side lanes, have your 3-man squad there, and I think that split pushing is the name of the game here for Echo Fox, and that's going to be their way to catch them out. But for Envy, you have ways to force fights with the Braum ultimate, with the Ashe Arrow, with Lee Sin kicking people in. So they're going to have their chances as well, but I think they need to be more proactive. It's more okay for Echo Fox probably to sit back with Cassidy.
I mean, when you look at the Envy team, it literally is every person on this lineup has some way of starting off the fight. So they're at no loss for ways to pull the trigger if they see the opportunity. They just have to be able to recognize those opportunities and jump on them like they are now. The stun out onto Gate, who is deleted before he ever regains consciousness. And Envy now has to see what they can do with it. It's not just the kills, Azael, it's what you translate from them.
Exactly, and they need to continue to get objectives to pressure this game because, you know, Lee Sin, even Ashe and things like Kennen and stuff, I consider more of the early game type picks compared to some of the ones that they are going up against. So we'll see if they're able to continue to get that done, but it's a good pick so far. They're probably going to need more before they can force something like a Baron, especially against a Pantheon who could very easily drop in on their heads.
You try to go into a Baron off of something like that against Pantheon that's as fed as he is. He drops the ultimate into the pit, and I don't even know how much damage that does at level 2. It's probably
700 if you're in the middle.
Okay,
and
so
it's magic damage, which is amped by Baron. So it's half of that at the edge, but like that's a hilarious amount of AoE damage. Then you can follow it up with your Spear Strike and everything. Like you actually have quite a bit.
And that's one guy. You've still got the rest of the team too. You've still got a Gragas and you've still got a Cassidy and a Caitlyn coming in there. So very easily understandable why Envy didn't want to go for a Baron off the back of the pick onto Gate. Fortunate for Echo Fox that the pick didn't lead to anything else, but with Infernal Drake spawning just 5 seconds from now, these teams are going to have something else to fight over.
And the second Infernal would be so good for Echo Fox. For Envy, it's going to be a big focus simply because you want to even that up. You want to keep that at a dead pace, because if they can get that 16% AD AP advantage, that even more favors them going towards the late game. And we'll see if Cassidy's going to TP in. He is coming, and Looper has the ultimate ready, but will they pull the trigger, or are they just going to smite fight this? Looper's going.
Drake resetting slightly. Looper coming into the middle of the fight. He's saying, here we go. This is how it starts. Green light for Echo Fox. Glacial Fissure comes out. Gate going to be forced back, flashing away from the last part of the threaded volley. Decently low health bars here on Echo Fox, but not low enough to be forced off. They find themselves the Drake, but can they get out? They're retreating into their opponent's territory.
Yeah, they are on the wrong side of the map. They see the TP now coming in. That has to be canceled. And they are just still running further towards the other side. When will they actually turn and fight here? Many ways are in their favor. Envy is looking.
Damage. Gate still very, very low. He's essentially just one decent hit from going down. Mantra inspired to speed these guys up, get them back away yet again. Tools down on both sides as they're walking right by the enemy base. They're just trying to get past however they can. Keith is the one who now nets himself over the wall into the Echo Fox base and maybe the sacrificial lamb for the rest of the team to get away. He is dead to all rights. And that's what it's going to be. Keith traded away for the Infernal Drake, and Echo Fox, the rest of them, they all walk away.
That's actually a pretty ridiculous escape from Echo Fox through your opponent's base, all the way down from Dragon. They end up on the opposite side of the map at the end of this, so Keith going down, that's not bad. I mean, if it's just the one for the second Infernal, that's a big win for Echo Fox, and Envy, once again, can't force anything else off of this. They actually, chase during all that, so their mini waves are not in their favor. They can't even start sieging a turret. All they're going to get is a kill and a blue buff.
Yeah. I mean, you feel bad for Keith. Everybody's running away as a group of 5, and somebody's got to draw the short straw, and sure enough, he got it. But the rest of the team, including himself, they all get the Infernal Drake. He'll be back alive here in just a couple of moments, and Echo Fox really isn't too much worse for wear. With double Infernal under their belts now, they're feeling good with the bonuses they've got from them.
They really are. It's just one of those situations, if you're getting chased by a bear, you don't have to run faster than the bear. You just have to run faster than your friend.
Yeah, you run faster than the slowest guy in the friend group, and you're like, I'm really sorry about that.
Keith was the slowest guy here. You got to pick up.
That's unlucky, but somebody's got to be the slowest. Back into the live game, though, we are starting to see some more item power spikes come online. You got your Lich Bane now for Cassidy, Leandry's Torment up and running on Talia. So these mages are starting to be real scary damage threats if we get into these fights and they get the opportunity to do what they need to do with Cassidy jumping into that back line, or Talia getting free fire time with multiple threaded volleys over the course of a fight as the arrow comes out. Finds play on the Froggen. Lyra looking to make the kick, but he can't quite find it. The Rift Walk gets Froggen back to the other angle in time so that the kick just knocks him away. Keith now trying to kite back, getting a couple auto attacks into the NV lines. Both sides going to be walking away with some wounds. Froggen, the one who has to actually back, though. No teleport available to re-engage a fight. But Echo Fox decide that they still have enough health to put a little bit of damage onto this mid lane tier 1, now immediately disengaging.
Yeah, smart play, though, from Echo Fox to disengage towards the bottom side because you know that Envy could be looking from the flank coming from that top side. Looper already has bot wave pushing. This is pretty well done. I will say that Apollo has been on point with his arrows. It feels like he's hitting quite a few. They're just not able to necessarily convert that much off of it. Even when they get the kill, they're not necessarily set up for an objective or don't have the confidence to go for it. And now Froggen in side lane here could be looking for Furion. Does disengage.
Jumps away. Had to get that Banshee's Veil off first. Now that he does, he knows the opportunity may be there again if he can jump on top of Furion. Lich Bane up means when he hits with those empowered auto attacks, they are going to seriously do some damage.
Yeah, it really will. And he's getting to such a high amount of CDR in these later stages of the game that you really can get to the point where you have like almost no cooldown on your Rift Walk. Like he's sitting at almost 40% CDR already on Kassadin. So when you hit level 16, that's when it becomes almost impossible to lock down the Kassadin.
Right, the only thing at that point that gates the Rift Walk is just the mana buildup on casting it subsequent times in a very short window. Furion gonna find himself found out by Froggen yet again, trying to get away. Root comes down, overall he goes.
Ultimate!
Looper coming in, slams into the ground, and he takes down Furion. Now his Guardian Angel gonna be triggered by Lyra, but Lyra may not be able to get himself out of trouble now. Froggen over the wall has found the kill. Echo Fox with 2 for 0 so far. Hakuo forced to flash the wall to stop that from becoming 3. And with those pickups, what will Fox do now? Sarah fighting here against Keith, popping the ulti, trying to make this work, but he's in a 1 versus 3. Apollo showing up to make it a 2v3, but with Acadian on the front line, they gotta be careful. Keith and Gate both low. They're forced back, but the trap line is laid down, and the call is Baron from Echo Fox. Envy only has 80 carry, top laner, and support to fight this with, and Kennen has no ultimate. Baron down to 1/3 HP. Echo Fox just trying to stay healthy enough to take this out. Mantra Inspire, keeping them all topped off, and there you go. Acadian with the secure, but now what do they get away with? Looper's gonna be taken down. Gate 2. Over the wall, the rest go. Fox get away with 3, still having the buff.
So in the long trade, it ends up being a 2 for 2, but the Baron goes over to Echo Fox. Their death timers are much more recent, so we'll see if Envy can actually push and get something done before those guys come back up. But I would say definitely worth here for Echo Fox.
Yeah, you've got Baron still up and running on 3 people, one of which can be a split pusher. You can get the 4-1 going afterwards, and you still get the instant rewards from Baron as well. Let's not forget the 300 gold that heads into everybody's pocket as soon as the objective itself is slain. Envy does what they can with the situation, though. They mop them up, at least take a couple of those buffs off the table.
I've got to say, it's actually been quite a well-played game, I think, from both sides. Both teams are, I think, playing their compositions pretty well here and trying to get the most out of the situation. Even the engage there from Seraph, making the Baron attempt much riskier because he actually chunked out the support and the AD, and that's kind of what eventually allowed Apollo to clean up some kills and have the potential to fight back on this. But definitely the later you go, the scarier and scarier this gets. Now Kassadin has Zonias, which means he can actually join the team fights much more easily because you can dive deep, knowing you'll Rift Walk in, pop your combo, look for a kill on someone like Apollo or Pyrion, and then you have the Zonias to buy your cooldown for that Rift Walk to exit the fight.
Froggen has moved from the early game Kassadin to the mid game Kassadin to now the late game Kassadin coming online with the purchase of that Zonia's team fight capable, level 16 as you mentioned. The final piece of the puzzle for the Rift Walk mobility and cooldowns makes him a serious threat that's constantly got to be on the radar for everyone on Team Envy. Echo Fox bringing the push now to the tier 1 in mid lane. This has been standing for 30 minutes. They'd like to fix that if they can, but the resistance from Envy means Fox heads over to Cloud Drain.
Grab an easier dragon here, pull them into a position where you're happy to take a fight right now as Echo Fox, and if they're not willing to come test you, you grab the dragon for free. When you hit this super late game type stage on Kassadin, though, it's just crazy. I mean, 1.2 second cooldown now on his ultimate. It's so hard to escape this guy. It's so hard to lock him down and actually take him out. You essentially have to land CC and instantly burst him down before he can do that. So if you can, layer something like the Ash Arrow into the Seismic Shove and things like this, but now Lyra caught out.
Oh, Lyra trying to steal away the enemy red buff, gets pounced on by Looper and Acadian, does manage to get himself away to safety. You got to be very, very watchful when you go for a play like that.
Yeah, Echo Fox maybe could have chased them down, but because Froggen is bot side, they don't want to risk the fact that the rest of Envy could actually be there. They didn't have eyes on a lot of the members, so if you overchase and get taken out, you can certainly throw away your advantage. But now that mid turret finally will go down. 31 minutes they defended it for. This is going to open up the map even more and make that split push that much more powerful.
Makes it that much easier to get wards in enemy territory if you're Echo Fox. Take control of these rotation routes, punish Envy if they try to get a little bit too hasty and going back and forth, defending the lanes. You can see Froggen setting up in one of those brushes just right now, waiting to see if he can get somebody passing through there, trying to set down some wards. Now trying to go as fast as he can, get in there, get some damage onto Apollo. Gate gonna be stunned up. The arrow down, though, is a big tool, a big threat for Envy that Fox no longer has to worry about for 60 seconds.
And Echo Fox is actually moving around the map here very well. They're showing a good understanding of what they need to do to close out this game. Looper is pushing the side lanes. They're not overcommitting in the mid lane. They're actually, utilizing their map pressure, their lane control very, very well here. And so far, you got to say so good for Echo Fox and their kind of late game report card.
Another T2 falls. Looper going to be stunned up, though. Not good if he falls for Echo Fox. Envy picking themselves up a solid kill that's going to halt the aggro.
And Echo Fox just decided they didn't actually want that fight. Giving up the one kill there is not the biggest loss. They'd already taken down the turret, so because the minion waves are in their favor, all Envy's really going to get here is a chance to reset the waves, maybe get a little bit of vision, prepare for their next move. But Froggen will head straight back down to the bot lane, continue to pick up farm, and they're looking good.
Baron power play 326 gold. Pretty measly number for what Echo Fox would have liked to see there.
It's true. I mean, we have to remember, though, that they traded out a couple kills right after they got it. Seraph now looking to corral Froggen. We'll see if Froggen can actually get out.
Froggen pops the Zonias to get himself away from the wrath of the ulti, but he's not getting away from the wrath of the rest of Envy. Pyrion, the one who picks up that one. His first kill of the game, 33 minutes in. Just been assists up until now. But as much as we've been talking about Echo Fox and their rotations and their scaling and how they've been in control of the game, they're only 200 gold ahead right now.
Yeah.
This game could go either way.
It very easily can. The only reason I really am favoring Echo Fox is the double Infernal and the fact they have a super late game Kassadin. I think that their scaling kind of is superior because of that. So that certainly gives them an edge. But Envy is holding very tight, and they can certainly win this game. You get the right picks, you can eliminate that gold off the map super quickly, and they have the potential to CC people down from 100 to 0. You don't even necessarily get a chance to actually utilize this late game power. But Keith is going to be a big threat at this point now. He's completed those big 3 items, plus he has a QSS. This is a very strong Caitlyn here, too. For Envy, it's going to be a lot about picks. They have so much CC. You have to pick someone off. You have to kill someone right off the bat before they can do anything.
It's got to be preferably Keith or Froggen, or maybe even Looper if you can get him, but he still has that GA and Steric's Gauge, so he's not quite as easy to kill as one of the other two. Got to be very mindful on the side of Envy of who you go for and whether or not that arrow landing is one that you follow up, because going in on one that isn't a good one is an instant disaster, and Fox has the damage to turn it around.
They really do. Echo Fox trying to shove up mid lane. They already have push on bot lane here from Looper, so just trying to continue manipulating these minion waves and controlling the pace of the game. They're always looking to set up one wave, then they push up mid and join up with their split pusher in the side wave to try to get an advantage. And Baron is not on the map for another 40 seconds, so Looper still does have some time. He also could, if someone shows bot, look to ult mid, and that's how they're trying to pull each other apart and really look for edges.
Seraph was hanging around in top side there for a while, just getting that wave pushed out, but now seeing Echo Fox coming towards bottom, recognizes the need to move himself towards that part of the map, help with this defense. Arrow comes out, finds its way onto Looper, more CC coming through, a lot of burst along with it. The stun up will pop the GA, and Envy seems to have found themselves a free pick onto that Pantheon. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, that's a really big one with the Baron coming up now, because we have been talking about, yeah, sure, Envy keeps taking picks, but what do they get after it? And now they have a chance to pressure the Baron to look for that. They get the GA and a long res timer here on Looper. Echo Fox is looking to perhaps catch them off guard and go for a flank, try to pick off someone as they are straggling behind. We'll see if they go for it. I think Envy's going to start this up for sure, though.
Remember, this Envy team, they don't have arrow, but that's it. They've got everything else in their arsenal in terms of ultimates. It's a 5 versus 4. Echo Fox must be very careful trying to start this fight. Lyra jumping in.
Oh, taking so much damage there.
Yeah, it takes a lot more than he bargained for. Having your jungler down to about 20% HP. Now Envy's got to be careful.
Yeah, but they're feeling the pressure. They feel like they need to actually get something done. They need to get an objective, get something more. EchoFox is just trying to delay them. Remember, Looper has TPs up in a couple seconds. They're maybe overstaying.
Purion trying to kite this one back. Envy forced to disengage. EchoFox loses HP off of Gate more than anyone else, but the rest of the team still in decent enough shape. Looper moving his way towards a potential ultimate, and Envy was not able to capitalize.
Yep, and Envy does have to pull back, but now they're starting it up again, and EchoFox doesn't actually know this. Will they expect the Baron? They thought that their opponents were resetting, but they have no vision on it. Envy's actually going to get this for free.
Ninja Baron! Envy manages to steal it right from under the noses of EchoFox. Oh, man!
That was actually brilliant from Envy. They feign like they're backing off. They had sweepers available. They see that there's no vision on the Baron, so they just start it right back up, and EchoFox did not expect it whatsoever, did not leave any wards on the way out either. And that's a free Baron for Envy. Great job by them, and now they're on the Elder. We'll see if this can actually be contested. If Lyra can steal this away, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Nope. They're deciding not to risk it. They say it'll be Baron versus Elder Drake. That's going to be the situation, but remember, this is a pretty potent Elder Drake, Azale. This is double Infernal plus Cloud Elder Drake. This isn't one that they just managed to have it and controlled Drakes not at all otherwise throughout the game. These guys have done the setup and the preparation throughout the game to make this a very potent buff. Envy's got to respect the combat potential in that.
Yeah, and now in these sorts of situations, generally speaking, you want to just wait out the Elder because the Baron lasts longer, and the Elder Dragon is kind of like a more potent buff in the short term. So you can try to get control of waves, you can try to get something done like that, but you have to remember that it's not only the true damage burn, but it increases the effectiveness of the dragons you already have by 50%. So this is essentially a triple Infernal team with a massive amount of true damage, 180 per spell that's applied. So I don't think that Envy can actually fight up against EchoFox during that time.
No.
But it's still good for them that they got the Baron, they get the gold from it, and they've taken it away from their opponents.
Now, all they need to do, like you said, is sit out that timer. EchoFox will flex muscles as hard as they can until then. But once that goes down, it's Envy looking to make the moves here. Bottom side, Looper the one who's caught out. The redemption coming down. Purion eating a lot of damage, trying to find the collapse with the stun out onto Froggen, who now may be coming right back into the fight. The Inspire to keep him hastened. Acadian around from the side, won't be able to find anything here. The heal was also popped by Purion. Mid lane, the wave has been shoved up by Fox here too. Envy goes for something, but they just can't find it.
It was actually ridiculously close from Apollo. He tried to time his arrow to hit Froggen as the Zonias expired, and it looked like it was passing through him as the Zonias went down. And had that actually stunned Froggen, he could have died. And a late game death like that on Kassadin is so punishing. So a lot of credit for Apollo almost getting that. Has definitely been on point with his arrows this game, and he has really been a big catalyst for most of their picks. So he needs to continue looking for this. It's still the same game plan here. EchoFox want to get those side lane advantages, want to get Froggen in these 1v1s where he's going to be so strong. And Envy are trying to force picks, trying to force them into these situations where they can kill someone off really fast. And Froggen not having Zonias for a while could be an opportunity.
Big buff's going to be going down soon as well. You can see only 45 seconds left on Baron, which means only a few moments left on Elder Drake.
Now here's something you don't see every day, the IE on Kennen. That is a very high DPS Kennen.
Whoa.
He does have PD, so he has crit in his build. He's just going like for a less tanky build. Usually people get kind of more pseudo defensive items and things like that. But if he feels like he can be free in these fights, he's now offering that much more threat, right? Because if you focus too heavily on Purion or Apollo and you ignore the Kennen, he's more than a CC bot now. He's going to have some serious DPS coming out with that IE.
It's an 80 carry build with a Frozen Mallet in it as the defensive item is essentially
so
what
it's Reckless.
Kennen is. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. It's Reckless in NALCS is what we're getting from Seraph this game. One more item left to build. Likely going to see even more damage coming out of him if that's the way he wants to play it with the Infinity Edge, but Envy is getting to the point, and EchoFox is getting to the same point where we're hitting full item builds, Azale. You've got full items on Looper already. He's not going to get any stronger.
No, he really won't. And later in the game, yes, Pantheon still does have some serious damage you can get on the carries, but because there's so much CC, oftentimes you're more of a distraction than just like that CC bot. You just kind of jump in, you stun a carry, then you die. Because you are not tanky enough against 6-item people in a team fight when you are getting targeted. Now, the Elder Dragon has expired. That was the end of the Baron buff for Envy, so that was kind of their window where they could get out on the map and try to push some stuff.
The buffs essentially just equalized with each other. Not a lot happened. Tier 3 under siege now. Baron power play.
They said, hey, Fox, you got 369. Well, we'll do you one better. We got 147 from ours.
Some very impressive Barons here.
Big time Baron money.
Not really swinging the games like you sometimes see. But, you know, the teams are playing each other very evenly. The problem is becoming, it's like they are kind of just repeating the same things over and over. And you are starting to feel like, hey, maybe they actually don't really know how to close out the game. Maybe they don't really have the confidence to go for that. Because I was expecting to see Froggen more in a side lane, and for the most part, it really has just been Looper pushing it out in a side lane and Froggen kind of sticking near the team, because I think they're very worried about the hard engage, right? They're very concerned that if you split up in a full 1-3-1 and try to utilize that Kassadin, that the rest of the team is going to die and then the game will just end.
Right.
But that being said, you know, Froggen does need to try to find those matchups, because if he can actually get a 1v1 against Pyrion or someone like that, really almost anyone at this point, he should be able to smash that. And that's how you really crack open the base. That's how you take over games, I think, a lot of time on the Kassadin.
It becomes a question of debate between trying to win as opposed to trying not to lose, right? And it feels like Echo Fox is trying so hard not to lose by not risking that 1-3-1 that you were talking about.
Yeah.
That trying to win just sort of found itself on the back burner, and we've stalled out the game till 42 minutes like we are right now. And I was expecting a close series between these two teams. Like we mentioned plenty of times before, they had very similar styles, very similar strengths and weaknesses during spring, and they're both having surprisingly strong starts here in summer. So I was expecting a close match with a lot of very similar goals from both teams. And right now, it seems like we've hit that point where they've just collided and nobody's willing to budge.
Yeah, I mean, both the teams are not making any major mistakes. They're not allowing their opponents to actually, find that big killing blow, to find that edge that allows them to close out the game. And now that Froggen has actually completed his full build, the death cap is a massive power spike. So now we get to see what his real game plan is. He doesn't have any excuses as far as scaling or waiting around for any items. Like, he can do whatever he wants to do at this point. And Echo Fox certainly could win through team fighting, but I think that you just have such an edge in split pushing, you should be looking for it.
Ooh, this could turn into a fight at any moment. Echo Fox with priority over mid lane. Remember that Echo Fox was involved in quite a zany series against FlyQuest where mid lane priority ultimately ended up ending the game with some backdoor shenanigans and all sorts of a mess in that one. So you know that that might be on their minds as well, heading into the very late game of this one.
And Baron is back up, and they have kind of control of that area. The trap line is down. Will they actually just start it up and try to force a fight? That certainly is an option, and it's oftentimes what you see teams going for if they're not sure how to close out through split push or whatever. And this is going to go down so fast.
Oh, the
will
wall
Envy
comes
even get here in time?
Weaver's Wall will stop that from happening any further. Good ultimate from Pyrion just to make sure. Buys enough time for the rest of Envy to show up and contest this.
And Echo Fox has now lost mid lane priority. They're going to be getting shoved in there, so they're just going to start up the Baron again, try to bring Envy back here. All 5 members of Envy are around. I don't know if a smite fight against Lyra is really what you want.
Yeah, that's not the kind of guy that you want to pick out and say, I'm going to challenge his mechanics.
Oh, look at that damage.
Seraph getting destroyed. He's got no chance. That's the problem with that aggressive itemization, Azael. Sometimes when you give up the defensive stats and put yourself in a spot like that, you get punished. And with Echo Fox finding that completely free pick onto the Envy top laner, now they're making the call for the Baron. Lyra or not, this is the play.
Yeah, and Froggen, he finally is kind of flexing those muscles. 6-item cast in. Lyra gonna look for the steal. Can he get in?
He can get in, but he's not gonna get the Baron. He's looking for a lot of damage now being poured into Looper, whose GA is gonna be popped yet again. Lyra on the run, Pyrion on the run, Pyrion in the grave, as Envy is completely routed. And Echo Fox will find their victory through the win in this team fight.
Yeah, they don't have any waves though, so they can't push just yet. They have huge res timers, so they are going to shove down mid. They sent Froggen back, so they obviously don't have confidence that they can end on this push though. And their inhibitor was actually under fire. Now they're going to TP him in. They are deciding that they can go for the end. We'll see if they can pull it off, because Seraph is coming back up. There's quite a bit of time until anyone else on the map, and they should be able to do it.
Seraph has to work a 1v4 miracle here. It's him versus everyone except Keith. He just bought a QSS, and he's going to find himself bursted low by Froggen. Has to pop the ulti, and with that down, that should seal Envy's fate. Echo Fox, after a 46-minute war of attrition, will take down the Nexus turrets, find themselves onto the Nexus, and win Game 1 against Team Envy.
It goes a long one. It was a close one. But finally, EchoFox able to find that advantage that they needed in the late game. They see Seraph on the side by himself and just able to burst him down ridiculously fast with that 6-item Caston, 6-item Caitlyn. And while it did take them a long time to close it out, you can give them the kind of the benefit of the doubt and say, hey, well, they had kind of a scaling advantage, so they didn't necessarily have to make any risky moves or do anything like that. But that being said, the longer you play a game, the more chances you give your opponents, especially a team like Envy that has so much pick potential on this lineup. You are giving them opportunities to come back in.
It was an interesting game from both sides because they both had such similar plans with wanting to make sure that they didn't give their opponents that win condition like you mentioned, and it just resulted in such a tiptoe dance around each other that eventually was ended by Seraph's just minor mistake in positioning towards the end. Froggen jumping on that, Keith getting in there to find that last auto attack worth of damage as well. That's what sealed their fate.
Definitely did. I mean, Seraph, I think it was a pretty cool build. We never really got to see it actually shown off, though, because when he had the IE, he pretty much just died instantly. But overall, pretty well played game here from EchoFox. They come back with Acadian. They win their first game. We'll see if they can close it out.
Yep, we're going to go ahead and throw things down to the analysts to break down that EchoFox win.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. It was a cool build, Azale. However, it didn't work. And as you mentioned, we didn't really get to see it work. But that's only one part of that top lane matchup that I want to talk about, because the other half of it is, of course, Looper on the Pantheon pick here, straight into the cannon. And they were joking about it in the cast that Captain Flowers said, this is like one of those solo queue things where you look at what it was.
Yeah,
exactly.
And it is. If you look at Lolalytics and you see Kennen, the counter should be Pantheon. So it works in lane because you can get so much kill pressure. And, to Seraph's defense, so to speak, this is a really interesting game for a lot of reasons, not necessarily very well played. But the split push Kennen doesn't have an option in this game, especially when it gets late, because you can get ulted on by Pantheon instantly stunned. Casting can two-shot you, as we saw in the last fight. So I think he went IE thinking that was the best team fight item for him.
Right. But turn myself into a team fight AD carry as opposed to a straight-up split pusher. Of course, as was mentioned, it didn't work out. Before we dive into the game itself, from start to finish, I want to start with the game ender, because you just pointed it out. We saw that Cassin, when you let the team scale to this point, has the potential to two-shot almost anyone on the team. Oh, so that's already happened here at this replay. You see the Kennen dead. Going
exactly.
for the steal
and then
attempt.
the final play is just a 4v5. Envy had so much minion wave control, just continue to shove out those minions, kind of let the Baron go over, wait for your 5v5 would have been the smarter call. And for all of Envy's growth that seemed like happened between spring and summer, a lot of it wasn't shown in this game, where I think they made a lot of somewhat poor decisions like that one, where they let themselves get just super outplayed by EchoFox.
All right, I mean, you notice the top minion wave, the mid minion wave, and even the bot one pushing out at this point. They had the option to, as you mentioned, back off in the 4v5 and say, fine, we'll give you the Baron for free at this point. We're just going to have to stall it another 5 minutes.
Not only back off, they could have probably taken the mid lane turret.
That's a good point.
And tried to push for another pathetic Baron power play, in which there were two of during this game. Aside from this Baron power play, the other two were sub 1,000 gold. These teams were actually, it was actually neck and neck the whole time, because the compositions were at odds with each other with what the teams actually wanted to do.
And now let's talk about what those compositions want to do. So I'm returning to the Pantheon point. The last time we saw it was actually summer of 2016 in the playoffs. Here it's making its return to the stage. We already talked about how, yes, okay, great. In the lane, this is a counter. But you made a point to me. Look at the other champions on this roster and the amount of time they need to get powered up, and the Pantheon plays perfectly into that.
Exactly. Pantheon is seen as an early game champion, which it is, and oftentimes you think, oh, just take Pantheon late and we'll be fine. Pantheon is a bridge for Cassidy and Caitlyn to get to the late game when they can take over the game. So even though EchoFox wasn't necessarily playing great and Looper was getting picked off a lot, the game just kept getting later and later, and you saw Froggen turn on late in the game.
Oh yeah, that level 16 power spike for the Cassidy is absolutely absurd. Let's take a look at some of the action that Pantheon and Looper was a part of. Again, we've talked about this guy kind of coming into his own on this roster, looking to make plays, and he finally does here in this game.
Yeah, Looper played lights out last week, and then this teleport is tricky because there is double TP on that roster, so you're never really sure who's coming in. And at this point, he did have a Ghost Blade, so Pantheon does absurd damage at this stage in the game. You also have to respect Pantheon at very low health because of that auto attack block he has on right now. Can reset it with his W, so Apollo played it super well, but it is a game of pixels and couldn't quite get that last hit on a looper, and it turns the fight around at the very end.
Exactly. I mean, that's just one of the many instances in which the Pantheon was a big turn in skirmishes, and as you mentioned, all of those plays happened in the earlier stages of the game. You note the amount of times that he was picked off. Well, the majority of those came beyond the 20 to 25 minute mark when the Cassidy and the Caitlyn have the ability to apply pressure elsewhere on the map. This is that early game prowess that we're talking about.
Yeah, the gank power Pantheon versus Kennen is absurd, especially when you combo with Gragas, which I have to credit Echo Fox with. And then also with the Kassadin, the absurd chase down. So you're almost always going to get the kill unless the team matches you with more people than you are able to bring. So Echo Fox did kind of use that to get themselves in good positions for the late game. They didn't play the late game actually all that well, but Pantheon was a big part of getting them there.
Yeah, I mean, look, as you mentioned, this game was a slugfest, and we even saw on the gold graph for the majority of it, you know, changing leads frequently, both teams having their turn in the driver's seat. And so for both teams, there's plenty to work on. But one more thing I want to touch on with the Pantheon pick, I know we're hammering this quite a bit, is kind of the interesting fact that Echo Fox has been vocal about the fact, and even Envy, we saw in the tease at the beginning of the day, they said, we don't know how to attack this team because we don't get an opportunity to scrim them. We have no information. And so here we go. Who's to say? And we don't know. But the Pantheon looks to have caught them off guard a little bit just as a pick in the top lane.
Totally agree. Even just getting used to playing against Looper when we saw him last week, his Jace in a lot of these 1v2s, they'll pull out the Pantheon, they'll pull out the support Zac, they'll pull out the support Sejuani. These players like to be quirky, and it does play to their advantage if they keep their quirkiness in-house. And Echo Fox has actually been pretty hush-hush about their actual practice strategies.
Yes, that's
true.
true.
We know they don't scrim as much as other teams. They probably still do scrim a little bit outside of in-house, but anytime they're going to pull something like this, which no one else plays in the LCS, they have a very clear motive to not let anyone see that until it's on stage and until it counts.
And we talk all the time about surprising teams in Champions Select with flex picks. Well, here they're surprising teams without flex picks. They're just taking surprising picks.
Just go to the data websites that show you counter picks, and that's what Loopers and Gates' next champion's going to be.
It's working.
Secret's out.
It's working in the LCS. It could work for you two at home. After the break, we'll see if Team Envy can rally and even the series against Echo Fox, or if Echo Fox takes it. Don't go anywhere.
Cadian heads himself towards top side. Gonna be the gank here on the Seraph, who's got no flash. Oh, here we go. But the fight's breaking out. The Pantheon's coming down. Glacial Fissure out to block off 4, but the stuns come through. Root down onto Lyra, who is immediately shut down.
I look for air right here. We're looking Pantheon. Pantheon. J. Go. Before. Go, kill on Keith.
I'm gonna base.
Woo!
Let's go, baby. Push.
Go mid. Listen.
End the game.
Go mid.
Echo Fox, after a 46-minute war of attrition, will take down the Nexus turrets, find themselves onto the Nexus, and win game 1 against Team Envy.
MB looked like much better than last split. So maybe it will be a hard game, but I think we are better than last split too. So maybe it will be a funny game.
Welcome back to round 2 of Echo Fox versus Team Envy. Game number 1 was a long, drawn-out war of attrition. Neither team willing to give the mistake that would allow their opponent to win the game, and ultimately, Echo Fox prevailed.
Yeah, and if you're going to play one of those super long games, having some hyperscaling champions is going to be pretty useful. I mean, Cassidy,
who knew?
You get the 6 items. You know, Froggen is pretty much as soon as he got his death cap, he pots up. He's like 800 AP on a Cassidy. Get the 1 pick, win the game.
Yeah, 1 skill rotation takes Seraph down from 100% of his HP to just a fraction. Keith gets the last auto attack in there. They find the kill. That's what enables them to lock that game away. And it just took 46 minutes worth of scaling for Froggen to hit 6 items so they could do what they needed to do. It worked out for them.
Yeah, it did. And I mean, Envy always had their chances, right? They kept getting picks. But the biggest problem for them, I felt like, in this game was they did not have very good side lane control of the minions. They were not able to actually ever really convert their picks into objectives because they never had control of the side waves. And a lot of this is because it's very scary for an AD Cannon to be split pushing against Pantheon plus Cassidy. You can get caught out pretty easily, things like this. But they just weren't able to really manage those side waves. And that's why, like, every time they get a kill, they can't get anything off it. Echo Fox just resets, pushes elsewhere on the map. They continually kept it even. They picked up the dragons, which was a big boon for them late game, and they had better scaling.
But after a close game like that, you've got to know that you've got what it takes to win against your opponents. There's just some minor tweaks required, a little bit of differences in terms of goals and composition with your team in Champion Select. So I'm curious to see what Envy decides to change here in round 2 to find themselves a win, take this to game number 3 against Echo Fox. As we do head into picks and bans for the second time, it's Cassidin and Cassiopeia, the 2 Casses, banned away by Echo Fox to start things off. Envy taking Zach and LeBlanc off the table.
It's pretty interesting. I really liked the discussion on the desk, actually, about the fact that when you have a team like Echo Fox, who's essentially only scrimming in-house, you do not know what kind of picks that they are bringing out, right? You can practice picks like the Pantheon that may take your opponents off guard. And does Envy now doubt themselves as far as the picks that they want to go for? If Kennen is open, it's not first pick by Echo Fox. Does Envy take it, or are they now scared of the Pantheon? Are they scared of these other counter picks that could be prepared?
Right, and you can't just say, okay, we're going to ban Pantheon ourselves, because it's Pantheon. You've got a lot of high-priority bans to take care of first. You've got Zach and Galio and LeBlanc and all these things in the game that are way higher priority than Pantheon, so you can't just surrender to that. But Kennen will be the first pickup for Echo Fox. Looper, he beat it last time. He's going to play it this time.
Certainly will, and Seraph is going to have the opportunity to bring out a pick of his own to kind of counter that. Jace, I'm assuming that's going to be a top lane. Jace is actually one of the champions that can just straight up outmatch the Kennen in a 1v1. You do have the advantage of having another ranged champion, essentially. You have very good all-in potential. You can match him in the side lanes, but it is one of those matchups that can swing very heavily in either way. Anytime you have a carry versus carry matchup, it can snowball very, very easily if one of them gets ahead. So I certainly am expecting to see Lee Sin perhaps picked up pretty early, like first round. I think if Acadian does not take it here, I think it's going to go to Lyra for sure, because grabbing one of those aggressive early junglers could be the key to swinging the top lane.
Right, we saw ganks in top lane from both sides last time. Fully expect to see it here again with the carry versus carry, super volatile matchup. But with Caitlyn locked in on the side of Team Envy, Fox decides that they want to answer with their own AD carry before the pool might get pinched any further. They pick up the Varus second time.
And now, if you think that they're going to go for the jungler, you can either A, take it away, or B, you can grab something like a support and then try to force them. Oh, wow. This is actually a blind Lucian mid.
Okay.
This is actually bizarre. Now, now I'm actually questioning a lot of their pick ban stuff here.
That's a little
Why
strange.
do you ban Cassidin if you want to pick the champion that hard counters Cassidin?
Yeah, the one that we saw, the time that we saw Cassidin mid-picked and Lucian mid-picked into it, Lucian just destroyed it.
Yeah, Lucian is considered like the hard counter to Cassidin. Like, you slam Cassidin. So why are you banning that out? And then blind picking that now means that he's going to have to go up against Victor, which I think, obviously you can win these matchups as Lucian, but Victor gets really terrifying as he gets some levels, as he gets some items going here. You can one-round 80 carries.
Well, that's the reality that Echo Fox is going to find themselves having to deal with now. As we head into the second part of the bans, Ivern, the first one taken off the table by Envy. junglers from both sides. Normally you don't see junglers make it to the second part of the picking phase. They're normally adopted very early in the draft, but this time around, since they are still both needing to be picked, more jungler bans can come through. Kha'Zix also going to be banned by Envy, focusing hard onto Acadian.
I mean, one thing that they did accomplish is the fact that you can probably ban out this Lee Sin here now, right? Like, you have forced them to essentially match a pick because Pyrion wanted to get his most comfortable pick against this AD carry matchup. Lee Sin, no, not even going to have any priority. It's also just somewhat of a problem when you're looking at Equifax composition because you essentially now, assuming it's AD, which it almost always is with Kennen these days, you essentially now have 3 AD carries, right? So if Envy wanted draft like a tanky jungler and a tanky support, you know, you go like Braum Gragas or something like that here, like that becomes very tough to actually deal with in team fights because you can start to stack armor and you can, you know, block out a lot of the poke and the ranged auto attacks with that Braum shield. So we'll see if they decide to go for that. Obviously, tanks coming from support and jungle, you're never gonna have as much gold as a top lane tank, so it's not as threatening, but it's like a super one-dimensional comp damage-wise. I mean, yes, you could theoretically go AP Kennen and you can draft some sort of AP jungler here, but like, who are you even going to take for an AP jungle as far as meta competitive stuff, unless you want to go super random and you're drafting something that's not as popular. So Nidalee is an answer, but even then, Nidalee like is not a consistent contributor of damage in team fights generally. It's more of like you have to pick someone out, you have to have skirmishes, and that doesn't really kind of force you into building MR.
Well, the final pick on the side of Envy to answer it will be Zyra, to be paired with Caitlyn there in the bottom lane. And Echo Fox's composition is very scary, like you mentioned, for them, because you do have that whole, if you guys fall behind and Gragas gets ahead, he's just going to be impossibly tanky due to all the armor stacking. It's similar to what we saw from P1 last weekend when they drafted a very similar setup. They had a Lucian mid, a normal AD carry bottom, and then, I mean, they had Urgot top, but it was still a 380 carry setup against a Gragas and an AoE mage. And if you guys missed that game, it went about as you would expect.
Yeah, and while Zyra is not a tank, you can certainly still like have some of the same effects. You can create these zones where it's very difficult for the AD carries to kind of cross through them. I mean, if you have Nidalee diving in, if you have Thresh diving in, if these guys go into the fight, you can drop your ultimate in between the AD carry line and the front line, essentially. You have to back off, then you can pick off that front line. I really like the composition from Envy much, much more. I'm just very confused by the blind Lucian pick. But that being said, you can snowball. Nidalee is a very heavy snowball champion. If Froggen can get ahead on the Lucian, you could perhaps abuse Victor before he can get those levels, get those items that he needs to deal with these AD carries. But I think if you're looking at a relatively even game in the early phases, it should be massively Envy favored later. So Echo Fox is going to have to get some real work done, I think.
Maybe we get to see something just completely off the wall here from Echo Fox. Maybe they've got some real crazy plan tucked away, some ace in the hole. Like you mentioned, this is a team that only scrims their own roster. So they might have some sort of special plan locked away for Lucian mid with Nidalee jungle that takes advantage of their opponents early on and does some sort of cheese, but
I mean, you can like try to siege and stuff, right? You have sustain from the Nidalee. You have Varus, which has, you know, decent attack range. You have triple AD carry if you actually get any time on the turrets, but it's like, well, Victor wave clears insanely well. Zyra wave clears insanely well. So does Caitlyn. So does Gragas. Like, these are very strong champions into that sort of strategy. So you're looking at an Echo Fox team that needs to split push with the Kennen, that needs to skirmish kind of, you know, with this Lucian and with this Nidalee. And if they're not able to find this, if they're not able to push the pace of the game, I think they're just going to be in so much trouble.
Nobody trying anything at level 1 so far, like we saw last game with the wards onto the chicken pits early. This game, we're not really going to see that just yet, at least.
And I think, you know, if you are Envy, you're probably saying, hey, guys, we outscale super hard this game. Let's not risk anything. Play line of scrimmage. Just super relaxed early game. Try to just essentially trade farm, right? And that's kind of a path to victory for them. That's very legit. I'd also be interested, I think this is a game, while pretty much everyone goes Runic Echoes on Gragas, I actually think this would be a regional game for just a straight up full tank Gragas. Like, go Cinderhulk, you get a Frozen Heart, you know, get Ninja Tabbies early, go pure tank, because I don't think that his damage is going to be at all relevant with all the DPS that is being brought here. Obviously, it does increase your clear, and there's other things, you know, other factors going into that, why people go Runic Echoes, but with Zyra support, with Jace top, you don't need to deal any damage. If you can just be that tanky threat and just buy time against these AD carries, I think you'll smash team fights. So be fun to actually track if he decides to mix up that build, but not expecting it.
No, I 100% agree that when you have one guy on the team who can be the tank and he can absorb so much damage with a single type of stat with the armor stacking, it just makes sense to go for that kind of unorthodox build, but fills the niche required this game. Froggen will take over the lane early here, using the early on power of that Lucian to shove Victor underneath the turret. We know that Victor comes online as a wave clear master later on, but it will take a little bit of time before he can get that second half of the laser and make that his reality.
You need to actually upgrade your Hex Core, and that first Hex Core upgrade for your laser allows it to have kind of the double proc of damage, the initial damage, and then the second even higher form of DPS. And Froggen is playing this very aggressively. They're both super low here, both playing with heal, remember? So it's not that Lucian cannot compete in these early stages, it's just that I think it goes more in the Victor's favor the longer this game goes. So we need to see Froggen continue to kind of get work done and try to build an advantage for himself if he can.
It's the opposite story in terms of the pressure and the tempo as what we saw last game, where Echo Fox, you mentioned it a couple of different times, they were comfortable just sitting around, waiting for the game to scale up, saying, all right, look, the longer it goes, the more this will favor us. Don't worry about it, guys. This game, very much a different situation. Echo Fox must be up tempo.
Yeah, it's a good point. And it was the composition that they had, and it was also the fact that they had this double Infernal advantage. And now Lyra sneaking around here. Froggen has to play this lane aggressively, and that means he's exposing himself.
Ooh, flash for flash. Froggen gets away from that one. Honestly, about as good as he could.
Yeah, well done by Froggen, I think, there, to be able to escape from that gank. They trade out flashes, but that does mean that Froggen may not be able to continue the aggressive play. Acadian, though, going to try to take advantage of this.
Ooh, finds a good spear onto Lyra there.
Yeah, a little bit too fat to dodge that one in the bush.
When your hitbox takes up most of the bush, well, throwing a spear into the bush is a pretty good strat.
Yeah.
Oh, Gate. Very, very low from that one. The Ignite ticking away, but the shield's going to keep him alive. Apollo controlling this bottom lane with the Caitlyn, though. Lyra being zoned away from his own jungle. Acadian making sure that those spears connect as Looper makes his way in here as well. And with the low HP on Lyra, Envy will be forced to concede this objective. Mini objective.
This is smart from Acadian, right? He knows the fact that Lyra has his flash down, and he has very strong early dueling on this Nidalee. Pyrion should not get by his Fury season.
Okay. It was really close.
Yeah, but maybe he wouldn't have been able to actually force as hard had he not hit both of those spears. But either way, you can go and harass the Gragas there, knowing you have the summoner advantage, know you have an early dueling advantage. So he's kind of creating pressure however he can. And this is pretty smart from him. He's going to steal away a couple camps. Nidalee has such a fast early clear, so this is a way that Acadian can get something done, even if he can't necessarily look for a gank.
Just shows up right next to Froggen. Afterwards, zones Pyrion away so that he can't interfere with Froggen keeping this wave shoved up.
One of the funniest things about those ranged junglers is sometimes some of the most effective ganks from a Nidalee is actually just the Nidalee walks into your lane with double bust, auto attacks you a couple times, heals your laning opponent, and now you're at this like huge HP disadvantage.
And there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like you can dodge the auto attacks or the red buff burn.
Yeah, I mean, you can trade back, but Nidalee has such a healthy clear that it doesn't really matter if she takes some damage like that. Acadian, though, being aggressive, moving around, and that does help to give them an idea of where Lyra is going to be. And he's really putting on a lot of pressure through this, and even going to probably freeze this up for Froggen, which is so annoying if you're Pyrion, because that is going to mean that likely a good chunk of the wave can get denied, because both of Pyrion's waves are going to stack up here, and Pyrion now is going to lose a full wave of experience, at the very least, off of that little move from Acadian. So that is really smart.
And this is the kind of attention that Echo Fox gives to Froggen when they know he's going to need it. You mentioned the difficulty of the matchup and how Victor can just one rotation 80 carries. They know that on the side of Echo Fox. Froggen is saying, look, make sure that I'm in a spot where I can do what I need to do. And Acadian says, absolutely.
Yeah, and Froggen now will have XP advantage very heavily, so he will get 6 way faster than Pyrion. He's trying to thin out the wave here now so that Pyrion can't actually shove it all the way into the turret, but he has CS advantage. Pyrion was not able to stay in lane long enough. Hakuo's in trouble.
Hakuo now going to be ignited. Keith not able to find all the damage he needs, but the flash blown from Hakuo means that there might be gank pressure down there eventually from Acadian.
Lyra's gotta get there.
Froggen trying to make the moves, but Lyra is there just in time to keep him safe.
I mean, Pyrion took a lot of damage there. Did have confidence that he would be okay, but Acadian now finds Lyra. He's a level up.
Yeah, Lyra's got no flash either, remember. He does have Pyrion over the wall trying to keep him safe here. Spear not going to connect. Acadian dodges away from the laser. He'll clear out some of this vision as well. Envy continuing to find themselves in the back foot against the combo of Froggen and Acadian.
Yeah, Acadian is just really enabling Froggen to win this matchup. He is now up a lot of farm. Pyrion couldn't stay around long enough to get the Hex Core upgrade. That is one of the reasons that Victor kind of fell out of favor when they actually changed it, so it cost 1250 instead of, I think it was 1K originally or something like that. But anyway, they made it increase in cost. So that first base, it's really unlikely that you actually are able to pick that up. And Mini doesn't have the upgraded laser. Froggen has a really good buy with the Vamp, so he can continuously trade with the Doran Shield and Vamp and keep healing up. And that's how he's looking to get an edge.
I mean, he's got a 25 CS advantage at this point in the game, Azale. That's absolutely massive 7 minutes into the game. Victor, not normally a champion that you think about just getting smacked around in lane, but Acadian has made sure that's what's happening in this second game between these two teams. Team Envy, across all lanes, it's that mid lane that's the weakness right now. The bottom lane, they've got a slight CS advantage. Top lane, they've got a slight CS advantage, but that's not where the focus has been. That's not where Acadian's been sitting for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, and you are expecting Pyrion, when he does finally get that Hex Core upgrade, to be able to stabilize the lane because your wave clear becomes so free. So as long as it doesn't actually completely get out of control and he's not just like 50 CS down getting solo killed and stuff, it should be okay. Because while 20 CS is a massive deal now, Froggen cannot convert on that and start killing him and start getting big advantages. Pyrion will still scale extremely well, and we'll be able to wave clear ridiculously easy once he has that first upgrade.
You can see with the blue buff on him now, he's free to spam those spells as well. Just even if they aren't killing the wave instantly, they're keeping it pushed out, making it harder for Froggen to deny that farm and keep Pyrion away from the resources he needs to get that upscale potential. Seraph underneath his own turret here in the top side, going for Black Cleaver first on Jace, up against what appears to be the Frozen Mallet first for Lupert's Kennen.
Yeah, and sometimes people will just actually pick up the Jorum's Fist to start stacking up the HP bonus because it is pretty nice for that. But he certainly could be going for a full Frozen Mallet there.
I'm totally agreeing.
Is good as well, though.
Yeah, totally agreeing with that point. That seems much more likely. The Blade of the Ruined King, while having the extra HP pool, seems like it would be better for the dueling opportunity.
And it just kind of comes down to like how you want to play it and how easily you think you can survive and stuff, right? Both are very viable options. Speaking of kind of what the next moves here for these teams are, I'd love to see Acadian actually go put some focus down on Hakuo, because that is a flashless Zyra, and you have Thresh, right? Thresh should be able to very easily set up that kill. A flash play with a Lantern in onto Nidalee, that is extremely hard to avoid death for a Zyra who doesn't have her summoners.
Or even an ultimate yet. Hakuo is still only level 5. Now that's going to change. As soon as I say it, I have to go ahead and jinx myself. But up until 2 seconds ago, he couldn't even throw the Stranglethorns down upon himself. Now it's a little bit of a different story.
Yep.
But Acadian is on this bottom part of the map, so maybe that's what Echo Fox is thinking as they head forward. This game still telling a similar story to game number 1 in that both teams are playing to minimize mistakes instead of force advantages.
Yeah, they really are. And anytime you're in those situations, though, you have to look to who has the edge, right? If the game stays even, if the game goes late. And I really do very strongly feel that MB will have that edge with more diverse damage profile, with this AoE kind of team fight mage on the Victor, and a front line, right? That's something that Echo Fox do not have. They don't have a mage, they don't have a tank that the Gragas is going to be either.
Wow, that's a bunch of damage coming out from Froggen. The culling will take Pyrion down below about a third. Meanwhile, Lyra's in the top side. Explosive cast doesn't find anyone. Looper gonna go ahead, pop that Maelstrom, seeing what he can find as Keith, of all people, shows up in the top lane to turn this around. And Echo Fox find 2.
Oh no, Lyra with the big whiff, egg on his face as Looper. You're going to get the red buff. They get 2 kills there as the roam was already happening for Echo Fox, and now this is a huge advantage for them. They get the 2 kills. They'll be able to get the first turret, and we talked about the early game advantages that they needed. That was their way in.
Man, you come top lane as the jungler, you might expect the enemy jungler. You don't expect the AD carry.
No, the Thresh was there too. All 3 men get up there fast, and they could not burst down Looper quickly. They thought they would be able to get there, and then Keith actually flashes in to nail that ultimate, healing them off. So really good job there from Keith, and the 2 kills plus the turret going Echo Fox's way may be what they needed to really kind of blow this game open.
Echo Fox now feeling good, now saying, all right, yeah, we have to be active early, but we're on there as Pyrion's Chaos Storm
It's fine. He's gonna push out the wave.
All right, yeah, he's just pushing the wave with it.
Yeah,
wave push chaos.
I think either way, you know, you would like it to hit, but he wanted to base regardless. So he is just trying to shove out the wave, reset it on the cannon minion wave, so that he can get back, upgrade his hex core, now come back to lane. But actually, no, he didn't even upgrade again. He just decided to go for upgraded boots. So really delaying that a lot. Maybe he just didn't have the gold again. You know, on those buys, it is a big mark that you have to get to. And if you run out of mana before you get there, it's very dangerous to stay around in the lane on low mana and try to get to that point. So again, Pyrion has to go back before he can do the upgrade.
Plus, if you do hang around in the lane, even if you're not in direct danger of being killed, you pose no threat. You have no pressure of your own. So your opponent's then just free to do whatever they feel like. And whatever they feel like was rotating that bot lane towards top like we saw. But Looper and Seraph, again, going to be 1v1ing down here, but it won't be a 1v1 for long. Acadian trying to show up and find the spear, but quick sidestep gets Seraph away. But outside, the CC coming in. Lyra looking to make the moves, turn this into a 2v3, but instead, it's going to be 2v2, 1-for-1 in terms of those kills. Gate backing himself away. Lyra's not going to be taken down by the turret. Pyrion working his way up there means that Lyra gets away. It's a 1-for-2. Envy take the better trade there, but they're losing their bottom lane tier 1. Seraph TP's in.
He's going to TP in and try to clear the wave with a Shock Blast, I think, here. We'll see if he can actually do that. He does clear it out, so that saves the turret. You know, Seraph probably shouldn't have been fighting even prior to that because you know, he was fighting into a red buff cannon, which is such an advantage. You know, after he has the better buy, with the kill he got plus the red buff, this is pretty dangerous. And you cannot approach your opponent in a situation like this because you're never going to win out in a long trade. You know, that is essentially all of Seraph's burst gone. And then Looper is going to not only have the life steal to heal up over time, but Seraph does at least trade summoners there and stay alive. Oh, actually, did he get the kill? Oh, he did. Wow. I guess we didn't see that last time because it went topside.
Nope, that didn't even show up last time. That was
from
just,
Acadian.
Yeah, a pretty big hoop. Oh, well, we all have them. Everybody has one of those now and again where you dive underneath the turret and think you're going to walk away.
One of those situations where you just absolutely suicide and someone's like, what were you doing? You're like, I'm trying my best.
You just question mark ping yourself in that case. You just say, hey, my bad. I'll be back in 20 seconds. We'll do better. But Echo Fox still got themselves a 3 versus 2 advantage. Still got about 500 gold over their opponents. Froggen continuing to put the pressure here in mid lane, up over 30 CS now. Blade of the Ruined King completed on the Lucian, so very much a 1v1 duelist threat.
Yeah, he really is. He's doing well for himself. Gold relatively even though, because they couldn't actually finish off the turret top, so first turret did go over to Envy, and that is a pretty big deal gold-wise. Keith and Gate almost were able to have the outplay.
Ooh, Froggen pops the seal to stay alive. The Chaos Storm's still ticking, though.
Oh, Pyrion
out of those last couple
back into it.
Yeah, Pyrion, he got really, really low there.
It looks like he maybe got creep blocked and pathed a little bit weirdly as he kind of stepped back into that culling, and I was getting pretty worried for him that he might just go down, but he did still have his heal. So if Froggen went forward, he may have been heal baited.
Both these guys do not want to back away. Bottom lane tier 1 falls. Envy takes their turret count up to 2. Lyra and Acadian both showing up here in the mid lane. Lyra takes a lot of damage really fast. Gate tries to throw out the hook. Not going to find anything from that just yet. One thing I want to comment on as well, throwing back to what you mentioned earlier, Azale, the Runic Echoes was the pickup for Lyra's Gragas. That is why it seems like he takes so much damage from Acadian Spears and everything else, because he is still full glass. He's got a Ruby Crystal and that's it. So we're still seeing it a little ways off before the big man gets big tank stats.
And honestly, it can be quite a ways off, right? Like, jungle does not have super reliant income, so the item choices that you make are very important. Because if you are going to go with this, it does increase your clear speed, and it does give you kind of some more threat in the early game, so that's why people do go for that. And it is a good item, but it's just, in a situation like this, it can be so long before he starts to get tanky for the team fights that the kind of one-dimensional team comp here, as far as damage profile that we talked about, may not really come too much into play.
Pyrion shoving the wave in as fast as he can, with Froggen having gone to get the blue buff, but Froggen quickly just finds himself right back into lane where he needs to be. Piercing Light will clear these out. 27,000 to 26.4 thousand gold. Means anything could swing this game in the other side's favor very, very quickly if one team makes a mistake.
It definitely could. Echo Fox are going to be trying to look for these picks, look to force things so that they can push this game ahead. You definitely do not want to be farming this one out, as Pyrion is going to be a monstrous threat. And when you get to the team fight stage, he's going to have so many options on who to target here with his ultimate as well. Because it's not even like he has to look for a specific one target, right? Like, you could go for Looper, Acadian, Froggen, or Keith, and they're all good targets for the victory.
And that's just, it's like Christmas. When you're able to be a character focused on burst like that, and you've got so many different targets that are all viable. The enemy support, the guy you don't want to be targeting, is the only one that's really not an ideal target, so.
Yeah. Make it pretty easy. Something we also didn't talk about here is actually the fact that Seraph went for kind of an atypical mastery. He gets Fervor of Battle on the Jace, and that is because it is a range versus range matchup. And if you're trading those auto attacks in kind of extended fights, it's more about the sustained DPS than it is about just the little quick bursts, which you would go for something like a Thunderlords 4 or even the all-in potential.
Speaking of all-in potential.
Nice.
See how that one actually started off.
Keith uses ultimate and flash, so you got to assume that's a flash ultimate from him or a flash hook from Gate. But they are pressing. They are trying to make these plays, and they will be rewarded with a dragon here. And that's going to be a pretty big one for them. Because grabbing the mountain allows you to really continue to push these objectives, right? You can threaten something like a Baron. Their composition already is going to kill it so fast, and here it is again. We'll see if it did get started up by Keith or Gate. Flash. Oh, yep. Keith has been on point.
There it is.
Got to give him some credit. The kills topside. Flashed in to peel for his cannon with that ultimate. Now gets them another kill, and we'll see if they can get anything else besides that dragon. But bot lane turret is very low. A mid lane turret is very low, and that mountain dragon is going to help them picking up these objectives.
And Chains of Corruption has a history of being an easy-to-miss ability, along with the fact that he's flashing to find these. It's not the easiest ability in the world anyway. Their projectile's very slow.
And you look so bad if you flash in and you miss it.
If you flash and miss Chains of Corruption, that's like that's fail reel material.
Yeah.
But Keith is willing to take that risk. He's putting his own reputation on the line to make sure that he's saving teammates and finding picks and getting Echo Fox going.
And he's doing it. So far, so good for Keith. And Froggen is very ahead of Pyrion as far as the farm goes. So that is certainly somewhat of a concern as Froggen, they've given a ton of attention to him. He has been able to utilize that to get a big farm advantage. We'll see if he can convert, if he can really be effective in these team fights, because there's going to be so many factors that he has to watch out for. Not only is it just Pyrion, but he has to be careful about getting knocked in by the Gragas, about getting rooted up and ultimated by this Zyra. So lots of things he has to watch out for.
Again, going in onto Pyrion here, now backing himself away from that Chaos Storm. But I want to check in, Azael, back onto the overarching goal that you sort of outlined for Echo Fox at the beginning of the game after we saw the finalized draft. They needed to get ahead early. They needed to make this work at the start of the game so their comp weakness wouldn't just make them lose later on. You can see they're ahead. You can see they've got 2,000 gold up and more kills. But is that enough? Are they on track?
I think it's enough for now. I think that, these compositions, because a lot of it is dependent upon how tanky, how much people are itemizing against it. All AD compositions are fine if no one's building armor, and really the only armor on all of Envy is a Glacial Shroud, right? That is not that big of a deal to
20 armor?
Something like that, 20, 25. So it's not a big concern yet. Where they really get concerned is if you go to the 35-minute mark and this is a 3 armor item Gragas, that's where it's really concerning. I think that you always have to be worried if you are not quite a bit ahead as Echo Fox, because the game is just going to slowly move more and more in your opponent's favor. So while they are okay for now, they need to continue to extend the gold lead, not just sit on it. You have to be proactive.
Next Drake will be Cloud once that is up. Fox did get that first mountain like we observed a moment ago. See if they can continue to maintain control over these neutral objectives, as Envy's still got control over their own jungle nicely, passing those blue buffs off to Pyrion. You can see a lot of wards from Team Envy around this top part of the map as well, especially around the river. Knowing that they're now past the 20-minute mark into the game, they recognize the fact that Baron Nashor is on the table, and you've always got to have that in the back of your mind, lest you end up losing one of those sneak Barons that can really take a close game and turn it into a mess.
Yeah, it really can, and especially Echo Fox will be able to kill it hilariously fast. I mean, so can Envy, honestly, but Mountain Dragon added into a triple AD carry plus Nidalee, that's a lot of DPS. So Envy has to be very careful that they do not give that up, because we talk about something that gives you the ability to snowball and close out a game. The Baron is that in a nutshell, right? So that is going to be a big ticket objective for Echo Fox, and Envy is really going to have to keep tracking that, keep fighting for vision as a team, making sure that Echo Fox never has an opportunity to take a free Baron.
taking a look at exactly how everybody's stacking up now that laning phase is pretty much officially over. Top lane, 10 CS differentiating between these guys. The jungle, obviously Acadian going to have a farm edge. He's on the Nidalee. You would expect Nidalee to outfarm her opponent. Biggest CS advantage, though, still the story being told there in the mid lane. Almost 60 lead for Froggen, who...
they don't know he's there.
Ooh. They don't even recognize he's hanging around in that bush. He's going to find Apollo, though. Put the burst on him real quick. Trying to find a couple more auto attacks. Not quite getting him, just barely missing out. Looper coming in from the flank, but Froggen still going to be taken very low. Acadian grabbing the kill onto Pyrian. Froggen is down. Looper still seeing if he can maybe come around, make something happen there. Flash ult, both ready to go. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Froggen not feeling good about the fact that he barely missed out on some kills, but should feel okay about that trade 1-for-2 overall.
Yeah, they do win the trade overall, and Froggen was so close to killing off a couple people. He doesn't get the kill, but he essentially earns the kill on Apollo. He is in a pretty rough spot here, and so he just waits, he bides his time, and he finds a chance over onto Keith. And meanwhile, Pyrian getting picked off by the bot lane duo. They're able to finish him off there. And Apollo gets over the wall, but he's in enemy territory. He's going to go down, and now Echo Fox looking to set up a trap and hoping that they can get some kills when Envy comes to contest that Baron Vision.
And this is what you want to see from a team that you said they need to be proactive, right? When you take down that outer lane of turrets, when you've got those 3 under your belt, you move into enemy territory. You throw down a couple control wards in their jungle, set up in a bush, and see if you can find a pick, and then snowball even further off of that.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think that needs to be their focus. The question becomes, when do they have the confidence to actually pull the trigger and start up the Baron? Because if your opponents are playing conservatively and not face checking you when they have no vision, you need to force them into a response. And you do that by starting up the Baron. But some teams are too passive around the Baron and just willing to sit back, and they don't want to take the risk. But in a game like this, we've talked about it, you have to push the pace. You have to get stuff done.
Lyra and the rest of Envy have set up the trap line, sieging outside the mid lane tier 1, and they will find that when tying up that turret count, making that 3-3 both ways.
And Envy's siege comp is actually pretty nasty when you look at this. Jace to poke you off, the Caitlyn trap line. You have disengage from Hako if they try to come into you. You have zone control with the Victor gravity field. Like, there's really, really strong siege here from this team. I've got to criticize Lyra a little bit, though. I actually hate that he's building a Spirit Visage before his throw charge.
I was just about to mention that to you.
I hate that.
As Seraph is now taking a lot of damage from this culling, but you and I were having a conversation about itemization just the other day, Azael, talking about sometimes the prioritization choices we see. And when you're up against 3 different Blade of the Ruined Kings, Spirit Visage seems very hard to justify.
And I just think it's like, okay, great. It works really well with your passive. Xbox are looking for a pick, so we'll watch this for a second. But it works very well with the passive, so it increases the healing you get from that. That's great. Gives you CDR. That's great. Yeah. But you're against 380 carries. Frozen Heart, like, not only does it give you the CDR, the reduced auto attack speed, like, that aura is so hilariously powerful in a team fight that you're really making a mistake, I think, by not building that first. And I guess you can say he's worried about not having enough HP to back that up or something like this, but these are the kind of things that you may use to justify that. But it's just in Italy. That's the only person dealing AP.
Now he's going to be grabbed. There comes all the damage coming through. He will stay alive for now, ever so barely. Courage of the Colossus giving him that extra shield to make sure he doesn't drop too low.
But Echo Fox just go right back to it. They keep baiting. And now, if Lyra does not check again, you need to start this up. And Lyra walking forward, he's going to get killed for sure. And Echo Fox, gets out.
Froggen dashes in, but doesn't quite have the damage to just immediately blow him up.
It seemed like they could have had a little bit more patience and perhaps gotten that kill. Froggen really wanted to jump in there and kill him off. But now they're starting the Baron. Envy should be relatively aware of this. They do have in that pit. I'm not sure if that was previously there or they saw them starting it up. But they are not moving in. This could just be Echo Fox's Baron. Looks like it will.
Lyra is low. They're very, very aware of that. The Baron is low. The Baron's down. Echo Fox, 26 minutes in, takes it.
Great job by Echo Fox. That's exactly what we needed to see. You have to do part 2. They baited him out. They don't kill Lyra, but they have chunked him very low. They know either he goes back to base and we get it, or he stays around and he loses the fight.
Ooh. Apollo quickly finding half of his health bar disappearing right before his eyes. Froggen dashing in there with the Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruined King, extra zeal added onto it. The Lucian damage is starting to become that level where when he dashes on top of you, if you don't immediately have a response, you are going to see half your health just completely removed.
Yeah, especially the fact that he's level 16. He's the highest level in the game, tied with Looper there, a couple levels up on Pyrion and Apollo. And the Baron minions are going to make it really hard for these guys to wave clear. They do have fantastic wave clear, but even with all of these members helping it out, Echo Fox should be able to knock down some turrets and really try to extend that gold lead. We'll see how much they can get.
Oh, they might just end up losing their mid laner, though. Froggen getting himself juggled around and beaten down, while Keith, Gate, and Acadian find themselves running into some trouble here in the jungle. They almost found a kill onto Hawkwool. You can see his health bar blinking red. Pyrion coming in, trying to make something happen here. Gate gonna grab the death sentence onto him. Ace in the hole coming through. Keith doesn't block it, and Gate goes down.
And that's actually like somewhat costly, you know, giving up not only the Baron buff, but that kill. I definitely should have tried to block that because Envy now buy some time, right? The Baron is not going to be nearly as impactful now. They get a couple of kills. They're allowed to move around the map and reset these waves. Bot lane is pushing for them. Top lane will be as well. And Envy are the ones who are probably going to take away this dragon.
And that's the kind of momentum slip that Echo Fox can't afford to just give away. You get Baron in 26 minutes. You get it uncontested. You're not supposed to just let that slip. I was going to make a cheeky comment about the 349 or 163 Baron power play from game number 1 and how they've got quite a high standard to live up to here, but based on plays like that and that loss of momentum, we might see those kind of numbers be put up again.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Credit to Envy, though, for finding the picks, right?
Absolutely.
They know that they're going to try to set up this kind of 1-3-1. They have a powerful mid laner with Froggen. You talked about the powerful item spikes that he had. You know, the point is very high level, but he goes forward, and you can get picked off so easily by the Gragas and Victor combo. So it's tough. It's really a hard line to walk when you kind of paint yourselves into a bit of a corner when you draft a competition like this, because you must be aggressive, you must push the pace, or you'll get outscaled, and it's not that easy to do.
Now Looper's the one finding himself caught in a 1 versus 3, trying to escape, popping the Maelstrom just to do that.
Facing. They're still going.
Trying to get out of this one, buying as much time as he can against all 4 of these guys. He will definitely die. Echo Fox marches up the mid lane now. Back's being channeled. Froggen is in the bottom lane, moving himself towards this tier 2. If nothing else, they should take this, because Fox will have to answer the mid lane tier 3, which is rapidly finding itself being destroyed. Chains of Corruption just thrown out to try to zone them away, but they cannot get the turret.
I mean, they lose a mid tier 2, a bot tier 2. Sure, you killed off Looper, but that is a big overchase, and I feel like with you know, the situation that Envy were in, they didn't need to force for that. Obviously, they were hoping that they could kill him off instantly and then get back and not lose all this. But in the situation they're in, they almost even lost the inhibitor turret, which would have been 3 turrets for 1 kill trade.
Baron buff with only 2 seconds left to go on it, so the Echo Fox Baron push will come to its untimely end with the death of Looper and the retreat of the rest of the team. That mid lane tier 3 is very, very close to being destroyed. If Echo Fox can find themselves in a spot to set up siege outside that and just be 1 or 2 seconds ahead of Envy, they can take that down before it regenerates too heavily.
Yep, and they would certainly like to do that, but Envy can be proactive. They want to get their lanes pushing. Don't allow them to kind of get the time to get up to their turret and set up to finish that off. Envy are really getting, I think, to the point where it is going to be harder and harder and harder for them. When the Frozen Heart's completed for Lyra, that'll be a big spike. I'm also actually shocked that he has not built Ninja Tabbies 30 minutes into the game against AD carries. That is a big question mark for me here too. But when he starts eventually completing these items, as I'm sure he will, it's going to get so much harder to kill him. And just like the ambient reduction of power that he's going to provide in a team fight by reducing everyone's attack speed by 20% is so good against this comp that it can perhaps give the freedom for Apollo, who's actually getting really strong on the Caitlyn, and Pyrion, who's getting really strong on his Victor, to take over.
Yeah, with the 500 gold to complete the Frozen Heart, or I believe it's around 500 gold, something like that. Either way, and then 800 gold to change your brown boot into a Ninja Tabby. The next 1,500 gold or so is probably going to be the most effective 1,500 gold at any point in this game on this map.
Yeah, I agree.
For Lyra.
I think that the Tabbies and Frozen Heart are certainly the 2 most effective items that anyone could build in this game against a triple AD carry composition. So it is smart optimization that he's going to be going for that eventually. I just don't agree with the path he's taking to get there.
Right. He has finally got that Frozen Heart online. Like you said, watch for the impact of that in the next team fight. Watch and see if it seems like there's a lot less auto attack damage coming out from these Echo Fox AD carries, because if you're in range of that aura, it really does make a significant impact.
Yeah, it's pretty big. And we're also going to have to see some really great play from Keith, from Froggen, from Looper, avoiding skill shots, avoiding roots, avoiding the Victor laser, and still getting in there to deal damage. Because you cannot sit passively back, or they will simply move forward as a 5-man squad and annihilate you, right? Because they have the front line, they have the zoning with the Zyra, and you don't. So Froggen needs to utilize his gold, and we'll see if he can, dash past Zyra roots and pick people off and things like that, because we're going to need to see that level of kind of outplays if they're to win team fights.
Now, Seraph has recently completed Death's Dance, his third item, but he's still struggling in that 1v1 against Looper, who, with Phantom Dancer, reduces his damage by that much more, also has the ability to crit. Very, very effective in a 1v1 as a duelist item itself.
I do like the Death Stance, though, because since Looper was sitting on lifesteal, he could constantly do these trades and heal back up. This allows Seraph to kind of stay around and have a lot more staying power in that 1v1, because even if he gets chunked out, he can heal back up so quickly with the Death Stance off the next mini wave, and then continue to hold the line. Because he doesn't, at this point, actually have to win a 1v1, he just has to not die.
Speaking of not dying, trying to force the fight here onto Looper and just can't do it. Sometimes it's a tall order, Azale.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to chill. When you outscale, you just have to hang out, wave clear. But sometimes players get a little bit aggressive, and I'm not sure if he had thought Looper had base and Looper caught him out there, or if he opted into that 1v1 aggressively. Because I do think if he chose that fight, it was a poor one to take. Just in this situation, not even because he lost. Because they outscale, and now they're going to be pressured very heavily. There's no one to answer Looper. Echo Fox is going to pressure Baron, and that has put Envy in a very tough spot.
Yeah, the Baron timer. All right, the Chains of Corruption into the Death Sentence combo there, a little bit off the mark.
That's actually so big, because that means that Echo Fox doesn't just get a free Baron rush.
Right. But now Apollo, if he finds himself caught out, that might be the disaster that Echo Fox needs to bestow upon Envy. A little bit more damage, they'll find the AD carry. Lyra going to be forced to flash away as Froggen continues that pursuit, trying to find that last little bit of damage. The flash into the Relentless. And that's a double kill for the Lucian, trying to get himself away with the heal. Not quite. It's at least a 1 for 2.
Yeah, and that's a big kill. Taking Froggen off the map means they still have a chance to contest this, because Seraph is back up. They need to get over there now. This is a Victor without ultimate, but Zyra does have his. Seraph is still pretty strong, and the Baron is doing some work for you. So we need to see Envy try to contest this and see if they can actually get in.
That's still 2 AD carries with Blade of the Ruined King. Keith, the only one marginally low. Fox may still be able to turn this one around. You've got to be careful if you're Team Envy.
Yeah, and as Echo Fox gets out, they're just going to have to back off. Envy's going to have to give that up, and it all started, with that 1v1 fight between Seraph and Looper. You give that up, you give the map pressure over to your opponents, you force your team in this awkward position where they have to check in, but they're on Looper again.
Looper, the one jumped on, but turning it around quickly. Seraph going to be forced to jump himself out of this one. Acadian tosses out a spear. Hakuo almost turns right back around into it. The fight will disengage. And one thing I want to draw your attention to, Azale, because I don't see what the goal is here. Lyra has done Ninja Tabbies. Not Ninja Tabbies, Mercury Treads this game instead of the Ninja Tabbies, I meant to say. It's going to stop Cannon Stuns. It's going to stop Chains of Corruption.
There's some stuff, but I just think it's really poor itemization from Lyra. So definitely pretty disappointed. But here's the fight starting out again, and it's a good aggressive move onto Apollo. They're collapsing from all sides because their top laner is dead. Jace has already lost his 1v1. He got taken out. So the collapse is really nice, and I like the force of the fight here from Echo Fox. So definitely a well-played fight there from them, but Pyrion is able to get in, at least trade 1 kill back, which keeps it from being a total disaster. But we're back kind of to the situation now where Echo Fox is trying to press, is trying to end this game. And we do have to remember that mid lane turret is very low from last time when they did that kind of big chase onto Looper and tried to get him down. So that will be very susceptible if Echo Fox can get up to that. But the gold lead, while it is big for Echo Fox, I don't think that is out of reach by any means here for Envy.
And let's remember the sins committed by Echo Fox last time as well. Overreaching after getting the Baron, ending up with a couple people dead, not being able to use that push power the way they expected to. They need to be very conscious of that. Remember those mistakes, not make them a second time if they really want to have a big impact with this second Baron.
Yeah, I completely agree. And looking for an ultimate there on Keith, not able to get it, but Lyra does have a ton of CDR, at least, and that's rank 3 ultimate, so it's not going to be too long until it's back up. It's about a 48-second cooldown.
And one thing I want to go back to, because it's specifically what you said earlier. When you get to 35 minutes in this game, you told me, when that Gragas has 3 big armor items, that's when you've got a problem, but he's still only got 1, and now he's rooted up. Echo Fox is still in a spot where this composition has not been punished.
Yeah, at all, really. I mean, Lyra, he decided to go for a Spirit Visage instead of another armor item. He didn't build Ninja Tabbies. You know, so I was expecting him to be much tankier against this composition at this point of the game, but because of his itemization choices, he's not really there yet. And also because he has not really picked as many kills for himself or gotten a huge injection of gold. So MV's still hanging on. I still do favor their team fighting 5v5, but they're getting pressed, and they're getting pressed very heavily by this 1-3-1 with the Baron buff.
The BF sword in the inventory of Looper. Going to draw your eyes to that one for just a second because we could see Infinity Edge Kinnan for the second time in this series. I don't quite know if he's going to go for that. Maybe it could just be a Guardian Angel, something more likely along those lines.
Yeah, the Guardian Angel would make a lot of sense, but I mean, when you have double Zeal items, IE is a massive damage increase. It's just, can you stay alive to actually be effective with it? That is the question. And that is what we didn't see pay off last game, but they will get the inhibitor turret down and likely compress in for the inhibitor, but it is scary trying to siege uphill into this comp because they still have so much wave clear, and if you get knocked into the Zyra, you're probably going to go down pretty quickly.
I mean, we saw the damage that came out onto the health bars of Froggen and Keith there when the Shock Blast found its way into those back lines. Another one finding Froggen just now. And he has to get himself away. The collapse coming in from Lyra on the side, but won't be able to make it in time as the rest of Echo Fox continues pressuring towards the base. Acadian and Keith here in the mid lane trying to put damage onto that inhib, now exposed.
And Acadian's build, I think, is very smart for what they're trying to do. They're not trying to necessarily team fight. They're trying to siege and poke, and he has the Lich Bane, which is going to help you shred his turrets. And then he built the Athenes, which when he lands poke, he will be able to heal up his teammates even more because of that and keep them there for the siege. Has more staying power. You know, he knows it's not necessarily about the all-in team fight. It's not like buy elutes and one-shot them. It's hang around, survive, poke them out, take objectives, and I think the build makes a lot of sense for that goal.
And with another needlessly large rod and blasting wand in the inventory, that means those spears and those heals together, everything's just going to have that much more kick once he completes that next item as well. Baron power play, 3,100 gold. That's the kind of numbers we're talking about, Azale. That's what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot better. We have seen some massive ones this split where, you know, up over 7,000 gold even. So it's definitely not enormous, but it's certainly trending in the right direction. They have opened themselves up a big gold lead. Echo Fox, I think, is playing out the game very well, but you still are concerned if you're Echo Fox because of the composition that you've drafted, because of how much harder I think it is to execute what they have for themselves. But Envy, you know, has made some mistakes and allowed them to really find their ways in, and Echo Fox has been doing a good job of splitting up the fights and, you know, pushing out the waves so they can't get that 5v5.
Next Baron going to be coming up 100 seconds from now. Elder Drake also the next one that's going to be live from here on out. He's not quite going to be showing up for a little while. But Envy has seemed like they're on the back foot the entirety of this game. Looper going to find Seraph face checking the brush there, but now Looper's going to be the one in a 1v2 having to escape the Stranglethorns. Still gets caught by the Grasping Roots, but look at the damage to Hakuo's health bar from a single auto attack.
Seraph is at like 1 HP from the Death Dance dot that was on him. He wasn't actually life-stealing. That was actually really risky. Maybe he should have stayed around and tried to lifesteal off those creeps, but perhaps had it calculated. Either way, you know, Looper winning out in that 1v2 means more pressure for Echo Fox. Froggen's on the top side. They're pushing in mid lane.
Looper's very effective on this Kinnan.
Yeah, he's smashing Seraph, to be honest with you. Like, both games, he has really been outplaying him, and he is bullying Seraph very hard. Although they are, you know, obviously very close as far as farm and itemization, Seraph is getting pressured very heavily, and that is drawing more attention from Envy, and Looper is not dying when he draws that attention, which is exactly what you wanted of a split pusher.
Yeah, that's the name of the game for split pushing. Yep. Get more bodies towards you, and don't give free gold away in the process.
Exactly. Create pressure. Pull them down to you, then back off, and he is doing that so well. Again, Hakuo has to come down to help, tries to find something there, but they're not able to. And this means that then there's advantageous matchups on the other sides, right? There's more people for Echo Fox than there will be for Envy.
Ooh, instant QSS from Apollo as those chains came out, getting himself away from the CC from his opponent in Keith. Keith almost full build in his own right this game. You can see 6 items under the belts of both Froggen and Looper. Keith at 5.5 just needs to evolve that last Whisper into either Lord Dominic's Regards or Mortal Reminder. As Baron number 3 comes up and Echo Fox decides to head on over.
It may be gone before Envy even gets there if they don't go fast, and I think it will be. Lyra may spot this. He'll have a chance. He'll see.
Lyra makes his way over, but Hakuo's already dead. Froggen going to be taken low. GA popped. Lyra trying to escape. The spear finds its way onto Pyrian. Apollo grabbing the kill onto Froggen. Pyrian on the run. They've already lost 3 on the side of Envy, and with Pyrian trying to escape with his life, Echo Fox decides they don't even need Baron to potentially end this here. Looper is still set up in the bottom lane, and Acadian leads the charge.
At the very least, you can crack a couple inhibitors here. The top turret has almost no health on it. They're going to get this inhibitor. They're already pushing the bot. They could potentially go around the horn, get all 3 inhibitors here. And Echo Fox are looking to deal that killing blow.
And a 3-inhib game, Azael, is so damned hard to come back from.
It really is.
Double supers in every lane. The amount of pressure
They're just trying to end.
is just insane. But now Seraph and Pyrian have to pull off the 2 versus 4. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Here comes Looper, ult into the fight, takes down Pyrian. Seraph having to run away still. Hakuo back up, but the turrets are not. Seraph gonna be pulled in. He has nothing left to say and no way left to say it. The Nexus falls, and Fox goes 2-0.
Really well-played game there from Echo Fox. I am very impressed with how they played that one out. I think it was a really hard game to win against Envy's composition, but Echo Fox pushed the pace well. They found picks. They controlled vision around Baron very well. They showed both an understanding of their wing to distance, their composition, and also of really how to close out and kind of control against Envy, who has looked like a very strong team.
Yeah, Envy wasn't a team that looks like they were 10th in last split, right? This is a team, like we said at the start of this series, that has had substantial improvements throughout the first couple of weeks of Summer Split. Echo Fox the same way. So finding this win, like we prefaced this match with, shows that Echo Fox is the kind of team who could be worthy of saying, look, we're in the top half of teams this time around.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And you know, for Envy, it is kind of some of those struggles that they had. As far as I think they showed a little bit of a lack of understanding of their win conditions, what they had to do. You know, Seraph forcing too hard into some of these 1v1s, you know, losing that 1v1 fight against Looper on the cannon actually spiraled that game kind of out of control. I think that they were at a point where they could stabilize and they should have a compositional advantage, but the fact that Lyra is not stacking armor against a 380 carry team, not even building ninja tabbies, that was a real head scratcher to me. And the fact that Seraph is trying to force for a 1v1 in a situation where literally all you need to do is wave clear and just allow yourselves to not get pulled apart. Because if you can get like a relatively even full item fight with Victor and an armor stacking Gragas against a 380 carry team, like it should be very easy. But when you get taken out in that 1v1, you lose total control of the map. That's how they lost Baron. That's how they lost their inhibitors. It's like you force yourself into these hard positions. And I think that Envy still certainly has some work to do as far as the late game, but Echo Fox have a lot to be proud of here.
Yeah, it's mistakes from the side that lost as well as some fantastic successes from the side who won. Acadian also go back to the very first moments of the game, sitting mid lane for the longest amount of time, making sure that lane didn't get out of control, making sure Froggen was still going to be effective going into mid game as well as throughout the laning phase and keeping Pyrian down.
And I'd also like to give some credit to Keith. I think he had actually a lot of really good Varus ultimates. Even, you know, the roam that they had top where they turn around that 2v1 gank onto Looper, that was a big swing point, which kind of put Looper ahead. And the fact that he's able to hit multiple flash chains of corruption on that Varus to get themselves kills and to put themselves in a good spot. I think that the bot lane here from Echo Fox have put in a pretty good performance.
And that's what we wanted to see from this team. A team that had these struggles in the mid game, had these struggles translating leads into actual wins. A team that sometimes we saw working together with a couple people seeming like they were out of the loop, all coming together and playing as 5 is an impressive thing to see. But for a first-hand account on that Fox win, let's hear from Pastry Time and Echo Fox's jungler.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Arcadian, moving back from the back line, into the front line. I have to ask you just quickly, how is it to kind of be back in the squad and playing again?
I mean, I don't really look at it like that, like off the team or something like that. We're really all a team, like the whole 10, you know. So Greg got a chance to play last week, and I was rooting for him the whole time. And I don't know. I mean, it's just really up to the coaching staff what we do. And I mean, it was fun. I love playing LCS. It's really, really fun and exciting.
And I have to say, I agree with you. It is definitely more of a full 10-man roster thing. So let me ask you, what's it kind of been like having another jungler there? Do you guys have different styles? Are you learning off each other? Is the other guy like researching matchups? What does that 2-jungler system sort of look like?
I mean, it's great. We have our own way to practice, I guess. We have our own way to I guess go through scrims all the time, and it allows me to do, or it just allows us to do things that other teams really can't do, because you have, like, if you're scrimming another team, you have to respect them, right? Or you have to like respect that they want to get practice out of it too. But if you're really just a 10-man roster, then you can practice, whatever you want, and you can control what you're playing against too. So it's good.
Makes sense there. And my final question, you have another opponent this weekend. Hopefully, of course, looking to go 2-0 for the team. But Dignitas will be our next opponent. And they also actually have two junglers that they've been using pretty actively in Chaser and Shrimp. What do you think about both your potential jungle opponents there?
I mean, I've played against both guys many times. I really think right now it's less about, playing. It's not really about like playing the matchup against the jungler you're playing against or something. I don't think there's anybody that you look at and you're just like, oh man, I'm gonna get smashed. It's more just about playing with your team. So I think if we just have good team synergy, we should be able to 2-0 again.
Well, so far so good. Congratulations on the victory today. Acadian, thank you very much for the interview. Now back to the analyst desk to end out the day.
Thank you, Pastry Time. Echo Fox picking up a victory here tonight, making our second 2-0 on the evening. Very quick evening at that. Well, let's look at how they put this together, because a completely new look for them in Game 2 from Game 1, going triple ADC with the Nidalee behind it. And then the Thresh is really their only primary engage outside of Verisol's.
Absolutely. And as Azael was saying during the game, fully committing to this strategy super early. There were no questions about where people were going with Kennen, Lucian, and Varus all locked in the first phase. So at that point, Team Envy could have technically done whatever they wanted, if they wanted a huge tank line, if they wanted a bunch of people who could stack armor. So I actually really have to say Envy failed the end of their draft to be able to counter exactly what Echo Fox wanted to throw at them.
Yes.
But then you credit Echo Fox for going ahead with the strategy that they really wanted to play before the game and just kind of forcing it through champ select and making it work.
Yeah, draft mistakes and in-game mistakes over here. Very interesting, committed draft, and hey, they followed through on the commitment, and that's what matters when it all comes down to it. But the lead that was required, in order to push this kind of a team comp forward actually came from a player that has suffered a lot of criticism throughout his career and even in these early weeks here. Keith, coming up big with a few key Varus ultimates. Let's take a look at the first one. 11 minutes into the game, off of a beautiful swap to the top lane and counter gank here on Lyra.
And the Ken and Jace matchup is very swingy, so being able to avoid and land the ganks is huge. The missed ultimate by Lyra is huge, but then where did Keith and Gate come from? They had recalled, they decided to do the swap. The timing is perfect. It turns around multiple kills for them in the top lane, gives them priority over that top lane, helps get Looper ahead, helps keep Seraph behind, but it was perfect accuracy there from Keith on the ultimate.
Exactly. No turrets go down after that, but two go very low. We'll see them knock those down later in the game, and that's what kind of established that 2K gold lead that they were able to play with in order to keep control and keep pressure on the map. And now I want to go to a very interesting mechanical play, and I'm just going to step back and let you explain this. This is 17:30 into the game. Keith with a beautiful ult flash.
I was actually absolutely blown away by this play, because at first it looks like, oh, he just ulted them as Varus, but this is not a flash ult. This is an ult flash. The ordering of the skills is very important here. So think about where his mouse has to be. He has to press his ultimate on the Victor, then move his mouse to flash a very difficult wall and still get it out. You do not have time to move your mouse to flash that wall after that play, which is why that is probably the best Varus ult I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, so again, I just want everyone to take a moment, breathe that in, maybe rewind, watch it 5 more times, and then go into the practice tool and give it a shot yourself.
I need to see if it's actually hard, because I think it should be. I think it should be super hard, but I'm definitely trying that out.
At least he's going to the same side of the screen in both directions, but even so, that is two distinctly different mouse positions within milliseconds in order to pull that off. So hats off to Keith there in terms of, again, being the main initiator in both of those plays early on that did gather them that gold lead, where they could, okay, now we can control the map, control the pace of the game, and hand things over to Looper. And this is where we get to Looper as
then they
player
actually
of the
had
game.
to play the rest of the game.
Exactly. So we've got the lead. Now how do we win it? Looper was a big hand in that, receiving player of the game for the split push. I mean, you flip the matchup. Now he's on Kennen, right, into Seraph, who had played at the game before, and he just styles on him there in the side lanes.
Yeah, Looper, back-to-back player of the games in this series. Punishing the Death Dance, funnily enough, from Seraph, because Death Dance is not damage reduced, it is damage deferred, and Seraph would continue to die as he walked away from fights he lost with.
He's like, oh, I've got 10%. I'm going to flash out of this duel. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
there's 10% of my health left to be done.
Contrast Looper's Kennen with Seraph's Kennen in the game before. Not just from how he played it, but also in the tools the enemy had to play against it, right?
Right.
There was a Pantheon in the casting that could run down Seraph in game 1. There wasn't the same for Echo Fox here, but this is when you got to see kind of the power of the pick. They got a lead. They never allowed the map to shrink, and Looper always expanded that map and pushed home huge advantages.
Absolutely. Now, all this said, of course, within both teams, we can talk about mistakes. For Echo Fox, there was still a number of skill shots not hitting that probably would have allowed them to close the game out cleaner in some of their engagements. Let's flip over to Envy, though, for a moment, because at the beginning of the day, we looked at the standings. We're talking about parity. We're talking about a team that's made a big surge up through the standings in Envy as compared to the spring split. Well, here they come in and they get 2-0'd today. So what is our kind of, let's take a moment, give them a new report card. What did you feel was maybe missing in their games today that we have seen from them in the last 2 weeks? And or what do you want to see more of as the weekend unfolds?
Yeah, it's true we talk about parity. Both of them are now 3-2, so we're good on that.
Parity!
But I thought they lacked flexibility or the right sense of purpose because I felt like their drafts were pretty poor today, and they were not super complex drafts that they needed to pick around. I know the Pantheon caught them by surprise, but in the second game, they knew exactly what was going to come at them. And then when you're starting with the bad hand, so to speak, even if you want to play a slow macro game, you will have a slow macro game with an inferior strategy, and that's not going to work, especially if they lose that wild style they had last year. So get back to finding a win condition and sticking with it.
And can I throw out one piece of individual criticism? If you are basically the sole tank on a team that's going into AAAC,
and build the right items.
Do not build Spirit Visage as your first tank item to follow a Runic Echoes and then follow that with a Merc Tread.
Then Dilution built Ninja Tabi on the fountain and said, wait a minute, maybe that 1 second cannon stun should be reduced by 25%. No, build the Ninja Tabi against the 3 auto attackers, dude.
And look, this is us criticizing Lyra, who was first team all NA last split. The guy is clearly a very solid jungler, but even those tiny things can make massive differences, and we've seen it all the way up to the world stage where runes, masteries, or just your item builds can really turn the table. So it's those kinds of things that we are still going to harp on. But you talk about parity. Let's see how the standings have shifted after today's games. Immortals maintain their spot at the top with the win over Team Liquid, while Echo Fox bump up to 4th place after taking down Team Envy. Meet us back here tomorrow for more league action. It all starts with Reignover and Team Liquid versus Haunter and TSM on NALCS1, followed by FlyQuest taking on Counterlogic Gaming later in the day. Now, if you're watching on NALCS 2, Immortals take to the stage against Cloud9, and then Phoenix 1 hope to pick up their first win against Team Dignitas. It's crazy that I am saying that. Within those 4 series tomorrow, we got a couple big ones. What's the one you got your eye on?
Yeah, I mean, I actually want to see Phoenix 1 and if they've rejiggered their roster a little bit to try and find some success, because that's a team that finished 3rd, was on this big upward trajectory. I want to see what happens.
Well, you want to see, with their rejiggle roster or possibility of rejiggling, they're up against Dignitas. So at the beginning of the day, we were talking about all the different roster possibilities
I want to
there.
see the new players.
That could be a really fun series if we had swaps in and out. Well, we'll have to wait and see. For myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you all for watching. We'll see you here tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
We're about to embark in our first series of the day as the Immortals take on Team Liquid.
Cody's son very low. That might even kill him right off the W.
Pick. Oh my god, Olay! That was a disgustingly good flash!
Just face.
Got me?
Oh, nice. We got him. Nice.
Oh. Nice. Flamey wants a solo kill grab. He's gonna proc flame, takes down Lolo. And now the turret's going down. Golden will evaporate. Final number 2 is up. There's 3. Lolo looking for the first one, and he's gonna grab it. Ole still speeding forward. Lolo through the turret. Riposte is good. Does get the stun onto Flame. Ace in the hole, not enough, and now it's Smitty gonna make it happen. Piebelter shuts it all down.
We're sailing the 7 seas straight towards our second game of NALCS for the night. Players prepare on stage for Team Envy versus Echo Fox. Oh, here we go. But the fight's breaking out. The Pantheon's coming down. Glacial Fissure out to block off 4, but the stuns come through. Ruin down onto Lyra, who is immediately shut down.
Kill. Down forward. Go, kill all Keith. I'm gonna base. Woo! Let's go, baby. Push.
Go mid. Seeing what he can find as Keith, of all people, shows up in the top lane to turn this around. And Echo Fox finds 2. Lyra makes his way over to the hospital. It's already dead. Froggen gonna be taken low. GA popped. Lyra trying to escape. The spear finds its way onto Pyrian. Apollo grabbing the kill onto Froggen. Pyrian on the run. The Nexus falls. And Fox goes 2-0.